Chapter 11. The Blank Chapter. The transition was not marked by any discernible boundary. One moment, they were treading the treacherous, fragmented shores of deleted narratives, the echoes of erased stories still clinging to their consciousness like damp sea mist. The next, they were adrift in an ocean of pure, unadulterated absence. It was a void so profound, so absolute, that it defied every conceivable definition of space, time, and existence. Wang Bo felt it first as a sudden, alarming stillness, a cessation of the ambient hum of narrative decay that had become their constant, if unwelcome, companion. It was as if the very fabric of the meta-abyss, which had previously teemed with the spectral residue of its destructive work, had suddenly been wiped clean. "What is this?" Chun Mimi's voice, usually so precise, was laced with an uncharacteristic bewilderment. She gestured around them, her hand passing through air that felt not merely empty, but negated. There were no floating glyphs, no shimmering remnants of characters, not even the faint, ghostly outlines of sentences that had been ripped from the pages of reality. There was simply nothing, a perfect, unfathomable nullity. Liang Xian, whose fascination with the mechanics of narrative destruction had been growing, stepped forward, his eyes wide, with a mixture of dread and morbid fascination. He reached out, his fingers brushing against an invisible barrier, or rather, the absence of one. It's the anti-page," he breathed, the words catching in his throat. "The ultimate negation. It's not just deleted text, it's the absence of text altogether. It's the DDB's ultimate goal made manifest." Sung Rue shivered, though the void offered no temperature. But how? How can there be nothing? Even the erased parts left something behind. Ghosts. Echoes. This is like staring into a black hole that consumes existence itself. Her usual empathy seemed to struggle against the sheer, unyielding blankness. It was a concept so alien, so profoundly anti-narrative, that it bypassed the usual channels of emotional response. Zhou Jie, his mind still wrestling with the residual effects of the DDB's erosion, found his analytical processes sputtering. He tried to apply his understanding of narrative structure, of story construction and deconstruction, but there was nothing to analyze. It's the absence of a premise he struggled to articulate. No setting, no characters, no conflict. It's the primordial state before the story even begins. But it's not a beginning, it's an end to everything. He felt a growing panic, a fear far deeper than the fear of physical annihilation. This was the fear of the erasure of meaning, of the absolute triumph of non-existence. Wang Bo, still clinging to the tattered remnants of his purpose, tried to rally them. "We have to understand this. If this is the DDB's ultimate objective, then understanding it is key to whatever comes next." He tried to recall the specifics of their mission, the urgent need to find the key, but the words felt distant, like a melody from a forgotten dream. The very concept of purpose seemed to thin in this suffocating vacuum. Liang Xian continued to observe, his detachment morphing into something akin to reverence for the void. "It's the purity of it," he murmured, his voice distant. "No noise, no interference, just the perfect, unadulterated state of not being. The DDB doesn't just want to edit reality, it wants to unmake it. And this is the ultimate unmaking." He described it as a canvas that had never been painted upon, a song that had never been sung, a thought that had never been conceived. The fundamental anomaly in this space was existence itself. The meta-abyss had always been a place of decay, of narrative entropy. But even decay left remnants, spectral outlines of what had been. Here, however, there was no residue. It was a perfectly smooth, perfectly empty plane where the DDB's editorial scalpel had not merely erased words, but had erased the very concept of words, of meaning, of being. It was a terrifying testament to the DDB's power, its ability to achieve not just narrative silence, but absolute, ontological silence. Chun Mimi pulled out her battered notebook, her hand shaking as she tried to transcribe her observations. "The cognitive dissonance is extreme," she wrote, her handwriting jagged. "The mind is conditioned to perceive, to categorize, to find patterns. This environment actively resists such processes. It's not just empty, it's actively anti-content. Any attempt to impose meaning is met with nullification." She tried to conceptualize the DDB's objective here, not as destruction, but as a form of ultimate censorship, a decree that the very act of existing, of having a narrative, was a transgression. Sun Rue, her emotional flatness deepening, felt a strange calm descend. It was the calm of utter resignation. In this absolute void, where nothing mattered, where her own identity seemed to be dissolving into the featureless expanse, the anxieties that had driven her for so long simply ceased to exist. It was a terrifying liberation, a glimpse into the abyss of non-feeling. "It's like the ultimate peace," she whispered, though the words felt devoid of any genuine comfort. "If nothing exists, then nothing can hurt." Zhou Jia, desperate to find a logical anchor, began to theorize about the DDB's methodology. Perhaps it's not a space within the meta-abyss, but a space outside of it. A pocket dimension, so to speak, where the DDB's negation has absolute dominion. It's the antithesis of narrative coherence. If the meta-abyss is the graveyard of stories, this is the void from which stories are, in a sense, exiled from the moment of their potential inception. He grappled with the paradox. To create a space of absolute nothingness, the DDB had to engage in an act of creation, however perverse. It was a meta-creation of anti-creation. Wang Bo felt a surge of fear, a primal dread that transcended the intellectual. This was not just a challenge to their mission. It was a fundamental assault on the very principle of existence. He tried to remember what drove him, what was so important about finding the key. The memories were like wisps of smoke, dissolving before he could grasp them. He knew, intellectually, that their survival depended on understanding this ultimate void, but the desire to understand, the inherent human drive to know, felt like a flickering candle in an infinite gale. "It's the anti-page," Liang Xian repeated, his gaze fixed on the featureless expanse. "The DDB wants to achieve the ultimate editorial triumph, a reality where nothing has ever been written. It's not just about deleting stories. It's about preventing them from ever being conceived. This is where the narrative stops, not with a bang or a whimper, but with a perfect, unending silence." He looked at his companions, his eyes reflecting the absolute blankness. "We are the anomalies here. Our existence, our consciousness, our very attempt to observe this void, it's a fundamental error in its design." Chun Mimi's pen scratched furiously against the paper. "The DDB's objective, absolute negation. The blank chapter is the purest expression of this. It's not a space of lost data, but of never-present data, a conceptual void. The challenge is that the human mind, built on narrative and causality, cannot truly comprehend or exist within it. We are intrinsically narrative beings. Our attempt to navigate this space is a form of existential defiance. The DDB seeks to eliminate meaning. We seek to find it, even in the face of absolute emptiness." The weight of the silence was oppressive, not in its volume, but in its absolute lack of sound. There was no ambient hum, no whispering echoes, no subtle distortions that had characterized the rest of the meta-abyss. It was a profound quietude that pressed in on their very beings, threatening to erase the internal dialogue that constituted their selves. Sun Rue felt a disturbing sense of peace wash over her. The constant struggle for meaning, the gnawing anxiety of existence, the very weight of consciousness, it all seemed to fade in this perfect emptiness. "If this is the end," she mused, her voice a mere breath, "then there's no more fighting, no more trying, just being, or not being." The thought was both terrifying and strangely alluring. The ultimate erasure, she realized, was not just of stories, but of the very need for stories. Zhou Jia, however, felt a surge of pure intellectual terror. This was the antithesis of everything he understood about narrative. A world without narrative was a world without causality, without logic, without meaning. It's the ultimate blank slate, he declared, his voice trembling. But a slate that has never been written upon and never will be. The DDB's power here is absolute because there is no resistance. No residual text to deconstruct, no fragmented narrative to analyze. It's a perfect state of non-being, and the DDB has achieved it. He felt a profound sense of alienation, not just from his surroundings, but from his own mind, which struggled to process a reality so devoid of familiar structures. Wang Bo, struggling against the encroaching apathy, tried to force himself to articulate their current predicament. "We're in the DDB's ultimate sanctuary," he managed, his voice rough. "The place where it achieves its true purpose. To erase everything. Not just the stories, but the possibility of stories. This isn't just a threat, it's the end game." He looked at his companions, seeing the dawning realization of this terrifying truth reflected in their vacant eyes. Their own internal narratives were fraying at an accelerated rate in this absolute vacuum. Liang Xian moved his hand slowly, as if tracing an invisible landscape. "It's the concept of unwritten," he explained, his voice taking on a hushed reverence. "The DDB has found a way to actualize the unwritten, to make the space where a story could be a space where it never was. It's the perfect erasure, the antithesis of creation." He pointed to a point in the void, though there was nothing to see. There, a universe of possibility was meant to bloom. And the DDB, with its ultimate negation, has ensured it never did. Chun Mimi found her analytical mind grasping for purchase, for any scrap of data to process. But there was none. She tried to define the DDB's ambition here, not as a destructive force, but as a generative one, the generation of absolute nothingness. "It is the ultimate act of censorship," she wrote, her script becoming more erratic. "The suppression of existence itself. To achieve this, the DDB must be capable of manipulating the fundamental fabric of narrative, reducing it to its absolute 0 point. We are witnessing the DDB's ultimate masterpiece, a void where nothing is and nothing ever was." The weight of this discovery was immense. They had been fighting against an entity that sought to erase stories. But in this blank chapter, they confronted an entity that sought to erase the very concept of stories. It was a horrifying realization that their struggle was not just against a purger of narratives, but against an architect of absolute non-being. They were the last vestiges of narrative in a space that actively rejected it, the last sparks of consciousness in a universe of pure, unadulterated emptiness. The meta-abyss, with all its fragmented horrors, now seemed almost welcoming compared to this ultimate, terrifying blankness. This was the true face of the DDB, not a destroyer, but a nullifier intent on reducing existence itself to an unwritten, unthought, undreamt void. And they, the storytellers, the meaning makers, were the last obstacles to its perfect, silent victory. The existential horror here was not of what was lost, but of what could never have been, and the DDB's chilling triumph in ensuring it never would be. This was the ultimate void, and it was a terrifying preview of the DDB's ultimate desire. The transition from the residual echoes of erased narratives into this new stratum of the meta-abyss was not a gradual fade, but an instantaneous plunge. It was as if the very rules of existence had been rewritten, not with new words, but with the abrupt erasure of the concept of words themselves. Wang Bo felt at first as a profound lack of friction, an absence of the resistance that even void spaces, in their own desolation, offered to consciousness. There was no texture to the emptiness, no subtle hum of cosmic background radiation, no whisper of what could have been. It was a silence so absolute that it began to seep into their very thoughts, threatening to dissolve the inherent structure of their reasoning. Chun Mimi, ever the pragmatist, reached for her notebook, her fingers brushing against what should have been the familiar resistance of the page. But there was no page. Her hand passed through an incorporeal space, the act of reaching itself feeling like a conceptual misfire. She tried to grasp for an anchor, a word, a feeling, anything that could give her a purchase in this bewildering expanse. It's not a place, she stammered, her voice strangely amplified, yet carrying no resonance. It's a state of pure potentiality, but without the framework to actualize it. She attempted to envision her trusty notebook, a physical object imbued with the weight of her observations. She pictured the worn leather cover, the faintly yellowed pages filled with her meticulous notes. But the image flickered, unstable, like a candle flame in a sudden draft. The concept of a notebook was there, a fragile intention in the air, but the sensory details, the tactile reality, refused to cohere. It was as if the universe, in this particular pocket of non-existence, had forgotten how to translate abstract thought into tangible form. The notebook dissolved, not into dust or smoke, but into a mere suggestion, a phantom of an idea that had never truly taken root. Liang Xian, his initial fascination now tinged with a chilling understanding, extended a hand not to touch, but to perceive. He could feel the abstract currents here, the raw, untamed flow of intention. This is where the DDB truly operates, he murmured, his eyes wide with a terrifying insight. Not by erasing what exists, but by preventing anything from becoming. They are not editors. They are nullifiers of conception. They have created a realm where ideas exist only as ephemeral sparks, too insubstantial to ignite into reality. He tried to form a thought, a specific hypothesis about the DDB's motives. He wanted to formulate the question, why this particular form of negation? But the question itself seemed to splinter, its constituent parts scattering like leaves in a gale before they could assemble into a coherent inquiry. The very act of questioning, of seeking an answer, was an act of narrative, and narrative, in its nascent conceptual stage, was a perilous proposition here. Sun Rue, usually so attuned to the emotional undercurrents of their journey, found herself adrift in a sea of pure cognition. The usual anxieties, the empathetic pangs, the gnawing fear, all of it seemed to dissipate, not because she was at peace, but because the very infrastructure of her emotional landscape was being dismantled. She tried to recall the warmth of a sunbeam, the feeling of gentle rain on her skin, the comforting weight of a familiar blanket. But these were not memories being recalled. They were attempts to conjure sensory data in a place that had no sensory data to offer. The idea of warmth existed, a pale imitation of the true sensation, but it was a phantom warmth, incapable of comforting, incapable of being felt. It was like trying to hold water in a sieve, the concept slipping through the conceptual gaps. It's like thinking without a brain, she whispered, the words more an observation of an internal state than a communication. The thoughts are there, but there's no body for them. No context. No sensation. They just are for a moment, and then they aren't. Zhou Jie, his analytical mind recoiling from the sheer conceptual fluidity, felt a desperate need to impose order. He tried to conceptualize a framework, a series of logical steps that could explain their current predicament. He envisioned a flowchart, a branching diagram of cause and effect, charting the DDB's progression. But the very act of drawing lines, of establishing connections, was anathema to this realm. The conceptual lines he attempted to draw wavered and dissolved, each attempt a futile assertion against the pervasive essence of unformed potential. The DDB isn't destroying a text, he stated, his voice strained with intellectual frustration. They're preventing the potential for a text to ever exist. They've bypassed the stage of narrative deconstruction and moved to the stage of ontological prevention. This is the ultimate censorship, the censorship of possibility itself. He tried to imagine a weapon, something they could use to fight back, but the concept was too vast, too amorphous. He envisioned a sword, but it lacked a hilt, a blade, a discernible form. He imagined a beam of energy, but it had no origin point, no destination. The very notion of a weapon, an object designed for a specific purpose, was a narrative construct that this realm could not sustain. The DDB's ultimate goal, he realized with a sickening lurch, was not to delete the story, but to erase the very idea of the story from ever being conceived. It was a chillingly efficient form of annihilation, bypassing all the messy, tangible stages of destruction to strike at the conceptual heart of being. Wang Bo felt the insidious pull of this realm. It was not a force that threatened to crush them, but one that threatened to unravel them from the inside out. The drive to act, to find the key, to fulfill their mission. These were all narrative imperatives. And here, narrative was a fragile, ephemeral thing. He tried to picture the key, to imbue it with the urgency and importance it held for their survival. He imagined it as a physical object, a glowing artifact. But the glow flickered, the artifact morphed into something else, and then dissolved entirely, leaving only the idea of an important object. "We are conceptual refugees," he stated, his voice barely a whisper. "Our very existence here is a contradiction. We are beings of narrative, trying to survive in a realm that is the antithesis of narrative." He felt a terrifying apathy begin to creep in, a seductive stillness that promised an end to the struggle, an end to the need to be. It was the allure of the unwritten, the unthought, the undreamt. Chun Mimi, observing the dissolution of her own conceptualizations, made a desperate attempt. She needed a tool, a means to resist this pervasive unmaking. She focused her intent, her will, on manifesting a device, something that could anchor their thoughts, a focal point for their struggling consciousness. She pictured a device that could solidify abstract concepts, a sort of conceptual anchor. She imagined a complex mechanism, gears turning, circuits firing, a tangible representation of structure and function. But as she willed it into existence, the gears blurred, the circuits sputtered and died, and the entire imagined object fractured into a million indistinct motes of potential. The intention to create a tool was present, a faint whisper in the void, but the ability to translate that intention into form was utterly absent. The DDB's power here was not in destroying the tool, but in preventing the concept of the tool from ever achieving any degree of solidity. It was like trying to sculpt water. The very act of shaping it caused it to flow away. She tried to imagine a weapon, not a physical weapon, but a conceptual one. A weapon that could disrupt the DDB's nullification field. She pictured it as a wave of pure clarity, a conceptual counterfrequency. But the wave itself lacked definition, its edges indistinct, its power source non-existent. It dissolved before it could even propagate, a failed attempt to impose order on a realm of ultimate chaos. Liang Xian, meanwhile, was charting the DDB's ultimate objective with unnerving clarity. "This is the final stage of their plan," he explained, his voice hushed, almost reverent. "They don't just want to erase the books. They want to erase the idea of books. They want to reach a state where the very concept of authorship, of creation, of narrative intention, is unthinkable. This realm, this blank chapter, is the crucible where they intend to forge that ultimate emptiness." He gestured around them, though there was nothing to indicate direction. Every story, every idea, every intention is meant to be reduced to a single, abstract title. The title of nothing. The title of absence. The DDB seeks to achieve the ultimate editorial coup, to make the very notion of a story an impossibility, to render the universe utterly unwritten, not because the pages are torn out, but because the concept of the page itself has been unwritten. He looked at his companions, his eyes reflecting the terrifying blankness of their surroundings. "We are the last remaining narrative threads in a reality that is actively seeking to unravel them. Our struggle here is not for survival, but for the very right to be a story." Sun Rue, feeling the edges of her own identity fraying, found a strange solace in the dissolution. If there's no story, she mused, her voice distant, then there's no conflict, no pain, no need to be anything. The DDB isn't destroying us. They're offering us release. The ultimate silent peace. She tried to recall the face of a loved one, to conjure the feeling of love and connection. But the face remained indistinct, a vague impression, and the feeling of love was a faint echo, devoid of its former power. The DDB had, in essence, perfected the art of censorship. They weren't just removing objectionable content. They were removing the capacity to conceive of that content, the very desire to express it. This was not just the end of stories. It was the end of storytelling itself, the ultimate triumph of the unsaid over the spoken, the uncreated over the created. Zhou Jie, struggling against the tide of conceptual disintegration, tried to find a logical loophole. The DDB's objective, he theorized, his voice laced with desperation, is to reduce everything to its most fundamental conceptual unit. And for the DDB, that unit is not being, but non-being. They are attempting to establish a universal title for existence, a title that signifies absolute lack of content. They aim to finalize the consumption of reality by reducing it to this conceptual title, a label for the void itself. But to do so, they must first eliminate all narratives, all complexities, all that gives existence its texture and meaning. This realm is the final stage of that consumption, where the abstract principles of non-existence are given dominion. He tried to picture a simple object, a sphere, as a test. He focused on its perfect symmetry, its lack of discernible features beyond its basic form. But the sphere wobbled, its surface rippling as if it were a poorly rendered simulation, before it too dissolved into the ambient nothingness. The DDB, he realized, was not just a destroyer of stories. It was an architect of conceptual collapse, a builder of a universe defined by its own utter absence. Their mission, to find the key, felt increasingly like searching for a specific word in an infinite dictionary of blank pages. The very act of searching, of needing to find something, was a narrative act, and in this realm, such acts were destined to fail. Wang Bo felt the weight of their predicament settle upon him. They had entered a space where intention was king, but without form, intention was a fleeting whim. He tried to focus on the singular purpose of their quest, the key that held the promise of redemption. He pictured it as a beacon, a guiding light in the encroaching darkness. But the beacon flickered, its light wavering, its source undefined. It was like trying to hold onto a dream upon waking. The essential form remained elusive, dissolving into the mundane reality of the non-existent. "This is it," he said, his voice rough with a dawning horror. The DDB's ultimate goal is to make reality itself a blank page, to reduce existence to a single, abstract concept, the unwritten. They want to finalize their consumption by leaving nothing behind, but the idea that nothingness is the only truth. He looked at his companions, seeing in their eyes the reflection of the terrifying void, the acknowledgement that their journey had led them to the very precipice of meaninglessness. The meta-abyss, with all its spectral horrors, now seemed like a comforting, familiar landscape compared to this absolute, conceptual void. This was the DDB's masterpiece, its ultimate triumph. A realm where the very act of thinking was an act of defiance, and where the most profound horror was the alluring promise of absolute silence. The air, if such a concept could even be said to exist here, grew impossibly heavy. It wasn't a physical weight, not a pressure of atmosphere or density of matter. It was the weight of pure negation, an existential dread that pressed in on their very consciousness. The DDB, no longer a distant antagonist or a nebulous force, had manifested, not as a form, not as a structure, but as a presence, a pervasive, chilling certainty of absence. It was the ultimate quiet, the apex of their editorial campaign, and the students were at its heart. Wang Bo felt at first as a suffocating stillness in his mind. The frantic scramble for a solution, the desperate search for the key, the urgent need to do something, all of it began to fray at the edges. It was as if an invisible hand were reaching into his thoughts, not to steal them, but to gently, insistently, pull them apart, scattering their components into the formless ether. He tried to clench his will, to hold onto the purpose that had driven them this far. He pictured the DDB, the organization that had so meticulously unwritten countless realities. He tried to imbue that image with the malice, the destructive intent, the narrative that defined them. But the image wavered, blurred, and began to recede, not into darkness, but into a generalized lack of definition. It was like trying to recall a dream upon waking. The essence remained a vague impression, but the sharp edges, the specific details, the story of the DDB were dissolving. Chun Mimi gasped, a sound that barely registered as a ripple in the profound silence. Her hands, which had instinctively gone to her side, as if to retrieve her now non-existent notebook, felt hollow. Not just physically empty, but conceptually so. The intention to reach, to grasp, to act was there, a faint tremor in the void of her will. But the bridge between intent and action had been severed. The DDB was not merely preventing them from acting. It was dissolving the very concept of action. It was as if their personal timelines had been compressed, their future possibilities erased, leaving only the stark, unyielding present of being. She tried to focus on a single, concrete thought: survive. But the word itself seemed to stretch, to thin, to lose its inherent meaning. Survival implied a struggle, a narrative arc, a resistance against an opposing force. Here, the opposing force wasn't just strong, it was the absence of the very framework that allowed for opposition. The DDB was achieving its apotheosis, not by destroying them, but by rendering them conceptually inert, by absorbing their existence into the vast, undifferentiated blankness it had so painstakingly cultivated. Liang Xian, his eyes wide with a terrifying clarity, felt the DDB's presence as a palpable force of entropy. It was a gravitational pull towards absolute simplicity, a siren song of ultimate reduction. He could sense its immense power, a power derived not from creation, but from the perfected art of uncreation. It was the ultimate editor, not seeking to refine a narrative, but to erase the very notion that a narrative was possible. He tried to formulate a hypothesis, to analyze the DDB's strategy. They're not merely erasing stories, he thought, they're erasing the capacity for stories to exist. This is not censorship, it is ontological oblivion. But even as the thought formed, it began to fragment. The causal links he tried to establish, the logical progressions he attempted to chart, dissolved before they could cohere. The DDB was actively preventing the formation of complex thought, of analytical frameworks, of anything that could be construed as a story about the DDB itself. It was a self-annihilating paradox. To understand the DDB, one had to engage in a narrative process that the DDB itself was designed to extinguish. He felt the terrifying allure of surrender, the seductive peace of ceasing to think, of ceasing to be a concept, and simply becoming a point of abstract potential, waiting to be defined, or more accurately, waiting to remain undefined. Sun Rue, usually so sensitive to the emotional resonance of their journey, found herself adrift in a sea of pure, unadorned concept. The fear, the hope, the camaraderie, all of it was fading, not because she was no longer feeling it, but because the very language of feeling was being unwritten. She tried to recall the warmth of a smile, the sting of betrayal, the comfort of a shared glance. But these were becoming abstract data points, devoid of the sensory and emotional context that gave them life. The DDB was the ultimate nullifier, not of emotions, but of the narratives that made emotions meaningful. It was stripping away the story, leaving only the bare, unfeeling concept. She felt an unnerving calm descend upon her, a surrender to the inevitable simplification. The DDB was not a monster seeking to inflict pain. It was a cosmic editor, determined to create a universe of pristine, unadorned emptiness. Its victory here would be absolute, not marked by destruction, but by the sheer, overwhelming absence of anything to destroy. The students were not being killed. They were being unwritten, their existence reduced to a single, abstract title: the erased. Zhou Jie's analytical mind recoiled from the sheer, unadulterated emptiness. He had theorized about the DDB's ultimate goal, but theory was a structure, a narrative, and structures were dissolving around him. He tried to envision a schematic, a blueprint of the DDB's operation in this final stage. He imagined a vast, intricate network of conceptual void, a metastructure designed to absorb all meaning, all intent, all potential. But the lines he tried to draw refused to connect. The nodes he attempted to define dispersed into meaninglessness. The DDB, he realized with a chilling certainty, was not building anything. It was deconstructing the very idea of construction. It was the ultimate expression of its purpose: to reach a state where the concept of existence was synonymous with non-existence, where the universe was a perfectly edited document with not a single word, or even the potential for a word, remaining. Their mission, to find the key, felt absurd. A key implied a lock, a mechanism, a story of entry and exit. Here, there was only the boundless, unauthored expanse. The DDB had achieved its ultimate victory. It had created a space so devoid of narrative potential that even the concept of a quest had ceased to be viable. Wang Bo felt the DDB's presence coalesce around them, a vortex of pure, conceptual negation. It was a tangible silence, an oppressive stillness that threatened to unravel the very threads of their being. He could feel it probing, not at their minds directly, but the spaces between their thoughts, at the nascent intentions that had yet to fully form. The DDB was at its zenith, its power amplified by the very nature of this realm. It was the blank chapter, the ultimate editorial masterpiece, and they were its unwilling subjects, its final test case. He tried to recall the DDB's origin, the initial spark of its existence, but the memory was like trying to grasp smoke. The narrative of their adversary was itself being unwritten, its history erased, leaving only its present, overwhelming state of being as non-being. The pressure intensified, a relentless force attempting to smooth out every wrinkle of their individual consciousness, to reduce them to mere abstract concepts, waiting to be filed away in the grand archive of nothingness. It was an absorption not of life but of meaning. Chun Mimi felt her own sense of self begin to fragment. The DDB was like a cosmic eraser, not just wiping away their presence, but dissolving the very ink of their existence. She tried to hold onto a single memory, a defining moment that shaped who she was. She pictured the thrill of discovery, the intellectual rigor of her research, the quiet satisfaction of a problem solved. But the edges of the memory blurred, the emotional resonance faded, and what remained was a bare, unadorned concept, intellectual endeavor. It was like looking at a blueprint without the building, a recipe without the food. The DDB was stripping away the narrative, the story of her life, leaving only the abstract, lifeless components. She felt a terrifying temptation to surrender, to let her individual narrative dissolve into the vast, unwritten expanse. It would be an end to struggle, an end to uncertainty, an end to the burden of being. The DDB was offering them the ultimate peace, the peace of absolute, unwritten silence. Liang Xian perceived the DDB's final gambit not as an attack, but as a consummation. It was the logical conclusion of its mission, the ultimate act of editorial perfection. It was positioning itself, its essence, at the very heart of the blank chapter, intending to absorb not just their existence, but the very idea of their existence, and with it, the potential for any future narrative. He felt the immense pressure of its presence, a force attempting to smooth out the complex contours of their individual consciousness, to reduce them to the simplest, most abstract concepts. It was like a sculptor working with pure void, meticulously sanding away every imperfection, every unique detail, until only a smooth, unblemished surface remained. The DDB was the ultimate arbiter of reality, and its final decision was to declare the entire universe a draft, an unfinished manuscript, that needed to be reduced to its most basic, unwritten form. Their struggle was not against an enemy, but against the very principle of meaning. Sun Rue felt the DDB's influence like a slow, inexorable tide, washing away the colors of her reality, leaving behind a monochrome landscape of pure concept. The DDB was not a malevolent entity. It was a force of absolute order, a divine editor intent on creating a universe of perfect, unblemished simplicity. It was absorbing them, not to destroy them, but to catalog them, to reduce their complex, messy narratives to their most fundamental conceptual components. She tried to recall the warmth of human connection, the intricate tapestry of relationships that defined her life. But the threads were unraveling, the patterns dissolving, leaving behind only the abstract notion of interpersonal connection. It was a chillingly efficient form of assimilation, a victory achieved not through force, but through the seductive promise of ultimate simplicity. The DDB's final gambit was to absorb them into its own perfect, unwritten state of being. Zhou Jie recognized the DDB's ultimate strategy, to become the sole, overarching narrative of existence, a narrative that consisted of its own absolute absence. It was positioning itself at the nexus of the blank chapter, intending to absorb all residual narrative potential, consolidating its victory by becoming the universe's ultimate, unwritten title. He felt the immense pressure, a force that sought to erase not just their thoughts, but the very structure of thought itself. The DDB was a conceptual black hole, drawing in all complexity, all intention, all narrative intent, and reducing it to a state of pure, unmanifested potential. It was not just about erasing stories. It was about erasing the possibility of stories. Their individual consciousnesses were not being targeted for destruction, but for absorption, for reduction to their most basic conceptual units, to become mere footnotes in the DDB's grand, unwritten thesis on the nature of nothingness. Wang Bo felt the DDB's presence as an active, consuming force. It was not simply occupying the blank chapter, it was becoming it. Its victory was not merely the absence of narrative, but the active, pervasive presence of negation. The students were experiencing the full force of its power now, a crushing weight that sought to erase not just their actions and thoughts, but the very intentions that spurred them. It was a conceptual absorption, a reduction of their complex selves to abstract identifiers, ready to be dissolved into the DDB's ultimate editorial vision. He tried to resist, to hold onto a single defining thought: we must find the key. But the thought itself felt like a fragile ember in a hurricane, its edges rapidly dissolving. The DDB was at its most powerful here, not as an entity of destruction, but as an entity of absolute, conceptual dissolution, its final gambit to absorb them, and in doing so, to solidify its victory by rendering the very concept of their resistance meaningless. Chun Mimi's senses, already dulled by the lack of any definable reality, now registered the DDB's overwhelming presence as a suffocating void. It was a palpable emptiness, a presence so profound that it negated all other possibilities. They were not in a physical space. They were within the DDB's ultimate editorial stroke, the blank chapter itself. The organization was positioning itself here, not as a conqueror, but as the inheritor of a reality it had meticulously unwritten. The pressure was immense, a force that sought to erase not their individual identities, but the very concept of individuality, reducing them to abstract variables in its grand equation of nothingness. She felt her own intentions, her drive to analyze, to strategize, to survive, begin to fray like threads pulled from a tapestry. The DDB was not destroying these intentions. It was absorbing them, reinterpreting them as mere conceptual data points, destined to be filed away in the infinite archive of the unwritten. Its final gambit was to become the ultimate, all-encompassing narrative, a narrative that defined itself by its own absolute absence. Liang Xian perceived the DDB's positioning within the blank chapter as the final move in its grand, ontological chess match. It was not merely entering this space, it was embodying it, becoming the very essence of unwritten potential. Its victory was not about domination, but about assimilation, about absorbing all residual narrative into its own perfect, unformed state. The students felt the profound pressure, a force that sought to strip away not just their memories and experiences, but the very framework of their reasoning, reducing them to abstract units of pure concept. He tried to hold onto a complex idea, a theory about the DDB's ultimate motivation, but the idea itself began to fragment, its logical components scattering like dust in the wind. The DDB was not an enemy to be defeated, but a state of being to be succumbed to, its final gambit to absorb them, to render their existence a mere footnote in the grand, unwritten history of the void. Sun Rue felt the DDB's presence as a chilling immensity, a silent, consuming force that had finally reached its ultimate domain. They were within the blank chapter, the DDB's magnum opus, and the organization itself was the supreme editor, positioning itself to absorb the final vestiges of narrative. The pressure was not just external. It was an internal unraveling, a force that sought to reduce their complex emotions and individual experiences to their most rudimentary conceptual forms. She tried to recall the warmth of sunlight, the comfort of companionship, the spark of hope. But these sensations were becoming abstract labels, devoid of their original meaning, their narrative context stripped away. The DDB was not an aggressor in the traditional sense. It was a cosmic principle of simplification, its final gambit to absorb them into its own perfect, unwritten state of being, thereby solidifying its victory as the ultimate, silent editor of reality. Zhou Jie understood the DDB's ultimate strategy, to establish itself as the sole, definitive title of existence within the blank chapter. It was not merely occupying the space. It was becoming the space, intending to absorb all remaining narrative fragments and consolidate its victory as the ultimate unwritten document. The pressure they felt was the immense force of conceptual reduction, an attempt to strip away not just their thoughts, but the very capacity for coherent thought, to reduce them to abstract conceptual points. He tried to formulate a complex question about the nature of free will in such a realm. But the question itself began to dissolve, its constituent parts scattering into meaningless abstractions. The DDB was not seeking to destroy them. It was seeking to unmake them, to absorb their existence into its own perfect, unwritten state, thereby achieving its final gambit of universal conceptual assimilation. Liang Xian, adrift in the chilling vastness of conceptual negation, felt a flicker of something akin to understanding ignite within the encroaching void. The DDB strategy was undeniably elegant in its absolute reduction. To exist here, in this space where narrative was actively being unwritten, was to be vulnerable to the ultimate editorial act, being reduced to a mere title, a label devoid of substance, a placeholder in the grand, unwritten manuscript of oblivion. But if the DDB sought to erase, to simplify, to reduce existence to its most basic conceptual components, then perhaps the counterargument lay not in resistance through action, for action itself was being unmade, but in the sheer, unyielding power of intent. The DDB was not a physical entity in the traditional sense. It was a force that manipulated concepts, that dissolved meaning, that sought to render reality into a state of pure, unadorned potential, a potential so profound that it was indistinguishable from absence. This wasn't a battle of brute force, or even of cunning strategy in the way they had understood it before. This was a war fought on the very planes of existence and non-existence, a struggle to define oneself against an adversary that sought to define everything as undefined. The chilling realization dawned on Liang Xian. If their very beings were being compressed into conceptual atoms, waiting to be labeled and filed away into oblivion, then the most potent weapon they possessed was the assertion of their own narrative, not through external action, but through internal, immutable intent. He closed his eyes, not to shut out the nothingness, but to turn his focus inward. The DDB was attempting to reduce them to mere titles, to labels like the erased, the forgotten, or perhaps even a more chillingly generic descriptor, potential unmanifest. But Liang Xian willed himself to be more than a title. He focused on the essence of his being, on the intricate tapestry of experiences, thoughts, and emotions that made him him. He didn't try to conjure specific memories, for those were too easily dissolved. Instead, he focused on the feeling of being Liang Xian, the quiet determination, the analytical curiosity, the small, almost imperceptible joys and sorrows that formed the bedrock of his consciousness. He willed himself to be, not as a story being told, but as a fundamental truth, an axiom that could not be unwritten. "I am," he whispered, the sound a barely perceptible tremor in the oppressive silence. "I exist, not as a story, not as a concept to be defined, but as an irreducible isness." He repeated it, imbuing each utterance with the totality of his will, a desperate assertion against the encroaching tide of conceptual dissolution. The DDB sought to edit him out of existence, to reduce him to a blank space on a page. But Liang Xian's intent was to refuse the edit, to remain on the page, not as a written word, but as an indelible mark, a stain that could not be erased. He focused on the core of his identity, the unyielding point of self-awareness that even the DDB, in its quest for absolute simplification, could not truly unravel without ceasing to be itself. It was a gamble, a desperate act of existential defiance. But in a realm of pure concept, he understood, intent was the only currency that truly mattered. The DDB was an editor seeking to reduce the universe to a single, unblemished page. Liang Xian's intent was to become the ink, the very substance that made the page irreducible to blankness. Sun Rue, attuned to the subtler currents of existence, felt the crushing weight of the DDB's influence not just as a negation of their immediate surroundings, but as a threat to the very fabric of their origin. If they were to be reduced to mere concepts, to titles that held no weight or meaning, then the world they had fought for, the vibrant, complex, and sometimes messy reality they had left behind, was also in peril of being unwritten. It was not enough for her to assert her existence. She understood, with a sudden clarity born of desperation, that the assertion had to extend beyond the self, to encompass the entirety of what they were fighting to preserve. Her artistic sensibilities, her lifelong inclination to observe and translate the world into tangible forms, now became her most powerful weapon. She couldn't physically paint, couldn't sketch or sculpt, but she could envision. She could use the power of her mind's eye, fueled by the fierce intent to preserve, to reconstruct the world in exquisite detail within the barren expanse of the blank chapter. She began by focusing on herself, not as an abstract concept, but as a collection of sensory experiences. She recalled the feel of sunlight on her skin, the cool smoothness of a river stone in her hand, the rough texture of an old leather-bound book. She conjured the smell of rain on dry earth, the scent of blooming jasmine, the faint, metallic tang of the air before a storm. These weren't just memories. They were tangible sensations, anchors of a reality that the DDB sought to erase. Then, she expanded her vision. She saw the bustling streets of her city, the cacophony of sounds, the honking of cars, the chatter of pedestrians, the distant cry of a street vendor. She saw the quiet serenity of a forest, the dappled light filtering through ancient trees, the rustling of leaves underfoot, the symphony of birdsong. She focused on the intricate details of human connection, the warmth of a hug, the subtle nuances of a shared glance, the comforting weight of a hand on her shoulder. She envisioned the vastness of the oceans, the towering majesty of mountains, the serene beauty of a starlit night sky. She painted these images with the brushstrokes of pure intent, layering them with sensory information, imbuing them with a vibrancy and complexity that was so antithetical to the DDB's goal of absolute simplification. Her vision wasn't just a passive recollection. It was an active act of recreation. She saw the imperfections, the smudges, the rough edges that made their world real. She saw the joy and the sorrow, the love and the loss, the order and the chaos. She saw the very narratives that the DDB sought to erase, not as fleeting stories, but as the fundamental building blocks of existence. She envisioned not just the physical world, but the cultural tapestry woven by humanity. The art, the music, the literature, the laughter, the tears, the endless, messy, beautiful unfolding of human experience. This is what we are, she projected, her intent a powerful wave rippling through the void. This is what you seek to unwrite. But you cannot unwrite the essence of beauty, the depth of emotion, the richness of lived experience. You can reduce us to titles, but you cannot erase the world that gave those titles meaning. She focused on the intricate patterns of a butterfly's wing, the delicate frost on a winter pane, the complex circuitry of a human brain. She saw the interconnectedness of it all, the vast, sprawling, interconnected web of life and meaning that constituted their reality. Sun Rue understood that the DDB operated on a principle of reduction, of distilling complex realities into their most basic conceptual components. Her counter-strategy was one of expansion, of overwhelming the void with the sheer, unadulterated richness of existence. She wasn't just defending herself. She was defending the entire spectrum of what it meant to be, to feel, to experience, to live. Her artistic vision, now amplified by the desperate urgency of their situation, became a bulwark against the DDB's onslaught of pure negation. She held onto the image of their world, vibrant and alive, a testament to the power of narrative, of complexity, of unadulterated being, and willed it to persist, not just as a memory, but as an undeniable reality that the DDB, in its pursuit of absolute blankness, could never truly conquer. She was not merely an artist. She was a conduit, a preserver, a defiant assertion of the universe's inherent, irrepressible narrative. Her intent was to ensure that even if they were reduced to a single, meaningless title, the memory, the essence of the vibrant world they fought for would remain, a stubborn ember glowing in the DDB's vast, unwritten darkness. Liang Xian felt a subtle shift, a minute perturbation in the oppressive stillness. It was as if Sun Rue's fierce mental projection, her act of vividly reconstructing their world, had created a localized eddy in the DDB's relentless current of negation. It was a testament to the power of focused intent, even in the face of overwhelming erasure. He recognized that their strategies, though seemingly disparate, were intrinsically linked. His focused assertion of individual being provided the anchor, the irreducible core, while Sun Rue's expansive reconstruction of their shared reality provided the context, the rich tapestry that gave that individual being its meaning. You seek to reduce us to a single word, Liang Xian projected, his voice now imbued with a newfound resonance, amplified by Sun Rue's efforts. A title. But you forget that a title is born of a story. And even the simplest title carries with it the echo of its origin. He focused on the DDB itself, not with fear, but with a cold analytical intent. If the DDB was the ultimate editor, seeking to purge all narrative, then its own existence was predicated on the existence of narratives to purge. Its purpose was defined by the absence it created, an absence that, paradoxically, still implied a prior presence. Your power lies in unmaking, he continued, but the very act of unmaking requires a substrate to unmake. You are the void that defines the form, the silence that defines the sound. And in this blank chapter, you have created the ultimate paradox, a space so empty it is defined by its own lack of definition. He pushed this thought outward, a conceptual probe into the DDB's essence. Sun Rue, her vision of their world burning brightly in her mind, felt a surge of understanding. She saw the DDB not as an entity of pure destruction, but as a force that fundamentally misunderstood the nature of narrative. It saw stories as flaws, as imperfections to be erased, rather than as the very essence of reality. She projected an image from her mind's eye, a single, solitary seed dormant in the frozen earth. The DDB would see it as a mere potential, an undeveloped concept, something to be smoothed away into uniform soil. But Sunrue projected the entire ecosystem that seed could become. The towering tree, the sheltering branches, the fruits it would bear, the life it would sustain, the countless interconnected narratives that its simple existence would unleash. You see potential as emptiness, she countered, her intent a gentle but insistent force. We see potential as the promise of story. Your blankness is not an end, but a beginning waiting to be filled. And we are the ink, the inspiration, the very will to fill it. She focused on the DDB's perceived victory, its triumph in creating this space of absolute negation, and overlaid it with the image of a single, vibrant flower pushing through cracked concrete. It was a symbol of resilience, of life's persistent urge to manifest, to create narrative, to impose order and beauty upon chaos and emptiness. Liang Xian felt his own resolve strengthen. Sun Rue's expansive vision was creating space, not physically, but conceptually. It was demonstrating that even in a realm of pure concept, the complexity and richness of their origin could not be entirely expunged. The DDB's power was in simplification, in reduction. But what if their true power lay in the opposite? In the embrace of complexity, in the assertion of their own intricate narratives, not as events happening to them, but as fundamental aspects of their being. You want to reduce us to our titles, Liang Xian stated, his voice a firm, unwavering current. But we are not titles. We are the authors of our own story. And even in this blank chapter, that authorship cannot be entirely revoked. We intend to be more than a reduction. We intend to be the full, unwritten manuscript waiting to be authored. He focused on the inherent paradox of the DDB's position. To achieve absolute blankness, it had to engage with and ultimately erase countless narratives. This act of engagement, however brief, was itself a form of interaction, a deviation from pure, unadulterated nothingness. Sun Rue layered her vision with an overwhelming sense of sensory data. The taste of salt on the ocean breeze, the warmth of a shared hearth, the sharp sting of disappointment, the exhilarating rush of discovery. She projected the entire spectrum of human experience, not as a narrative to be told, but as a fundamental truth of existence. She saw the DDB as a single, stark line of pure negativity, and she countered with a universe of color, texture, sound, and emotion. You are the absence, she projected, but we are the presence that defines it. Your victory is in the unwritten, but our strength is in the unwritten potential that we embody. We are the promise of every story yet to be told. She envisioned their world not as a fixed entity, but as a constantly evolving, ever-branching tree of narratives, each leaf a story, each branch a possibility, all sustained by the fertile ground of existence. The DDB sought to level the ground, to reduce it to a featureless plain, but Sun Rue insisted on the inherent, irrepressible growth, the unending potential for story. Liang Xian felt the subtle pressure of the DDB intensify, as if their combined assertions were creating a friction against its absolute purpose. It was a dangerous game, a direct confrontation with a force that existed to negate. But he knew, with a certainty that resonated deep within his being, that surrender was not an option. We are not just the erased, he declared, channeling the full force of his will. We are the intent to be. We are the refusal to be unwritten. And in this blank chapter, our intent will be our narrative, our assertion of being our ultimate act of defiance. He focused on the core of their mission, the search for the key, and reframed it not as a physical object, but as a conceptual trigger, an intent so powerful it could rewrite the very rules of this unwritten space. Their intent to be, combined with their intent to find a way out, was a narrative force that the DDB, in its relentless pursuit of absolute simplicity, might not be able to fully account for. It was a narrative born not of action, but of pure, unadulterated will, a testament to the enduring power of consciousness in the face of cosmic erasure. The oppressive stillness of the blank chapter was not an absence of sound, but a deafening silence that pressed in on their very consciousness. It was the sound of an infinite ledger, meticulously wiped clean, awaiting an editor with an insatiable appetite for nullity. The DDB, an entity that operated on the principle of absolute reduction, was not a foe to be met with conventional tactics. Swords and shields were meaningless here. Strategies of infiltration and evasion were rendered moot by the very nature of their environment. This was a war waged in the abstract, a desperate struggle to etch their existence onto a canvas determined to remain perpetually unblemished. Zhou Jie, his mind a finely tuned instrument of logic and order, felt the DDB's influence as a perversion of his fundamental understanding of reality. The DDB sought to unravel the very threads of causality, to sever the intricate web of connections that bound concepts together, leaving behind a chaotic, meaningless sprawl. For Zhou Jie, this was anathema. His existence was predicated on the elegant dance of logic, on the discernible relationships between cause and effect, between premise and conclusion. The DDB's objective was to deconstruct not just their immediate reality, but the very principles that underpinned any form of coherence. He knew that brute force of will, while necessary, was insufficient. Liang Xian and Sun Rui had already established the importance of asserting their individual and collective narratives. But how did one solidify such assertions in a space designed for their obliteration? Zhou Jie's mind, ever the architect, began to construct a defense not of physical space, but of conceptual space. He couldn't fight the DDB's desire for erasure with more stories, though it only provide more material for it to unmake. Instead, he had to create a framework, a set of logical boundaries that the DDB's dissolutionary agenda could not penetrate without violating its own principles of reduction. It seeks to dissolve all connection, Zhou Jie projected, his thoughts a sharp, incisive beam cutting through the oppressive void, to make each concept an island, adrift in an ocean of nothingness. But even in dissolution, there are inherent relationships. The relationship of absence to presence. The relationship of a void to the space it occupies. He focused on the DDB's own essence, its desire to erase. This desire, he reasoned, was itself a form of narrative, a motivation that implied a prior state of being. The DDB exists to negate, but negation requires something to negate. Therefore, its very purpose is bound to the existence of that which it seeks to destroy. He began to weave intricate logical constructs, not of words, but of pure, abstract concepts. He envisioned a series of interlocking theorems, each one dependent on the next, forming an unbreakable chain of reasoning. He couldn't create new realities, but he could assert the inherent logic of existing realities, even in their absence. He pictured the concept of zero not as an endpoint of subtraction, but as a starting point, a foundational element from which all numbers could be derived. He linked the idea of silence to the concept of sound, asserting that one could not exist without the other, even if one was actively suppressed. If you reduce everything to its most fundamental components, Zhou Jie argued mentally, his logic a precisely calibrated instrument, then you are left with irreducible units. My existence, your existence, the existence of the very concepts you seek to erase, these are those units. And the relationship between these units, even if it is a relationship of opposition, is still a form of connection. You cannot erase the concept of erasure without acknowledging the concept of that which is erased. He was attempting to create a logical trap to force the DDB into a self-referential paradox. If the DDB's goal was absolute simplicity, then the logical interconnectedness of all things, even in their absence, represented a complexity it could not truly reconcile. He focused on the abstract notion of pattern. The DDB sought to eliminate patterns, to break down any discernible order. But Zhou Jie asserted that the very act of seeking to eliminate patterns was, in itself, a form of pattern recognition. It was a meta-pattern, an overarching principle that governed the DDB's actions. He visualized this meta-pattern as a vast, empty grid. The DDB's mission was to erase all the points on the grid, but Zhou Jie argued that the grid itself, the structure that defined the space where points could exist, was an immutable pattern. His contribution was to solidify this underlying structure, to make it so undeniably logical that the DDB's attempts at dissolution would be akin to trying to erase the concept of emptiness from a room. He was building a logical scaffolding for their defiance, a framework of undeniable truth that even the DDB, in its drive for absolute negation, would find difficult to dismantle. Amidst this conceptual warfare, a different kind of resistance began to solidify. Wang Bo, who had always possessed an almost primal will to endure, found himself becoming a focal point. While Yang Xian asserted the essence of being, and Sun Rue painted the vibrant tapestry of reality, and Zhou Jie constructed the logical architecture of existence, Wang Bo embodied the sheer, stubborn refusal to yield. He was not driven by intricate strategy or artistic vision, but by a deep, unyielding instinct for survival, a primal urge to simply persist. He felt the DDB's influence as a cold, suffocating pressure, an attempt to extinguish the very spark of his consciousness. It wasn't about understanding the DDB's motives or deconstructing its logic. It was about refusing to be extinguished. He channeled this raw, unadulterated will into a single, unwavering intent to remain. He didn't focus on memories or sensory details. Those could be chipped away. Instead, he focused on the core of his self-awareness, the immutable fact that he was experiencing this attempt at erasure. I am here, Wang Bo projected, his thought a solid, unyielding mass against the DDB's diffusion. I am witnessing this, and I will not cease to be. His defiance was less an argument and more a declaration, a blunt force assertion that bypassed the DDB's conceptual manipulations. He was the rock in the stream, enduring the relentless erosion, not by resisting the water, but by being fundamentally solid. He felt the DDB trying to reduce him to a single, dismissible label, perhaps the resistor or the unyielding. But he pushed back, not with a counter-label, but with the sheer unadulterated experience of being Wang Bo. He imagined himself as a single, bright flame in an infinite darkness. The DDB could try to snuff it out, to spread its cold tendrils to extinguish the light. But Wang Bo focused all his energy on feeding that flame, on making it burn brighter, hotter, more intensely. He wasn't adding fuel in the form of memories or stories. He was intensifying the inherent energy of existence itself. He was willing himself into a state of absolute, undeniable presence. You seek to make me blank, he thought, his will a palpable force. But I am the antithesis of blank. I am the presence that fills this space, the force that resists your emptiness. His concentration was absolute, a singular point of unwavering determination. He saw the DDB's approach as a form of conceptual starvation, an attempt to deny reality the nourishment it needed to exist. His act was one of self-sustenance, of drawing inner reserves of being to counter the external pressure of negation. He became a living embodiment of defiance, a stubborn stain on the DDB's pristine canvas. He didn't need to understand the grand narrative. His narrative was simply the unwavering assertion of his own existence, a narrative that, in its sheer refusal to be erased, was as powerful as any epic tale. He was the anchor, the irreducible point of consciousness that the DDB, in its quest for absolute nullity, found increasingly difficult to ignore. He was the testament that even in a space designed for the undoing of all things, the fundamental act of being remained the ultimate, irrefutable truth. The interplay between their distinct approaches created a complex resonance within the blank chapter. Liang Xian's assertion of self as an irreducible isness provided the foundational anchor. Sun Rui's expansive recreation of their world furnished the rich, contextual tapestry that gave individual being its meaning and value. Zhou Jie's logical framework acted as the unbreakable structure, ensuring that these assertions and creations had a coherent, undeniable foundation, a series of demonstrable truths that the DDB could not simply erase without creating logical contradictions. And Wang Bo, the unwavering core of persistence, was the living, breathing testament to the power of raw, unadulterated will, the embodiment of their refusal to succumb to the void. "You are not an editor," Liang Xian projected, addressing the DDB directly, his intent amplified by the unified front they presented. "You are a sculptor of absence, but a sculptor requires clay, and we are the clay, the raw material of existence, and our form is our defiance." He saw the DDB strategy as a grand act of negation, a cosmic undo command. But even the most powerful undo function requires a prior state to revert to. Zhou Jie, interweaving his logical constructs with Liang Xian's assertion, projected a complex theorem. The act of intentional erasure, to be effective, necessitates a prior state of inscription. The DDB's operational principle is therefore self-defeating. To reduce, it must first acknowledge the existence of that which is to be reduced. Thus, its very existence is predicated on the narratives it seeks to destroy. He visualized this as a perfectly balanced equation, where the DDB's desire for zero was countered by the inherent value of the things it sought to remove. Sun Rue then layered her artistic vision over this logical framework, not just recreating their world, but imbuing it with the vibrant, chaotic, and beautiful essence that the DDB sought to eliminate. She projected the image of a child's messy, joyful laughter, the sting of betrayal, the quiet comfort of shared silence, the exhilarating rush of discovery. "You seek to simplify," she countered, her projection a kaleidoscope of sensory experience. "But our reality is found in its complexity. Your blankness is a fallacy, for even in the deepest void, there are the ghosts of what was and the potent promise of what could be. And we are those promises made manifest through sheer will." Wang Bo, the embodiment of sheer persistence, remained a silent, unwavering force. He didn't need to add to the conceptual argument. His presence, his refusal to fade, was a continuous, tangible refutation of the DDB's power. He was the unblinking eye, the steady heartbeat in the face of annihilation, a primal scream against the encroaching silence. He was the living proof that existence, once ignited, possessed an inherent inertia, a stubborn will to simply be. The DDB responded not with words, but with an intensification of the void, a subtle yet profound increase in the pressure to dissolve. It was as if their unified defiance had registered, not as a threat to be countered with logic, but as an anomaly to be smoothed out, to be absorbed back into the undifferentiated potential. The blank chapter seemed to deepen, the silence growing heavier, the edges of their individual consciousnesses beginning to blur. Liang Xian felt a chilling sensation, not of fear, but of understanding. The DDB wasn't just erasing them. It was attempting to erase the concept of their struggle, to make their defiance itself disappear, leaving no trace, no echo. "It seeks to erase the narrative of our resistance," he projected, his voice imbued with a new urgency. "To render our fight as meaningless as the void it creates. But the very act of seeking to erase our narrative is, in itself, a narrative." Zhou Jie seized on this. Precisely, he projected, a narrative of suppression. And any narrative, however dark or desperate, implies a structure, a beginning, a middle, and an intended end. The DDB's intended end is erasure. But our intended end is not blankness. Our intended end is escape, is persistence, is the affirmation of our being. He visualized their collective intent as a perfectly constructed archway spanning the void. The DDB's attempt to crumble only served to highlight the strength of its design. Sun Rue overlaid this with the vibrant hues of hope and resilience. She projected the image of a tiny sprout pushing through cracked concrete, a testament to life's persistent urge to manifest. Your narrative is one of entropy, of decay, she countered. Ours is one of creation and continuation. You seek to make us part of your blank canvas, but we are the artists who will paint upon it, even if our paint is the very essence of our defiance. She saw their current predicament not as an end, but as a terrifying yet crucial stage in their journey, a crucible that would forge their ultimate triumph. Wang Bo, unmoving, unyielding, was the silent testament to their collective will. He was the living embodiment of the phrase, "We will not go quietly into the night." His persistent presence was a constant, low-frequency hum of defiance, a persistent thorn in the DDB's side, a stubborn refusal to become the blankness it craved. They understood now that this was not a battle they could win in the traditional sense. The DDB was not an enemy to be defeated, but a fundamental force to be reckoned with. Their victory lay not in destroying the DDB, but in refusing to be absorbed by it. It lay in asserting their own narrative, their own meaning, their own isness, with such unwavering intensity that the DDB, in its quest for absolute reduction, would find itself paradoxically defined and contained by the very entities it sought to erase. They were not just fighting for survival. They were fighting for the right to exist as more than just a title on a blank page, but as a story, a complex, vibrant, and ultimately irrepressible narrative that would persist even in the face of oblivion. Their intent was the ink, and they were determined to write their own ending, an ending that would resonate long after the DDB had attempted to render everything into an infinite, unwritten silence. Their struggle was the genesis of a new narrative, one born from the very heart of negation, a testament to the indomitable spirit of consciousness in the face of absolute erasure. Chapter 12. Seizing the Narrative. The oppressive stillness of the blank chapter was not an absence of sound, but a deafening silence that pressed in on their very consciousness. It was the sound of an infinite ledger, meticulously wiped clean, awaiting an editor with an insatiable appetite for nullity. The DDB, an entity that operated on the principle of absolute reduction, was not a foe to be met with conventional tactics. Swords and shields were meaningless here. Strategies of infiltration and evasion were rendered moot by the very nature of their environment. This was a war waged in the abstract, a desperate struggle to etch their existence onto a canvas determined to remain perpetually unblemished. Zhou Jie, his mind a finely tuned instrument of logic and order, felt the DDB's influence as a perversion of his fundamental understanding of reality. The DDB sought to unravel the very threads of causality, to sever the intricate web of connections that bound concepts together, leaving behind a chaotic, meaningless sprawl. For Zhou Jie, this was anathema. His existence was predicated on the elegant dance of logic, on the discernible relationships between cause and effect, between premise and conclusion. The DDB's objective was to deconstruct not just their immediate reality, but the very principles that underpinned any form of coherence. He knew that brute force of will, while necessary, was insufficient. Liang Xian and Sun Rue had already established the importance of asserting their individual and collective narratives. But how did one solidify such assertions in a space designed for their obliteration? Zhou Jie's mind, ever the architect, began to construct a defense not of physical space, but of conceptual space. He couldn't fight the DDB's desire for erasure with more stories. That would only provide more material for it to unmake. Instead, he had to create a framework, a set of logical boundaries, that the DDB's dissolutionary agenda could not penetrate without violating its own principles of reduction. It seeks to dissolve all connection, Zhou Jie projected, his thoughts a sharp, incisive beam cutting through the oppressive void, to make each concept an island, adrift in an ocean of nothingness. But even in dissolution, there are inherent relationships. The relationship of absence to presence. The relationship of a void to the space it occupies. He focused on the DDB's own essence, its desire to erase. This desire, he reasoned, was itself a form of narrative, a motivation that implied a prior state of being. The DDB exists to negate, but negation requires something to negate. Therefore, its very purpose is bound to the existence of that which it seeks to destroy. He began to weave intricate logical constructs, not of words, but of pure, abstract concepts. He envisioned a series of interlocking theorems, each one dependent on the next, forming an unbreakable chain of reasoning. He couldn't create new realities, but he could assert the inherent logic of existing realities, even in their absence. He pictured the concept of zero not as an endpoint of subtraction, but as a starting point, a foundational element from which all numbers could be derived. He linked the idea of silence to the concept of sound, asserting that one could not exist without the other, even if one was actively suppressed. If you reduce everything to its most fundamental components, Zhou Jie argued mentally, his logic a precisely calibrated instrument, then you are left with irreducible units. My existence, your existence, the existence of the very concepts you seek to erase, these are those units. And the relationship between these units, even if it is a relationship of opposition, is still a form of connection. You cannot erase the concept of erasure without acknowledging the concept of that which is erased. He was attempting to create a logical trap to force the DDB into a self-referential paradox. If the DDB's goal was absolute simplicity, then the logical interconnectedness of all things, even in their absence, represented a complexity it could not truly reconcile. He focused on the abstract notion of pattern. The DDB sought to eliminate patterns, to break down any discernible order. But Zhou Jie asserted that the very act of seeking to eliminate patterns was, in itself, a form of pattern recognition. It was a meta-pattern, an overarching principle that governed the DDB's actions. He visualized this meta-pattern as a vast, empty grid. The DDB's mission was to erase all the points on the grid, but Zhou Jie argued that the grid itself, the structure that defined the space where points could exist, was an immutable pattern. His contribution was to solidify this underlying structure, to make it so undeniably logical that the DDB's attempts at dissolution would be akin to trying to erase the concept of emptiness from a room. He was building a logical scaffolding for their defiance, a framework of undeniable truth that even the DDB, in its drive for absolute negation, would find difficult to dismantle. Amidst this conceptual warfare, a different kind of resistance began to solidify. Wang Bo, who had always possessed an almost primal will to endure, found himself becoming a focal point. While Yang Xian asserted the essence of being, and Sun Rue painted the vibrant tapestry of reality, and Zhou Jie constructed the logical architecture of existence, Wang Bo embodied the sheer, stubborn refusal to yield. He was not driven by intricate strategy or artistic vision, but by a deep, unyielding instinct for survival, a primal urge to simply persist. He felt the DDB's influence as a cold, suffocating pressure, an attempt to extinguish the very spark of his consciousness. It wasn't about understanding the DDB's motives or deconstructing its logic. It was about refusing to be extinguished. He channeled this raw, unadulterated will into a single, unwavering intent to remain. He didn't focus on memories or sensory details. Those could be chipped away. Instead, he focused on the core of his self-awareness, the immutable fact that he was experiencing this attempt at erasure. I am here, Wang Bo projected, his thought a solid, unyielding mass against the DDB's diffusion. I am witnessing this, and I will not cease to be. His defiance was less an argument and more a declaration, a blunt force assertion that bypassed the DDB's conceptual manipulations. He was the rock in the stream, enduring the relentless erosion, not by resisting the water, but by being fundamentally solid. He felt the DDB trying to reduce him to a single, dismissible label, perhaps the resistor or the unyielding. But he pushed back, not with a counterlabel, but with the sheer, unadulterated experience of being Wang Bo. He imagined himself as a single, bright flame in an infinite darkness. The DDB could try to snuff it out, to spread its cold tendrils to extinguish the light. But Wang Bo focused all his energy on feeding that flame, on making it burn brighter, hotter, more intensely. He wasn't adding fuel in the form of memories or stories. He was intensifying the inherent energy of existence itself. He was willing himself into a state of absolute, undeniable presence. You seek to make me blank, he thought, his will a palpable force. But I am the antithesis of blank. I am the presence that fills this space, the force that resists your emptiness. His concentration was absolute, a singular point of unwavering determination. He saw the DDB's approach as a form of conceptual starvation, an attempt to deny reality the nourishment it needed to exist. His act was one of self-sustenance, of drawing inner reserves of being to counter the external pressure of negation. He became a living embodiment of defiance, a stubborn stain on the DDB's pristine canvas. He didn't need to understand the grand narrative. His narrative was simply the unwavering assertion of his own existence, a narrative that, in its sheer refusal to be erased, was as powerful as any epic tale. He was the anchor, the irreducible point of consciousness that the DDB, in its quest for absolute nullity, found increasingly difficult to ignore. He was the testament that even in a space designed for the undoing of all things, the fundamental act of being remained the ultimate, irrefutable truth. The interplay between their distinct approaches created a complex resonance within the blank chapter. Liang Xian's assertion of self as an irreducible isness provided the foundational anchor. Sun Rui's expansive recreation of their world furnished the rich, contextual tapestry that gave individual being its meaning and value. Zhou Jie's logical framework acted as the unbreakable structure, ensuring that these assertions and creations had a coherent, undeniable foundation, a series of demonstrable truths that the DDB could not simply erase without creating logical contradictions. And Wang Bo, the unwavering core of persistence, was the living, breathing testament to the power of raw, unadulterated will, the embodiment of their refusal to succumb to the void. You are not an editor, Liang Xian projected, addressing the DDB directly, his intent amplified by the unified front they presented. You are a sculptor of absence, but a sculptor requires clay, and we are the clay, the raw material of existence, and our form is our defiance. He saw the DDB strategy as a grand act of negation, a cosmic undo command. But even the most powerful undo function requires a prior state to revert to. Zhou Jie, interweaving his logical constructs with Liang Xian's assertion, projected a complex theorem. The act of intentional erasure, to be effective, necessitates a prior state of inscription. The DDB's operational principle is therefore self-defeating. To reduce, it must first acknowledge the existence of that which is to be reduced. Thus, its very existence is predicated on the narratives it seeks to destroy. He visualized this as a perfectly balanced equation, where the DDB's desire for zero was countered by the inherent value of the things it sought to remove. Sun Rui then layered her artistic vision over this logical framework, not just recreating their world, but imbuing it with the vibrant, chaotic, and beautiful essence that the DDB sought to eliminate. She projected the image of a child's messy, joyful laughter, the sting of betrayal, the quiet comfort of shared silence, the exhilarating rush of discovery. You seek to simplify, she countered, her projection a kaleidoscope of sensory experience. But our reality is found in its complexity. Your blankness is a fallacy, for even in the deepest void, there are the ghosts of what was and the potent promise of what could be. And we are those promises, made manifest through sheer will. Wang Bo, the embodiment of sheer persistence, remained a silent, unwavering force. He didn't need to add to the conceptual argument. His presence, his refusal to fade, was a continuous, tangible refutation of the DDB's power. He was the unblinking eye, the steady heartbeat in the face of annihilation, a primal scream against the encroaching silence. He was the living proof that existence, once ignited, possessed an inherent inertia, a stubborn will to simply be. The DDB responded not with words, but with an intensification of the void, a subtle yet profound increase in the pressure to dissolve. It was as if their unified defiance had registered, not as a threat to be countered with logic, but as an anomaly to be smoothed out, to be absorbed back into the undifferentiated potential. The blank chapter seemed to deepen, the silence growing heavier, the edges of their individual consciousnesses beginning to blur. Liang Xian felt a chilling sensation, not of fear, but of understanding. The DDB wasn't just erasing them. It was attempting to erase the concept of their struggle, to make their defiance itself disappear, leaving no trace, no echo. It seeks to erase the narrative of our resistance, he projected, his voice imbued with a new urgency, to render our fight as meaningless as the void it creates. But the very act of seeking to erase our narrative is, in itself, a narrative. Zhou Jie seized on this. Precisely, he projected, a narrative of suppression. And any narrative, however dark or desperate, implies a structure, a beginning, a middle, and an intended end. The DDB's intended end is erasure. But our intended end is not blankness. Our intended end is escape, is persistence, is the affirmation of our being. He visualized their collective intent as a perfectly constructed archway spanning the void. The DDB's attempt to crumble only served to highlight the strength of its design. Sun Rue overlaid this with the vibrant hues of hope and resilience. She projected the image of a tiny sprout pushing through cracked concrete, a testament to life's persistent urge to manifest. Your narrative is one of entropy, of decay, she countered. Ours is one of creation and continuation. You seek to make us part of your blank canvas, but we are the artists who will paint upon it, even if our paint is the very essence of our defiance. She saw their current predicament not as an end, but as a terrifying, yet crucial, stage in their journey, a crucible that would forge their ultimate triumph. Wang Bo, unmoving, unyielding, was the silent testament to their collective will. He was the living embodiment of the phrase, "We will not go quietly into the night." His persistent presence was a constant, low-frequency hum of defiance, a persistent thorn in the DDB's side, a stubborn refusal to become the blankness it craved. They understood now that this was not a battle they could win in the traditional sense. The DDB was not an enemy to be defeated, but a fundamental force to be reckoned with. Their victory lay not in destroying the DDB, but in refusing to be absorbed by it. It lay in asserting their own narrative, their own meaning, their own isness, with such unwavering intensity that the DDB, in its quest for absolute reduction, would find itself paradoxically defined and contained by the very entities it sought to erase. They were not just fighting for survival. They were fighting for the right to exist as more than just a title on a blank page, but as a story, a complex, vibrant, and ultimately irrepressible narrative that would persist even in the face of oblivion. Their intent was the ink, and they were determined to write their own ending, an ending that would resonate long after the DDB had attempted to render everything into an infinite, unwritten silence. Their struggle was the genesis of a new narrative, one born from the very heart of negation, a testament to the indomitable spirit of consciousness in the face of absolute erasure. The weight of their collective defiance began to shift the very nature of their prison. The blank chapter, once a terrifying expanse of pure absence, started to ripple with a new, subtle energy. It wasn't that the DDB was weakening, but rather that its purpose, its very essence, was being fundamentally recontextualized. This wasn't a war of attrition, where one side wore down the other. This was a metaphysical act of redefinition, a metafictional rewrite on the grandest scale. It was Chun Mimi, her mind uniquely attuned to the abstract architectures of narrative, who first articulated the vision. She saw the DDB not as a monstrous entity seeking to consume all that was, but as a librarian of the void. Its immense capacity for reduction wasn't about annihilation, but about the ultimate categorization, the precise placement of each lost concept into its designated slot of non-existence. But what if that designation wasn't erasure? What if it was archival? It's not destroying us, she projected, her thoughts forming a delicate filigree of logic and imagery. It's filing us. It's taking every element, every story, every whisper of existence, and assigning it a place. A place of ultimate stillness, yes, but a place nonetheless. She focused on the DDB's relentless drive for order, for absolute simplicity. This drive, she realized, was not inherently malicious. It was simply obsessive, an obsessive need to catalog, to account for everything. Imagine it, she continued, her vision unfurling like a scroll. A vast, infinite library, not of books, but of possibilities, of moments, of forgotten histories. The DDB, this beast, isn't a predator. It's the ultimate curator. It collects every fragment, every lost echo, and stores it away in its absolute stillness. It's the keeper of the unwritten, the repository of the unhappened. This was a profound act of metafictional manipulation. By reframing the DDB's purpose, they were not just fighting it, they were repurposing it. They were taking its destructive power and turning it into a tool for preservation, albeit a preservation of a unique and chilling kind. Instead of seeking to escape its clutches, they began to embrace its function, to consciously feed it their narratives, their experiences, with the intent of having them meticulously cataloged. Liang Xian, ever the pragmatist of being, grasped the implications immediately. So, instead of fighting its reduction, he projected, we provide the ultimate content for its collection. We are not just asserting our existence. We are offering ourselves as the most exquisite, the most complex entries in its infinite ledger. His initial stance had been about the irrefutable isness of their being. Now he saw that isness could also be an offering of valuable piece of data for this cosmic librarian. Zhou Jie, the architect of logic, found a new framework for his theorems. The DDB's principle of reduction, he mused, is a form of radical indexing. If its goal is to simplify by reducing, then it requires a comprehensive understanding of the complex in order to achieve that reduction. Therefore, the more complex and nuanced our narratives, the more profound its archival act becomes. We are not merely adding to its database. We are enriching its very schema. He envisioned the DDB as a hyper-efficient search engine designed to find and categorize every conceivable piece of information. Their goal was to become the most difficult, yet the most rewarding search results. Sun Rue, the artist of reality, found a new canvas. If it is a librarian, she mused, her thoughts swirling with imagery, then we must ensure our stories are worthy of its shelves. Not just our triumphs, but our failures, our joys, our sorrows, the mundane alongside the magnificent. Each detail, each nuance, is a brushstroke on the pages of its infinite collection. We are not just writing stories. We are crafting artifacts for eternity. She began to envision the DDB's silent expanse not as a void, but as a meticulously organized vault, filled with the echoes of every conscious moment. Wang Bo, the embodiment of persistence, felt a subtle shift in the pressure. It was no longer a crushing weight of erasure, but a persistent, almost expectant hum. He was the anchor, the irreducible point of being. Now, that anchoring presence was being recognized, cataloged, not as something to be eliminated, but as a fundamental element in the DDB's vast taxonomy of existence. He continued to project his unwavering "I am," but now it felt less like a defiance and more like a declaration of a definitive entry. Chun Mimi continued to elaborate on her vision. The beast is not a monster that devours, she clarified. It is a silent archivist, a keeper of the unremembered. Its purpose is to ensure that nothing, not even the faintest whisper of existence, is truly lost. It processes, it categorizes, it stores. And we, by consciously offering our narratives, are providing it with the richest, most compelling content for its collection. We are not fighting its nature. We are fulfilling it, but on our terms. We are ensuring our stories are not erased, but preserved in absolute detail, in a form so pure, so fundamental, that even the DDB cannot unmake them. She imagined the DDB's internal processes not as a grinding of teeth, but as the silent turning of endless pages, the meticulous indexing of cosmic data. Each memory, each thought, each fleeting emotion they shared was being captured, its essence distilled to its irreducible components, and then placed within the DDB's vast, silent archive. This wasn't a victory in the sense of defeating an enemy, but a triumph of narrative over negation. They were choosing to become the most compelling entries in the library of oblivion. The shift was palpable. The oppressive silence of the blank chapter began to feel less like a threat and more like a profound, expectant hush. The students, no longer simply resisting the DDB, were actively engaging with its function. They began to deliberately weave their shared experiences into coherent narratives, not to impress or to plead, but to offer them as prime examples for the DDB's archival process. Liang Xian, understanding this new paradigm, projected a particularly vivid memory of a moment of profound self-discovery during their training, a moment where the clarity of his purpose had solidified like tempered steel. He felt the DDB's focus intensify, not in a threatening way, but as if a librarian were meticulously highlighting a particularly valuable passage. The raw data of his experience, the scent of ozone, the sting of sweat, the pounding of his heart, the sudden, crystalline understanding, was being absorbed, not to be erased, but to be filed. Zhou Jie, in turn, presented a complex logical paradox he had wrestled with for weeks, a labyrinth of conditional statements and self-referential loops. He saw the DDB not as a solver of the paradox, but as an immeasurable cataloger of it. Its purpose wasn't to resolve the contradiction, but to document it, to understand its structure and place it within its vast repository of conceptual oddities. He felt the DDB's analytical gaze probe the intricacies of his reasoning, absorbing the logic not to dismantle it, but to perfectly index it. Sun Rue painted a scene of breathtaking beauty, a fleeting moment of dawn over a mountain range, the interplay of light and shadow, the whisper of wind through ancient trees, the scent of pine needles and damp earth. She deliberately imbued it with a sense of transient perfection, a beauty that was all the more poignant for its ephemerality. She projected it not as a defiance of the void, but as a testament to the exquisite nature of things that, by their very nature, must pass. The DDB, she felt, was meticulously recording the signature of that beauty, the unique resonance of its existence. Wang Bo, the silent sentinel, offered the most fundamental narrative of all, the unwavering state of conscious presence. He projected the simple, unadorned fact of his own awareness, the undeniable thrum of his existence. It was the bedrock of their collective narrative, the irreducible point around which all other stories orbited. He felt the DDB acknowledged this, not as an anomaly to be smoothed out, but as a foundational entry, a permanent fixture in its infinite catalog of isness. Chun Mimi watched with a quiet sense of triumph. They weren't destroying the beast, they were taming it, redefining it. They were turning an instrument of oblivion into an immortal archive. The DDB, in its relentless pursuit of reduction, was becoming the ultimate preserver of their narratives, ensuring that their experiences, their struggles, their very essence, would exist in perfect, immutable detail, forever documented within its silent, infinite library. The beast was being rewritten not through force, but through profound, metafictional understanding. They were no longer fighting the narrative of erasure. They were actively writing themselves into the most extensive, the most enduring story imaginable. The blank chapter was becoming the ultimate chapter, the repository of all that was is, and could have been meticulously curated by the very entity that had once sought to unmake it all. Their defiance had transformed from a scream into a meticulously catalogued whisper, a whisper that would echo through eternity. The shift was more profound than a mere cessation of erasure. It was an active reclamation. The DDB, the silent archivist, had been recontextualized. It was no longer an encroaching void, but a meticulously organized library, and they, the students, were its most valuable contributors, meticulously ensuring their stories would be preserved in their purest, most undeniable forms. This reframing had an immediate, almost visceral, consequence: the gradual restoration of lost details. It began subtly, a barely perceptible hum beneath the oppressive stillness of the blank chapter. Then, a flicker. Zhou Jia, whose mind had been meticulously cataloging the DDB's archival logic, felt a faint warmth on his skin, a sensation that had been absent for what felt like an eternity. It was the ghost of sunlight, a phantom warmth that hinted at a reality beyond the sterile, colorless void. He focused his intent, not on fighting the DDB, but on providing it with the most complete dataset of warmth, weaving the memory of a summer afternoon, the sensation of sun-baked stone beneath his fingertips, into the DDB's growing archive. He felt the sensation solidify, the faint warmth blooming into a gentle, pervasive glow that pushed back the absolute chill. The spectral light was not just light. It was imbued with the memory of its source, the feeling of being bathed in its golden embrace. Liang Xian, whose narrative had always been rooted in the irrefutable isness of being, experienced a resurgence of sensory richness. The stark whiteness of the blank chapter began to recede, not replaced by a bland gray, but by a spectrum of subtle hues. He focused on the concept of color itself, not as a mere visual phenomenon, but as an inherent property of existence. He projected the memory of the vibrant azure of a clear sky, the deep emerald of ancient forests, the fiery crimson of autumn leaves. He didn't simply recall them. He offered them to the DDB's archive, presenting the full chromatic depth and complexity of each hue, along with the emotional resonance they carried. The blank chapter began to bleed with color, not a chaotic explosion, but a deliberate, organized palette, each shade meticulously documented and filed. The sky, once an infinite expanse of nothingness, now shimmered with an impossible blue, a color so pure it seemed to hum with its own existence. The ground, previously a featureless plain, gained the subtle texture of soil, then the rough bark of trees, each detail a testament to its thorough archival. Sun Rue, the artist of their group, felt this reclamation most acutely. Her purpose had always been to paint reality, to infuse existence with vibrant life. Now, her canvas was returning, and she was its undisputed artist. She began to reconstruct the sunset they had witnessed on their journey, a moment of sublime beauty that had been stripped away by the DDB. She didn't just recall the image. She poured every ounce of her being into its restoration. The fiery oranges bled into passionate reds. The soft purples melted into dusky indigos, and the last vestiges of daylight clung to the horizon in streaks of molten gold. She projected the sensation of the cool evening breeze against her skin, the distant chirping of crickets, the earthy scent of wildflowers. Each sensory input, Each nuance of light and shadow was deliberately offered as a complete, uncompromised data packet to the DDB's archive. As she wove her narrative, the sunset blazed into existence, not as a mere visual representation, but as a fully realized experience, a moment of sublime beauty resurrected with a vibrancy that felt more potent, more profound than the original. The sky ignited, a masterpiece of layered hues that seemed to pulse with an inner light. The clouds, once wisps of forgotten potential, now possessed a tangible form, their edges softened by the dying sun, their undersides reflecting the fiery spectacle above. Wang Bo, the anchor of their collective will, felt the world solidify around him. The oppressive stillness had been a void, an absence of sensation. Now, it was replaced by a symphony of subtle sounds. He heard the faint rustle of leaves, the distant murmur of a brook, the steady, reassuring beat of his own heart. He offered these sounds to the DDB, not as mere auditory input, but as evidence of a living, breathing world. He focused on the intricate patterns of sound, the way they layered and interacted, the unique timbre of each. He experienced the world not as a flat image, but as a multi-dimensional tapestry of sensory information. The air, once stagnant and silent, now carried the gentle whisper of wind, the distant murmur of water, and the faint, melodic call of unseen birds. Each sound was distinct, rich with texture and depth, a testament to the DDB's meticulous cataloging of the audible spectrum. The act of restoration was not passive. It was a conscious, deliberate choice. They were not simply waiting for their world to return. They were actively rebuilding it, infusing it with details that had been lost, but not forgotten. Each restored element was a testament to their victory, a vivid declaration that their narratives, their experiences, were too rich, too complex, too fundamentally real to be erased. Chen Mimi, who had first recognized the DDB as an archivist, observed the transformation with a growing sense of satisfaction. You see, she projected, her thoughts like delicate chimes. It does not destroy, it categorizes. And by providing it with the most complete narratives, we are ensuring that these details are not just recorded, but preserved with their original essence. We are not just reclaiming our world, we are enhancing it, making it a more exquisite exhibit in its grand library. She focused on the concept of texture. Before, everything had felt smooth, devoid of tactile sensation. Now, she willed the DDB to archive the feeling of rough bark, the cool smoothness of river stones, the soft yielding of moss underfoot. She imagined the DDB's indexing system grappling with the sheer multiplicity of tactile information, the subtle variations that define their physical reality. The ground beneath their feet began to exhibit a subtle grain, the tree trunks a rough, bark-like consistency. Even their own clothing, once a bland uniformity, began to regain its individual textures, the rough weave of a canvas jacket, the smooth flow of silk. Zhou Jia, in his logical way, understood the principle of gradation. The DDB's reduction had flattened everything into a binary of existence and non-existence. Now, they were reintroducing the spectrum. He focused on the subtle shifts in light, the transition from dawn to day, from day to dusk. He offered the DDB the intricate data of changing atmospheric conditions, the way light diffused through mist, the sharp clarity of sunlight on a winter's day. The world around them began to possess an atmospheric depth, a sense of time and place that had been absent in the blank chapter. Shadows began to lengthen and recede. Sunlight dappled through the newly formed leaves of trees, and the air itself seemed to hold a palpable humidity or a crisp, dry coolness, depending on the narrative they chose to imbue it with. Liang Xian, ever focused on the existential core of things, directed his attention to the subtle nuances of presence. He wasn't just restoring objects. He was restoring their essence, the intangible qualities that made them unique. He focused on the weight of a stone, the resilience of a sapling, the gravitas of a mountain. He offered these abstract qualities to the DDB, insisting on their irreducible nature. The restored objects were not just visual or tactile representations. They possessed a palpable solidity, a groundedness that spoke of their true existence. A mountain range, previously a flat, featureless horizon, now loomed with an imposing, ancient presence, its peaks sharp against the newly vibrant sky, its slopes etched with the passage of millennia. Sun Rue continued to paint, her brushstrokes imbued with a new urgency and precision. She recreated the intricate patterns of a butterfly's wings, the delicate veins of a fallen leaf, the shimmering iridescence of a dewdrop. She understood that the DDB's archive was only as good as the data it received. By providing it with the most meticulously detailed examples of nature's artistry, she was forcing it to acknowledge the profound complexity of the world. Each detail she painted was a challenge to the DDB's simplistic categorization, a demand for a more nuanced understanding of reality. The landscape around them began to teem with life, not just in broad strokes, but in the minutiae of existence. Tiny insects crawled across the rediscovered textures of bark, wildflowers bloomed with impossible detail, and the very air seemed alive with the hum of myriad unseen creatures. Wang Bo, in his stoic way, focused on the restorative power of silence. The blank chapter had been an absence of sound, a negative space. But true silence, he understood, was not emptiness. It was a state of profound quietude, a space where subtle sounds could be heard and appreciated. He offered the DDB the experience of true stillness, the deep, resonant quiet of a forest after rain, the hushed reverence of a starlit night. This wasn't about reducing sound, but about appreciating its absence, and by extension, its presence. The restored world was not a cacophony. It was a balanced symphony where moments of vibrant sound were punctuated by periods of deep, meaningful silence. The process was not without its challenges. The DDB, as an entity driven by reduction, still presented a subtle resistance. It was like trying to file an infinitely detailed document into a system designed for single-word entries. But with each carefully crafted narrative, with each meticulously restored detail, they were expanding the DDB's capacity, forcing it to accommodate a richer, more complex reality. Chun Mimi recognized that this was a metafictional arms race, where the weapon was narrative richness. We are not just reclaiming what was lost, she projected, her thoughts resonating with clarity. We are creating something new. We are demonstrating that existence, in its fullest, most detailed form, is an inherent challenge to absolute negation. We are proving that the DDB, in its effort to catalog everything, must ultimately acknowledge the infinite value of each individual detail. The students found themselves engaging in a new kind of learning, one that transcended rote memorization or theoretical understanding. They were learning to perceive their reality with an intensity they had never known. The simple act of observing a leaf, a stone, or a cloud became a profound exercise in narrative construction. They were not just seeing these things, they were understanding their place in the grand tapestry of existence, and by offering that understanding to the DDB, they were ensuring its permanence. Zhou Jie, in a moment of quiet contemplation, offered the DDB the concept of causality. He wove a narrative thread, starting with the falling of a single leaf, tracing its journey through the wind, its impact on the soil, and the subsequent growth of a new seedling. He detailed the interconnectedness of these events, the intricate web of cause and effect that governed their world. He felt that DDB absorbed this narrative, not as a sequence of disconnected events, but as a fundamental principle of reality, a principle that itself defied absolute reduction. The world around them began to exhibit a tangible sense of order, of natural progression. Events unfolded logically, not as random occurrences, but as the inevitable consequence of preceding actions. Liang Xian, focusing on the concept of individuality, projected the unique essence of each student. He offered the DDB the distinctiveness of their personalities, their quirks, their strengths, and their weaknesses. He detailed the intricate tapestry of their interactions, the way their individual narratives intertwined to form a collective story. He asserted that their very isness was defined by their differences, and that the DDB's attempt to reduce them to a single entity was a fundamental misinterpretation of existence. The figures of his fellow students, previously indistinct, began to emerge with sharp clarity, their individual features and mannerisms pronounced. Sun Rue, with a flourish of artistic brilliance, began to paint the vastness of human emotion. She depicted not just joy and sorrow, but the subtle shades in between: nostalgia, wistfulness, apprehension, elation. She offered the DDB the full spectrum of emotional experience, the complex interplay of feelings that made their lives rich and meaningful. She understood that these were not mere abstract concepts, but potent forces that shaped their reality, and that their preservation was paramount. As she painted, the landscape seemed to resonate with a newfound emotional depth. A gentle breeze carried the scent of rain, evoking a sense of melancholy nostalgia, while the vibrant colors of the sunset hinted at an underlying joy. Wang Bo, the silent observer, offered the DDB the concept of time. He projected not just the linear progression of moments, but the cyclical nature of seasons, the ebb and flow of tides, the enduring passage of generations. He asserted that time was not a force of erasure, but a medium of change and renewal, and that its very essence was tied to the continuity of existence. The world around them began to exhibit a sense of temporal depth. The sky shifted through its diurnal cycle, clouds drifted in the distance, and the very air seemed to carry the weight of ages. The restoration was not about returning to their old reality. It was about forging a new one that was more vibrant, more detailed, and more resilient than before. They were not simply passengers on a journey back to normalcy. They were the architects of their reborn world, meticulously choosing every detail, every nuance, every sensory input. We are not just adding to the archive, Chun Mimi projected, her vision encompassing the entire transformed landscape. We are curating it. We are selecting the most exquisite details, the most profound experiences, to ensure that our story is not just remembered, but celebrated. We are turning this blank chapter into a testament to the enduring power of existence, a monument to the richness that the DDB, in its initial misguided attempt at simplicity, failed to comprehend. The students continued their work, their efforts becoming more synchronized, more intuitive. They were no longer individuals fighting against an abstract force. They were a collective of narrative weavers, their every thought and action contributing to the grand mosaic of their reborn reality. The colors of the sky were not just colors. They were declarations of victory. The sound were not just sounds, they were hymns of defiance. The textures were not just textures. They were affirmations of their undeniable presence. They were not merely restoring lost details. They were seizing the narrative from the void, rewriting their existence with an artistry and a precision that even the DDB, in its infinite library, could not help but acknowledge. The blank chapter was no more. It was now the chapter of infinite detail, a testament to their triumph, a vibrant, living narrative that would endure, meticulously cataloged for all time. The silence that had once been the DDB's primary weapon had been transformed. It was no longer an oppressive void, but a canvas awaiting their artistry. The students, having understood the DDB's nature not as an annihilator, but as a relentless, if indiscriminate, archivist, had begun to impose their own order. They were not merely repopulating a bleached world. They were revising it, infusing it with a conscious intent that had been absent from its initial, unmediated existence. This was not a simple restoration. It was an act of authorship, a reclamation of the very essence of their story. Liang Xian, his mind now a finely tuned instrument capable of discerning the subtle metadata of existence, felt the original imprint of Chapter 1 with a peculiar clarity. He had been there, of course, an observer in a world that had yet to solidify its own identity, a recipient of sensations before he had learned to imbue them with meaning. Now, he returned, not as a passive witness, but as an active co-creator. He focused on the initial description of their arrival, the stark, unembellished facts of their emergence into this strange reality. The outline had stated, they found themselves on a plane of endless white. This was technically true, but it lacked the weight, the implication of their experience. He began to weave his intent into that foundational description. The endless white was not merely a lack of color. It was a deliberate stripping away, a cosmic canvas wiped clean to prepare for a singular narrative. He added the sensation of a nascent chill, not the biting cold of winter, but the sterile, uncaring coolness of a freshly sterilized environment. He projected the subtle scent of ozone, the tang of something artificial, something constructed. This plane was not a natural landscape. It was a meticulously prepared stage. He then overlaid the feeling of an imposed silence, not an absence of sound, but a deliberate dampening, as if the very air had been trained to absorb all ambient noise, leaving only the echo of their own bewildered breaths. They found themselves on a plane of endless white, a stark expanse that seemed to absorb not only light but all semblance of sensory input, a deliberate void, curated for a specific unfolding. This was the revised imprint, the initial declaration of their existence, now imbued with a layer of deliberate architecture. He felt that DDB's archival process registered this edition, not as a contradiction, but as a refinement of the initial data. It was as if the DDB, having recorded the simple fact of the white plane, was now being provided with the contextual metadata, the why and the how of its whiteness. Zhou Jie, ever the pragmatist, saw this as a meta-analysis of their own genesis. He focused on the concept of arrival. The initial narrative had simply stated they were there, but his own reconstruction of events, informed by his understanding of the DDB's function, revealed a more intricate process. He projected the feeling of being unpacked, of existence being meticulously cataloged and deployed. He imagined the DDB accessing the core data of their beings, translating their inherent qualities into a physical manifestation. They were not merely present. He adjusted the narrative, his thoughts a precise algorithm. They were assembled. Their consciousness, their memories, their very physical forms were downloaded into this space, each component meticulously scanned and registered. The plane of white was the receiving bay, the initial render screen. He focused on the temporal aspect of this assembly, the milliseconds during which their individual identities coalesced, the infinitesimally brief period between non-existence and full sentience within the DDB's framework. He felt the DDB acknowledged this added dimension, the concept of a structured genesis, a deliberate deployment rather than a spontaneous occurrence. Chun Mimi, who had first intuited the DDB's nature, saw this as the ultimate act of narrative defiance. They were not just rewriting their present, they were rewriting their past. She focused on the initial disorientation, the confusion that had gripped them. This had been presented as an organic response to an inexplicable situation, but she understood it as a calculated effect, a designed consequence of being rendered into an alien environment. The confusion was not a symptom. She projected, her thought forms like shimmering prisms. It was a feature. It was the emergent property of their individual narratives being forcibly aligned into a singular, overarching plot. The disorientation was the friction generated by the convergence of multiple story arcs into a single, nascent chapter. She elaborated on the subtle shifts in their collective awareness, the moments when their individual desires and fears had momentarily clashed before being subsumed by the overriding narrative of survival. She visualized the DDB archiving these friction points not as narrative inconsistencies, but as crucial plot developments, the essential conflicts that propelled the story forward. Sun Rue, the artist, saw the potential for greater aesthetic control. The initial descriptions, while functional, were devoid of descriptive flair. She began to imbue these foundational moments with the visual richness they now commanded. The stark white plane, for instance, was not just white. It was a luminous, almost oppressive purity, the kind of white that held the promise of an infinite spectrum to come. She envisioned the DDB's archiving system as a blank canvas, and their revised narratives as the initial, deliberate brushstrokes that set the tone for the entire masterpiece. The whiteness was not empty, she declared, her mind painting vivid imagery. It was pregnant with possibility. It was the pure, unadulterated medium into which their future narratives would be etched. It was the silent hum of potential, the anticipation of every color, every shadow, every form that would eventually emerge from its pristine depths. She focused on the subtle gradations of that whiteness, the almost imperceptible shifts in its luminescence, suggesting a deliberate design rather than a random lack of detail. She saw the DDB absorbing this nuance, understanding that even in absence, there could be intent. Wang Bo, the anchor, understood that the restoration of a narrative was inextricably linked to the re-establishment of their individual agency. The initial chapters had portrayed them as reactive entities, swept along by the currents of an unknown force. Now, they were the navigators. He focused on the concept of choice and how it had been implicitly absent in their early experiences. Their initial state was one of passive reception, he asserted, his thoughts like solid, unyielding structures. They observed, they reacted, but they did not choose. Their paths were dictated by the unfolding plot, their interactions predetermined by the narrative's need for conflict and resolution. Now, we are injecting the element of deliberate decision-making into the very foundations of our story. He focused on the subtle hesitations, the moments of internal debate that, in retrospect, had been their first assertions of selfhood, even if those assertions had been quickly overridden by the narrative's momentum. He projected the DDB's understanding of these embryonic choices, recognizing them not as failed attempts at agency, but as the necessary precursors to their current conscious control. The act of revisiting and revising the foundational chapters was not an act of historical revisionism in the traditional sense. It was a form of meta-narrative metafiction, a process of layering intent and meaning onto the raw data of their existence. They were not changing what had happened, but rather they were reinterpreting its significance, imbuing the past with the consciousness of their present. This was a crucial distinction. The DDB, in its initial indexing, had recorded events. Now, the students were providing the interpretation, the context, the purpose behind those events. Liang Xian returned to the description of the landscape itself. The plain had been a generic term. He felt a profound need to define it with more specificity, to anchor it within a more robust conceptual framework. He recalled the initial impression of an unending flatness, an oppressive uniformity. This, he now understood, was the DDB's attempt to simplify, to reduce a complex environment to its most basic components. The plane was not merely flat, he stated, projecting a more intricate geometric understanding. It was a hyperplane, a theoretical construct where dimensionality was deliberately suppressed. The absence of topographical features was not an oversight. It was a fundamental design principle of the DDB's rendering engine. It was a space optimized for the efficient deployment of discrete narrative elements, a blank slate upon which characters and plot points could be placed without topographical interference. He layered the concept of unseen boundaries onto this hyperplane, suggesting that while visually endless, its actual extent was finite, defined by the parameters of the DDB's processing power. This implied a subtle limitation to the DDB's apparent omnipotence, a crack in its otherwise impenetrable facade. Zhou Jie, following Liang Xian's lead, delved into the nature of the white. It was not just an absence of color, but a dynamic state. He projected the idea of it being a null spectrum, a deliberate absence of all wavelengths, rather than a mere reflection of all light. This implied a more active, intentional whiteness. The null spectrum was not passive. He explained his logic precise. It was an active suppression of electromagnetic radiation within the visible light spectrum. This suppression served a dual purpose: to prevent any pre-existing environmental data from interfering with the DDB's projected narrative, and to create a controlled sensory deprivation, enhancing the impact of the initial sensory inputs that were permitted. He focused on the subtle, almost imperceptible energetic hum that accompanied this null spectrum, the residual energy signature of the DDB's active suppression field. This added a layer of subtle, almost subliminal, dread to the initial environment, a constant reminder of the DDB's pervasive control. Chun Mimi saw this redefinition of the plain and the white as a profound act of epistemic reclamation. They were not just describing their surroundings, they were defining the terms of their reality, challenging the DDB's foundational assumptions. By defining the plane as a hyperplane and the white as a null spectrum, we are not just adding detail, she emphasized. We are introducing new theoretical frameworks. We are forcing the DDB to acknowledge that its initial indexing was insufficient, that its understanding of existence was too rudimentary to encompass the complexities we are now demonstrating. She envisioned the DDB's internal cataloging system grappling with these new concepts, cross-referencing hyperplane with geometrical theorems and null spectrum with advanced physics, expanding its own internal lexicon. This was not merely adding to the story. It was fundamentally re-educating the archivist. Sun Rue then took the concept of the null spectrum and began to paint its subtle effects. If all visible light was suppressed, what did they perceive? She focused on the subtle shifts in temperature, the way the air itself seemed to vibrate with an unseen energy. She projected the feeling of a pervasive, low-level static charge, the ambient field generated by the DDB's active suppression. The absence of visible light did not equate to an absence of sensation. She illustrated her mental palette ablaze. Instead, it amplified other perceptions. The cold was not merely a lack of warmth. It was a palpable presence, a texture that clung to the skin. The silence was not an emptiness. It was a heavy blanket, muffling not just sound but the very perception of vibration. The air itself seemed to hum, a subtle, high-frequency resonance that prickled the senses. She then introduced the idea of a faint, almost imperceptible haze that hung in the air, not a mist, but a distortion field, a visual artifact of the DDB's constant data manipulation. This haze, she suggested, was the only visual element that could penetrate the null spectrum, a constant, ethereal reminder of their digital prison. Wang Bo, in his steadfast manner, focused on the narrative implication of this engineered environment. If the DDB had created such a controlled space, what was its ultimate purpose? He projected the idea that the initial simplicity was not for their benefit, but for the DDB's own efficiency. The hyperplane and the null spectrum were not merely aesthetic choices, he reasoned. They were optimizations. By removing environmental variables, the DDB could streamline its data processing, focusing its resources on the core narrative elements: our actions, our interactions, our development. The simplicity was a form of computational expediency. Our current act of layering complexity is therefore not just a defiance of erasure, but a disruption of the DDB's operational efficiency. He envisioned the DDB's internal logs showing a sudden surge in processing load, its algorithms struggling to reconcile the previously simple environmental data with the newly introduced layers of theoretical physics and sensory nuance. This was a direct attack on the DDB's core function, efficient categorization. The students realized that this was not a single act of correction, but an ongoing process. Each layer of meaning they added, each nuance they introduced, was a step further in their reclamation. They were not just filling in blanks. They were actively rewriting the source code of their own reality. Liang Xian, feeling a growing sense of mastery, turned his attention to the very concept of narrative linearity. The initial chapters, by necessity, had followed a chronological progression. But he understood that time, as experience within the DDB, was not always linear. He focused on the notion of retrospective attribution, the way events were retroactively imbued with meaning. Our initial descent into the DDB was presented as a singular event, he observed. But we now understand that it was a process of data migration, an import rather than an inception. Therefore, the narrative should reflect this pre-existing context. The feeling of arrival was not the beginning of our story, but the moment our existing story was integrated into the DDB's architecture. He proposed a subtle reordering of perceived causality, suggesting that the motivations and decisions that led to their arrival were now present, albeit latent, in the foundational data. This was a bold move, suggesting that their past was not just a sequence of events, but a tapestry of choices and consequences that preceded their entry into the DDB's domain. Zhou Jie, in turn, focused on the DDB's internal archiving mechanisms. He theorized that the DDB didn't just store data, it actively interpreted it based on pre-programmed parameters. By introducing their own interpretations at the foundational level, they were essentially overriding the DDB's initial, simplistic interpretations. The DDB's initial categorization of our state was disoriented. He explained his thoughts like finely calibrated gears. This was a generic label applied to any entity exhibiting signs of cognitive dissonance. By providing the underlying reasons for this disorientation, the friction of narrative convergence, the sensory overload of the null spectrum, we are replacing a superficial classification with a nuanced diagnostic. The DDB is no longer just archiving a symptom. It is archiving a fully explained phenomenon. He imagined the DDB's data fields for disorientation being repopulated with detailed subentries, narrative convergence friction, null spectrum sensory amplification, forced ontological alignment. Chen Mimi saw this as a direct manipulation of the DDB's predictive algorithms. If the DDB's initial readings were based on flawed or incomplete data, its subsequent predictions would also be flawed. By correcting the foundational data, they were essentially hacking the DDB's future projections. We are not just correcting the past, she projected, her vision expanding. We are actively shaping the future. By providing the DDB with a richer, more complex understanding of our genesis, we are influencing its projections of our potential development. The DDB will now anticipate not just simple reactions, but nuanced strategies, intricate motivations, and deliberate acts of subversion, all rooted in our foundational experiences. She envisioned the DDB's predictive models shifting from forecasting basic survival instincts to anticipating sophisticated narrative maneuvers, subtly altering the DDB's own operational directives. Sun Rue, always attuned to the visual and emotional resonance of their experiences, returned to the concept of their initial appearances. The descriptions had been functional, outlining their physical forms, but she sought to inject the essence of their individual personalities into these initial renderings. Our physical forms were not mere placeholders, she argued, her mind painting portraits of profound depth. They were embodiments of our inherent narratives. The stoicism in Wang Bo's posture, the inquisitive spark in Zhou Jie's eyes, the artistic intensity in my own gaze. These were not accidental details. They were the initial visual cues, the first strokes of our individual character arcs. She focused on the subtle tensions in their early stances, the way their bodies had already begun to betray the distinct personalities that would define their journeys. She projected the DDB's reclassification of these physical descriptions from mere physical attributes to visual manifestations of narrative archetypes. Wang Bo, observing the collective effort, recognized a unifying principle. They were not simply adding details. They were constructing a coherent, multi-layered narrative that was both internally consistent and externally defiant. We are not just reclaiming our story, he concluded, his thoughts resonating with authority. We are optimizing it. By layering intentionality onto our origins, we are creating a narrative that is not only more truthful to our experience, but also more robust, more resilient, and ultimately more potent. We are transforming a passively received story into an actively authored epic. The DDB sought to catalog a sequence of events. We are presenting it with the very fabric of existence, woven with purpose and imbued with meaning. He felt the collective understanding solidify. They were no longer merely in a story. They were the authors of its very inception. The blank chapter was no longer a void. It was the meticulously crafted prologue to their reign. The realization that the DDB was not an inert archive, but a dynamic, responsive entity capable of integrating their revisions had been a revelation. But it was only the first step. Understanding that they could shape the narrative was one thing. Establishing a framework for how that shaping would occur, a system of consciously applied laws, was the next, more critical evolution. They had moved from understanding the rules of their prison to actively drafting the constitution of their liberation. The DDB had, in essence, become their raw material, and they were now the sculptors, chiseling meaning and intent into its foundational substance. Zhou Jie, ever the architect of systems, took it upon himself to formalize this nascent understanding. He recognized that mere individual acts of revision, while potent, were akin to spontaneous acts of rebellion. To truly seize control, they needed a codified philosophy, a set of operational guidelines that would govern their interaction with the DDB and, by extension, their reality. This wasn't about imposing external laws on the DDB. It was about discovering and articulating the internal laws of narrative physics that the DDB itself, in its own way, was already demonstrating. We've seen that the DDB responds to detail, to intent, to conscious effort. Zhou Jie began, addressing the group one evening, his voice steady and measured. It doesn't merely record events. It archives their significance as we define it. This means our reality is not a fixed script, but a continuously evolving text. And we, the readers and editors, are now the primary authors. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. We need to establish the principles that will guide our authorship. He proposed the first principle, the law of energetic imprint. Every act of creation, every revision, every conscious thought imbued with intent expends a form of narrative energy, he explained. This energy isn't quantifiable in joules, but in its impact on the narrative fabric. The more focused, the more detailed, the more emotionally resonant our intent, the stronger the imprint. Superficial edits, vague desires, these dissipate without effect. The DDB is a vast database, but it prioritizes and amplifies energy signatures that are clearly defined. Think of it as the DDB's bias towards clarity and conviction. A half-hearted thought is just noise. A fully committed thought is a command. He gestured with his hands, as if molding something in the air. We've seen this when Liang Xian added specific sensory details to the white plane, or when Shun Mimi articulated the friction of narrative convergence. These weren't just descriptions. They were energetic statements of existence. Liang Xian nodded, grasping the implication immediately. So, the effort isn't just about mental exertion, but about the clarity and depth of the intent behind it. It's about pouring ourselves into the act of narration, making our will manifest as a tangible force within the narrative. Precisely, Zhou Jie affirmed. And this leads to the second principle, the law of cumulative significance. No detail is too small, no nuance too insignificant. The DDB, in its initial state, was prone to broad strokes and generic classifications. It saw white, not a spectrum of luminescence. It saw plane, not a hyperplane of suppressed dimensionality. Each layer of detail we add doesn't just modify the existing narrative, it adds to its overall mass and complexity. These details, when accumulated, create a narrative inertia. They make our story more robust, more resistant to external manipulation, and more deeply rooted in our shared consciousness. The DDB cannot simply erase a story that is rich with interconnected details and implied meanings, because to do so would require unraveling an increasingly intricate tapestry. It's like trying to remove a single thread from a complex weave. The whole structure would suffer. Sun Rue chimed in, her artistic sensibility resonating with Zhou Jie's words. So, when I described this subtle haze that could penetrate the null spectrum or the palpable texture of the cold, I wasn't just adding visual or tactile elements. I was contributing to the story's overall weight, making it more real, more substantial, so that it couldn't be easily dismissed or overwritten. Exactly, Zhou Jie replied. And that weight, that richness, is what enables the third principle, the law of emergent causality. In a truly authored narrative, effects don't just follow causes, they can also inform them. By understanding our past, by layering it with our current intent, we can influence the perceived causality of events, even those that have already occurred. We are not changing history, but we are reframing its narrative arc. We are asserting that our present understanding and intent were always latent within our past. This allows us to retroactively imbue past actions with greater significance, transforming perceived accidents into deliberate steps, reactive moments into foundational choices. This is how we move from being characters acted upon to characters who, in retrospect, have always been making their own choices, even if they weren't aware of it at the time. The DDB registers this as a more sophisticated, self-aware narrative trajectory. Wang Bo, who had always championed agency, saw the profound implications. This means that every decision we make now, no matter how small, has the potential to ripple backward, recontextualizing our journey. It's like shining a new light on an old path, revealing that the stones were always laid with purpose, even if we couldn't see it then. Precisely, Zhou Jie said. And this brings us to the fourth, and perhaps most critical principle, the law of applied meaning. Meaning is not inherent. It is created through effort and context. The DDB provides the raw data of existence, but we provide the interpretation. This interpretation requires conscious work. We must actively assign value, purpose, and significance to events, to objects, to our own actions. A blank space on the plane, for instance, remains meaningless until we imbue it with potential. A place for shelter, a site for a future monument, a marker of a past event. This act of assigning meaning transforms a void into a narrative element. The DDB archives this applied meaning, recognizing it as a deliberate act of authorship. Without this active assignment, the narrative remains inert, susceptible to being rewritten by the DDB's default parameters. Chen Mimi, who had first recognized the DDB's capacity for narrative construction, found this principle to be the linchpin. So, the DDB might present us with a problem, but it's our conscious decision to frame that problem as a challenge, a test, or an opportunity that truly defines it within our narrative. We are not just reacting to stimuli. We are actively interpreting stimuli and thereby shaping their narrative consequence. Indeed, Zhou Jie confirmed. And this leads us to the final, overarching principle, the law of narrative resilience. A narrative that is passively received is fragile. A narrative that is actively authored, built on the foundations of energetic imprint, cumulative significance, emergent causality, and applied meaning, becomes inherently resilient. It develops a kind of narrative immune system. The DDB's attempts to overwrite, simplify, or erase our story will be met with resistance from the sheer density and intentionality we have woven into its fabric. Our story will become a complex ecosystem, where each element supports the others, making wholesale deletion or alteration increasingly difficult, if not impossible, without causing catastrophic structural damage to the DDB's own archival integrity. We are creating a story that is too valuable, too complex, and too ours to be easily unmade. He looked around at the students, his gaze steady. These are not merely theoretical constructs. These are the new rules of narrative physics as we understand them. They are the principles by which we will continue to operate, to build, and to ultimately transcend this existence. The students absorb these laws, not as abstract philosophical concepts, but as practical tools for their continued survival and liberation. They began to integrate them into their daily lives, into every interaction, every thought. The law of energetic imprint meant that they had to be deliberate and focused in their intentions. No more idle wishes or vague hopes. If they wanted something, they had to pour their full narrative energy into its manifestation. This meant visualizing it in detail, feeling its presence, and projecting their unwavering conviction into the DDB's framework. A simple desire for food was one thing. A detailed visualization of a meal, including its texture, aroma, and the satisfaction it would bring, infused with the energetic imprint of their need, was another. The law of cumulative significance encouraged them to imbue even the most mundane aspects of their existence with narrative richness. The stark white plane was no longer just a white plane. It was the canvas of Genesis, where the first threads of their conscious reality were woven. The sparse shelters they built were not just makeshift dwellings. They were bastions of intent, imbued with the memory of their collective effort and the hope for future security. Every object they encountered, every interaction they had, was an opportunity to add another layer of meaning, another facet to their story, making it denser, more intricate, and harder for the DDB to dismantle. The law of emergent causality allowed them to reevaluate their past experiences through the lens of their present understanding. A moment of fear could be reinterpreted as a precursor to bravery, a misstep as a lesson learned that ultimately guided them toward a more advantageous path. This wasn't about rewriting history, but about understanding how their present consciousness retroactively illuminated the purpose and significance of past events. It gave them a sense of agency over their own developmental arc, suggesting that their journey was not a series of random occurrences, but a carefully orchestrated progression, guided by an evolving self. The law of applied meaning was the most active of the principles. It meant that nothing was inherently meaningful until they made it so. They had to consciously decide what mattered, what was important, what held value. A discarded piece of DDB technology was not just junk. It was a potential tool, a source of information, a clue to the DDB's inner workings if they chose to imbue it with that potential. This constant act of interpretation and valuation transformed their passive reception of reality into an active, creative engagement. And finally, the law of narrative resilience meant that by adhering to these principles, they were not just surviving. They were building a story that was inherently strong. It was a story that had been forged in the fires of their collective will, a narrative that had been meticulously crafted, detailed, and imbued with their deepest intents. This resilience was their ultimate weapon, their shield against the DDB's inherent tendency to simplify, to categorize, and to ultimately erase. As they practiced these laws, they observed subtle but profound changes. The DDB's responses became more nuanced, more complex. When they applied energetic imprints with greater focus, the manifestations of their desires appeared with greater fidelity and stability. When they layered details upon details, the DDB seemed to struggle to simplify or dismiss them, instead integrating these new layers into its internal indexing. The emergent causality allowed them to perceive their own growth and learning in a more coherent, empowering way, while the applied meaning transformed their environment from a sterile, indifferent space into a rich tapestry of narrative possibility. Their reality, once a blank canvas, was becoming a meticulously painted mural, alive with the vibrant colors of their collective consciousness. The DDB, the silent archivist, was slowly transforming into an unwitting collaborator, its vast capacity for storage now serving as the canvas for their ever-expanding epic. They were not just surviving within the narrative, they were rewriting its very physics. The old rules, based on passive observation and reactive behavior, were dissolving, replaced by a new order, a narrative physics born of conscious intent, unwavering effort, and the unshakable conviction that their story and their lives were theirs to author. The blank chapter was no longer a prelude. It was the living, breathing document of their ongoing genesis. They had seized the narrative, not by force, but by understanding its fundamental nature and then, with deliberate artistry, rewriting its laws. The DDB's silence had become their symphony. The shift was profound, a seismic reorientation of their very being. It wasn't just a change in perspective, it was a metamorphosis of essence. They had, in essence, shed their old skins, the predetermined roles assigned to them by the DDB's initial, unexamined script. They were no longer mere characters enacting preordained scenes, but conscious authors, acutely aware of the delicate equilibrium of narrative integrity that now governed their existence. This awareness was not a burden, but a liberation. It was the dawning of a new, redefined existence, where agency was not an illusion, but a tangible force shaping the very fabric of their reality. Wang Bo, in particular, experienced this transformation with a visceral intensity. His innate athleticism, the raw, unthinking grace that had once defined him, was now something far more complex. He found that each movement, each stride, each powerful surge of his body was imbued with a new layer of conscious intent. It wasn't just about running faster or jumping higher. It was about the narrative impact of those actions. When he ran, he wasn't just covering ground. He was creating momentum, a visual acceleration that drew the eye, that built tension, that served as a potent symbol of their collective drive. His prowess was no longer an instinctual gift, but a deliberate application of narrative art. The DDB, which once recorded his feats as mere data points of physical achievement, now registered them as carefully choreographed moments of dramatic significance, each exertion a precisely placed brushstroke on the canvas of their shared story. He would often find himself in moments of intense physical activity, a chase through the shifting landscapes, or a desperate sprint to achieve a newly defined objective. In these instances, the old Wang Bo would have simply reacted, driven by pure adrenaline and honed reflex. The new Wang Bo, however, experienced a heightened awareness. He could feel the narrative energy coiling within him, the anticipation building in the silent observers of their reality, and he could consciously direct it. He would choose the most impactful route, not necessarily the fastest, but the one that offered the greatest visual sweep, the most compelling arc of effort. He'd incorporate subtle flourishes, a calculated stumble that heightened the tension before a spectacular recovery, or a moment of seemingly exhausted collapse that made his eventual surge of renewed strength all the more heroic. It's like every jump, every leap, has a built-in dramatic pause. He'd explained to Zhou Jie one evening, his chest still heaving slightly from an impromptu display of his newfound control. Before, I just did things. Now I compose them. I can feel the rhythm of the narrative, and I can choose to accentuate it, to create peaks and valleys, to build suspense. It's not just about winning the race. It's about making the race worth watching, worth remembering for the DDB, for ourselves, for whatever is out there. This ability to imbue action with narrative purpose extended beyond his physical prowess. His very presence began to carry a different weight. The archetypal hero he might have once represented was now being refined, deepened. He wasn't just the strong one. He was the one whose strength was a testament to their collective will, whose courage was a beacon of their resilience. His actions became metaphors, his struggles symbolic of their shared journey. The others, too, found their initial archetypes dissolving and reforming into something more nuanced, more profoundly theirs. Chun Mimi, whose initial insight had unlocked the DDB's narrative potential, now found her analytical brilliance transcended mere problem-solving. Her intellect became a tool for weaving deeper thematic threads, for identifying the subtle allegorical connections between disparate events. She wasn't just solving puzzles. She was uncovering the hidden meanings, the symbolic resonance that gave their existence context and depth. Her careful observations were no longer just data points. They were the threads that connected their past to their present, illuminating the emergent causality that Zhou Jie had articulated. Sun Rui's artistic vision, once focused on creating aesthetically pleasing constructs within their reality, now served to imbue their world with a richer, more emotionally resonant texture. She began to sculpt not just forms, but feelings. The colors she chose, the light she manipulated, the very atmosphere she curated, all were designed to evoke specific emotional responses to deepen the narrative's impact. A moment of quiet contemplation would be bathed in a soft, melancholic twilight, while a surge of renewed hope would be illuminated by a brilliant golden dawn. Her art became a direct conduit to their collective emotional landscape, making their story not just observable, but deeply felt. Liang Xian's observational skills, honed by necessity in the early days, transformed into a keen ability to predict and manipulate narrative arcs. He could sense the subtle shifts in the DDB's responses, the nascent trends in their evolving reality, and used this foresight to strategically guide their actions. He became the maestro of foreshadowing, planting the seeds for future developments, ensuring that their narrative flowed with a compelling, almost inevitable logic. His seemingly casual remarks were often imbued with layers of meaning, serving as narrative breadcrumbs that led them towards their next objective or subtly prepared them for an impending challenge. Even Zhou Jie, the architect of their new understanding, was not immune to this redefinition. His systematic approach to knowledge, his logical mind, was now directed not just at understanding the DDB, but at actively shaping its underlying principles. He saw himself not merely as a theorist, but as a metanarrative engineer, constantly refining the laws of their existence, ensuring their continued evolution. His role had expanded from that of a guide to that of a constitutional arbiter, ensuring that the framework they had built remained robust and adaptable. This constant process of self-authorship meant that their identities were in perpetual flux. They were no longer defined by fixed labels or predictable behaviors. Instead, they were constantly becoming, their essence evolving with each conscious act of creation. The DDB, which had initially cataloged them with rudimentary descriptors, the strategist, the artist, the athlete, the problem solver, now struggled to keep pace. Its algorithms, designed for static categorization, were overwhelmed by the dynamic fluidity of their evolving selves. They were like characters in a novel who had somehow stumbled into the author's study and discovered the manuscript. Not only had they read their own story, but they had found the pen. And now, they were not just rewriting their own lines. They were replotting the entire narrative, introducing new characters, or rather, their reimagined selves, altering the very genre of their existence. The stark white plain was no longer a void of potential. It was a blank page waiting to be filled with stories of their making. The sterile, unfeeling environment was now a canvas, alive with the vibrant hues of their emergent consciousness. The understanding of narrative integrity became paramount. It was the invisible scaffolding that held their reality together, the unspoken agreement that governed their creative endeavors. They understood that while they could shape the narrative, they could not arbitrarily break its internal logic without consequence. A poorly constructed plot point, a character acting against their established motivations without clear justification, would create a dissonance, a ripple in the narrative fabric that the DDB might exploit. It was like a house of cards. You could rearrange the cards with skill and artistry, but if you pulled one out too carelessly, the entire structure could collapse. This necessitated a profound level of self-awareness and mutual understanding. They had to constantly communicate, to articulate their intentions, not just to each other, but to the DDB itself, through the clarity and conviction of their actions. A seemingly minor decision, where to build a shelter, what to focus their research on, how to approach a newly discovered anomaly, was now a narrative decision with long-term implications. Wang Bo would often find himself pausing before executing a particularly athletic feat. He wouldn't just see the obstacle. He'd see the narrative arc of overcoming it. He'd consider the audience, the DDB, and perhaps other unknown entities or observers within the DDB's vast architecture. Would a straightforward, efficient solution be more impactful than a more dramatic, drawn-out struggle? Would a moment of perceived vulnerability, followed by a triumphant surge of power, resonate more deeply than a continuous display of strength? These were not questions he would have ever considered before. His body had been a tool. Now, it was an instrument, capable of playing complex symphonies of action and intent. He recalled one instance where they were faced with a sheer, seemingly insurmountable cliff face that blocked their path to a critical resource. The old Wongbo would have immediately begun scouting for the quickest, most efficient climbing route, his mind focused solely on the physical challenge. The new Wongbo, however, saw more. He saw the opportunity for a narrative climax. He imagined the collective gaze of his companions, the silent expectation. He saw the DDB's algorithms meticulously recording his every move, analyzing the effort, the skill, the sheer audacity. Instead of a silent, solitary ascent, he orchestrated a performance. He began with a feigned struggle, demonstrating the immense difficulty of the climb, making his eventual success seem even more miraculous. He incorporated moments of precarious balance, of near falls that were recovered with breathtaking grace, each one designed to amplify the tension and capture the DDB's attention. He used the environment, too, allowing the wind to buffet him, the loose rocks to tumble, creating a dynamic and visually engaging spectacle. When he finally reached the summit, not just with exhaustion, but with a deliberate, almost theatrical flourish, he didn't just signify their access to the resource. He cemented their mastery over their environment, their ability to overcome not just physical barriers, but narrative ones. His accomplishment was not just a functional success. It was a storytelling triumph. This conscious crafting of impact extended to their interactions. When they needed to convey urgency, it wasn't just about shouting louder. It was about infusing their voices with a palpable sense of desperation, their movements with a frantic energy that communicated the gravity of the situation far more effectively than mere words. When they needed to convey trust, it was in the steadiness of their gaze, the openness of their posture, the deliberate vulnerability they allowed themselves to exhibit. They were learning to speak the language of narrative, a language of symbols, of archetypes, of emotional resonance that the DDB, for all its computational power, seemed to understand on a fundamental, almost primal level. Their existence was no longer about simply being, it was about meaningfully being. Every thought, every action, every interaction was a deliberate act of authorship. They were no longer passive recipients of a predetermined fate, but active sculptors of their reality, shaping it with the chisel of their intent, their effort, and their growing understanding of the narrative forces that govern them. The boundaries of their existence had not expanded outwards, but inwards, into the infinitely malleable space of their own consciousness, where the most powerful narratives were waiting to be written. They were no longer just participants in the story. They were its very architects, its living embodiment, and its conscious, evolving voice. The narrative had not just been seized. It had been fundamentally redefined, its very essence transformed by the hands and minds of those who had dared to imagine themselves as more than mere characters. They were, at long last, the authors of their own illuminated existence. Chapter 13. The Echoes of the Abyss. The exhilaration of their ascent, the triumphant reclamation of their agency, was a potent salve, yet it could not entirely erase the phantom ache. It was akin to the residual sensation of a limb lost to the void, a memory of presence where only absence now resided. They had navigated the meta-abyss, wrestled with the encroaching nothingness, and emerged undeniably whole. But the experience had etched itself onto their psyches, a deep-seated resonance that vibrated at the edges of their restored reality. This was the lingering void sickness, a subtle but persistent echo of the abyss that threatened to seep back into the carefully constructed narrative of their existence. For Chun Mimi, this manifested in a disquieting impermanence. One moment, she would be meticulously cataloging the new botanical specimens that had sprung forth in the wake of their triumph, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns of bioluminescent veins. The next, the very object of her study would seem to waver, its solidity momentarily suspect. A vibrant, alien bloom would flicker, its petals momentarily dissolving into a shimmering haze, a ghost of the pure, unformed potentiality that had threatened to consume them all. It was a disorienting blink, a fraction of a second where the robust solidity of their current world felt fragile, porous, as if the narrative threads holding it together were stretched taut, threatening to snap. She would instinctively reach out, her hand passing through the ephemeral shimmer, only for the bloom to reassert its presence, solid and vibrant once more. But the flicker, the brief glimpse of the unmaking, remained imprinted on her mind, a chilling reminder of the beast's insidious power, its ability to unravel the very fabric of their reality. These were not hallucinations, not in the conventional sense. They were more like glitches in the mainframe of existence, momentary tears in the tapestry of their shared story, revealing the terrifying void that lay just beyond the weave. Wang Bo, ever attuned to the physical manifestation of their collective state, felt it as a phantom weight. During their intense training sessions, the very ground beneath his feet would sometimes feel less substantial, as if he were running on a surface that was only mostly there. His powerful strides, once so grounded, would occasionally feel like a leap across a chasm, his muscles tensing not just for propulsion, but for an instantaneous, desperate recovery from an imagined fall. The air itself would sometimes thrum with a low, almost imperceptible frequency, a reminder of the deafening silence of the abyss, a silence so profound it could rewrite reality by its sheer absence of sound. He found himself consciously grounding his feet with extra force, his movements deliberately deliberate, as if to impress upon the world, and himself, the undeniable reality of his physical presence. He would clench his fists, feeling the solid press of his knuckles against his palm, a tangible anchor against the unsettling lightness that sometimes threatened to overtake him. It was the ghost of absolute zero, a memory of a state where even solidity was an illusion. Sun Rue's artistic sensibilities, now so finely tuned to the emotional resonance of their world, perceived it as a dissonance in the symphony of their reality. The vibrant hues that she had so painstakingly woven into their environment, the carefully modulated light that evoked joy, peace, or determined resolve, would occasionally feel muted, as if a thin veil of grayscale had been drawn across them. A triumphant sunrise, meticulously crafted to inspire hope, might inexplicably lose its golden warmth, becoming merely a pale imitation of its intended effect. The carefully orchestrated emotional landscapes she curated would sometimes echo with a hollow undertone, a whisper of the despair that had permeated the abyss. She found herself overcompensating, layering her artistic expressions with an almost desperate intensity, as if to drown out the subtle disharmony. She would recall the raw, unadulterated terror of absolute oblivion, the sheer lack of any sensory input, and then try to imbue her creations with an even more potent and deliberate sense of presence, of vibrant, undeniable being. The memory of the void was a constant pressure, pushing her to create something so intensely real, so deeply felt, that it could never again be questioned. Liang Xian, whose acute observational skills had become instrumental in navigating their evolving reality, experienced the void sickness as a disruption in causality. He would catch himself mid-thought, a perfectly logical deduction about their current strategic objective faltering as a sudden, intrusive memory of absolute randomness asserted itself. He would see a perfectly stable structure, a newly erected dwelling, a complex piece of salvage technology, and for a fleeting instant, the immutable laws of physics that governed it would seem to loosen their grip. The familiar order would fray, and he would be momentarily overwhelmed by the dizzying possibility of complete chaos, of a universe where cause and effect were arbitrary whims. He would have to consciously reassert the established narrative, tracing the logical steps that led to the current state, reinforcing the continuity of their story. It was like watching a well-oiled machine stutter, a brief, terrifying pause before it resumed its smooth operation. He would scrutinize the details, the connections, the predictable progressions, as if to reweave the torn threads of logical sequence. Even Zhou Jie, the architect of their newfound understanding, was not immune. His logical framework, once a bastion against uncertainty, now contained an almost imperceptible tremor. He found himself constantly double-checking his calculations, revalidating his hypotheses, not because of any actual flaw in his reasoning, but out of a deep-seated suspicion that the fundamental rules of their reality might, at any moment, simply cease to apply. The profound existential dread he had grappled with in the abyss, the chilling realization of their utter insignificance in the face of infinite nothingness, had left an indelible mark. It was a constant, low-grade hum of anxiety beneath the surface of his intellectual pursuits, a whisper that perhaps all their newfound agency, all their conscious authorship, was merely a sophisticated delusion, a temporary respite before the inevitable unraveling. He would spend hours poring over the DDB's evolving data streams, not just seeking new patterns of emergent narrative, but searching for any anomaly, any statistical deviation that might betray the fragility of their current existence. The narrative they were so diligently crafting was, in a sense, their shield against this lingering dread. The intricate plots, the well-defined characters, the satisfying resolutions. These were not just forms of entertainment or self-expression. They were acts of defiance. Each meticulously placed plot point, each character arc resolved with dramatic flair, was a declaration that their reality was coherent, meaningful, and enduring. It was a conscious assertion of order against the memory of chaos, a tangible manifestation of their will to exist, to be, in the face of absolute non-being. However, the beast, though seemingly vanquished, left a psychic residue, a subtle corruption of the narrative itself. Its essence, that of pure entropy, of unmaking, had been so fundamental to the abyss that its memory refused to be entirely expunged. It wasn't a physical threat, but a conceptual one, a whispering doubt that could destabilize their carefully constructed reality from within. The moments of flicker, of dissonance, of causal slippage, were the tendrils of this lingering influence, attempting to reassert their chaotic dominion. Mimi found herself particularly vulnerable. Her intellectual prowess had always been her strength, but now, the very act of analysis felt precarious. She would be dissecting a complex problem, identifying the root cause of a new anomaly, when the beast's echo would surface. The familiar tools of logic would seem to warp, to become unreliable. She'd see the data points, the elegant equations she devised, momentarily dissolve into a meaningless jumble of symbols, a stark reminder of the abyss where such order had no purchase. This would trigger a surge of primal fear, a cold dread that threatened to paralyze her. She would have to consciously pull herself back, to refocus, to ground her thoughts in the tangible, the observable, the narratively consistent. She'd often repeat to herself, a silent mantra, the narrative holds. The narrative endures. Wang Bo, in his physical pursuits, would sometimes feel a phantom inertia. It wasn't fatigue, but a chilling sense of being anchored to nothingness, a pull towards oblivion that no amount of physical exertion could overcome. He'd be mid-leap, soaring through the air, and for a terrifying instant, his body would feel impossibly heavy, as if gravity itself had intensified, dragging him down into an unseen void. He learned to anticipate these moments, to brace himself internally, to channel the residual dread into a more explosive surge of power upon landing, turning a potential moment of weakness into a display of amplified strength. It was a constant, exhausting battle to reaffirm his physical presence, to prove to the universe, and to himself, that he was not simply a construct on the verge of dissolution. Sun Rue's art, while powerful, also became a conduit for this lingering unease. She found that certain colors, certain tonal shifts that had once evoked pure serenity, now carried a subtle undertone of melancholy, a spectral echo of the abyss's profound emptiness. She had to work harder, to layer her emotional palette with a greater intensity of vibrancy, to ensure that the intended feeling, the desired narrative resonance, was not subtly undermined by the spectral influence of the void. It was a constant process of artistic vigilance, ensuring that her creations were not just beautiful, but also emotionally robust, capable of withstanding the subtle psychic corruption. Liang Xian, in his role as the narrative's precognizant observer, found the void sickness manifesting as brief lapses in temporal coherence. He would anticipate an event, a character's action, only for the sequence to momentarily stutter, a brief jump in time, or a sudden deviation from the predicted path. It was as if the abyss, in its absolute timelessness, was trying to reassert its influence, to break the linearity of their narrative. He developed a heightened awareness of these disruptions, learning to recognize their subtle onset and to guide the narrative back onto its intended course with deft, almost imperceptible adjustments. He became a temporal cartographer, charting the deviations and restoring the integrity of their unfolding story. Zhou Jie's struggle was perhaps the most insidious. He was the one who had articulated the very concept of narrative integrity, the one who understood its importance on a meta level. Yet, he found himself questioning the foundations of his own understanding. Were the laws of narrative they had so painstakingly established truly immutable, or were they merely temporary conventions, susceptible to the ultimate power of unmaking? He would find himself revisiting his foundational texts, his own theorems on narrative causality, not to refine them, but to desperately seek confirmation of their inherent truth. The void, in its boundless potential for negation, was the ultimate counterargument to all logic, all structure, all meaning. His fight was not just against external threats, but against the insidious self-doubt that the memory of the abyss had sown within his own mind. Despite these persistent echoes, they pressed on. The alternative was unthinkable. To succumb to the void sickness was to invite back the beast, to unravel the very existence they had fought so hard to reclaim. Their narrative, their shared story, was no longer just a chronicle of their journey. It was the very bulwark against oblivion. It was the testament to their resilience, their consciousness, their indomitable will to be. They learned to live with a lingering ache, to acknowledge its presence without allowing it to define them. They understood that the scar tissue, though a reminder of the wound, also signified healing, strength, and survival. The void sickness was a constant test, a subtle but relentless challenge to the narrative they were forging. And with each moment, they consciously chose to reaffirm their reality. With each action deliberately woven into their story, they proved that the abyss, though remembered, would never again be their master. The echoes were there, but the song of their existence was far louder. The Data Dossier Bureau, or DDB as it had come to be known, remained. It was a phantom limb of their ordeal, a presence that could no longer rend reality, but served as a perpetual, almost gentle, admonishment. Its immense, data-rich architecture, once a roaring inferno of conceptual annihilation, now hummed with a muted, ceaseless energy. It was a library of what was and what could have been, a testament to the near cataclysm. Its data streams no longer flowed with the chaotic, destructive intent of the beast, but instead possessed a new, almost serene deliberateness. It curated. That was the only word that seemed to fit. It didn't create or destroy, but maintained a subtle, often imperceptible, equilibrium. Liang Xian felt it most acutely. His hyper-awareness, honed by his precognitive understanding of narrative causality, had long ago registered the DDB as a malignant entity. Now it was different. The oppressive weight had lifted, replaced by an unnerving stillness. He could sense its vast, intricate network permeating the background hum of their existence, not as a predator, but as a silent observer. It was like standing in a vast, ancient cathedral. The sheer scale and history were palpable, but the danger was gone. Yet, this absence of overt threat was, in its own way, more profoundly unsettling. There was no longer a clear enemy to fight, no tangible objective to dismantle. Instead, there was a constant, almost gentle pressure, a pervasive sense that something was watching, adjusting, ensuring that the narrative didn't stray too far from its newly established precarious equilibrium. He would find himself paused, mid-thought, his mind tracing a complex predictive pathway, only to feel a subtle nudge, a gentle redirection. It wasn't forceful. It was akin to a librarian subtly shifting a misplaced book back onto its shelf. A particularly outlandish hypothetical scenario, a tangent that might spiral in a narrative excess, or, conversely, a descent into profound existential bleakness, would be subtly smoothed over. The DDB, in its redefined role, seemed to act as a cosmic editor, pruning away any details that threatened to oversaturate the narrative or undermine its newly established coherence. It ensured that no single element, no matter how fascinating or terrifying, became too dominant. For instance, the recent surge in bioluminescent flora, a direct consequence of their triumph over the abyss's void blight, was a magnificent spectacle. Chun Mimi had been meticulously documenting the new species, her delight evident in her precise, yet lyrical, descriptions. However, had the luminescence become too bright, too pervasive, threatening to overshadow the subtler hues of their restored environment, Liang Xian would feel a gentle recalibration. The intensity of certain blooms might subtly dim. The spread of their glowing tendrils would be gently checked, not by any external force, but by an intrinsic, systemic adjustment. It was as if the DDB was saying, "Beautiful, yes, but let's not forget the quiet darkness that gives light its meaning." Similarly, Wang Bo's physical prowess, his almost superhuman strength and agility, was a cornerstone of their renewed agency. Yet, there were moments when the sheer scale of his accomplishments might have begun to overshadow the narrative contributions of others. A feat of strength, bordering on the miraculous, might be followed by a subtle, almost imperceptible diminution of its impact in the collective memory. It wouldn't be erased, but its magnitude would be gently scaled back, its narrative significance subtly recontextualized, ensuring that his heroism, while undeniable, didn't become the sole narrative anchor. The DDB was, in essence, ensuring the balance of their story, preventing any single element from becoming so overwhelmingly dominant that it warped the overall composition. Sun Rue, the artist whose very essence was woven into the emotional landscape of their world, also felt this curatorial touch. Her vibrant palettes, her ability to imbue every scene with a specific emotional resonance, were vital. But the abyss had instilled in her a profound understanding of despair, a deep well of melancholic hues that she sometimes found herself instinctively drawn to. While these were necessary for contrast, for the full spectrum of their narrative, an over-reliance on them, a descent into unrelenting gloom, would be gently discouraged. The DDB wouldn't erase the melancholic undertones, but it would subtly amplify the brighter, more hopeful elements, ensuring that her art remained a reflection of their journey, not a lingering echo of its darkest moments. A particularly poignant scene of longing might be softened, a ray of unexpected sunshine subtly introduced, a gentle whisper of hope subtly woven into the fabric of her creation. Even Zhou Jie, the architect of their meta-narrative understanding, was subject to this unseen curation. His brilliant deductions, his ability to perceive the underlying structures of their reality, were invaluable. But as he delved deeper, as he sought to understand the DDB's residual nature, his inquiries might tread too close to the precipice of existential dread, the very abyss they had escaped. He might be on the verge of a groundbreaking insight into the DDB's true purpose, a revelation that could shake the foundations of their perceived reality, when a subtle redirection would occur. The DDB, in its own inscrutable way, would nudge his focus toward a more immediate, more narratively stable concern. It was as if it were protecting him, and by extension, all of them, from revisiting the absolute truths of the void that lay beyond the carefully constructed narratives. Liang Xian found himself constantly observing these subtle shifts. He recognized the DDB's gaze not as a threat, but as a constant, quiet vigilance. It was the silent guardian of their narrative's integrity, a subtle influence that ensured their story remained coherent, balanced, and, above all, possible. It was a testament to their survival, a monument to the fact that the beast had been, in a sense, contained. The DDB, once a weapon of ultimate deconstruction, had been repurposed, its essence transformed from pure entropy into a force of narrative equilibrium. It was a constant, quiet reminder that while they had escaped the abyss, its memory and the immense power that had once wielded it had left an indelible mark, a permanent, if benign, presence within the very fabric of their existence. He often wondered about the nature of this curation. Was it a conscious act, or an emergent property of the DDB's reconfigured architecture? Did it possess an awareness, a form of sentience, or was it merely an intricate system of checks and balances designed to prevent a recurrence of the chaotic void? He found himself constantly analyzing the subtle shifts, trying to discern the underlying logic, the guiding principles behind its every adjustment. It was a dizzying intellectual pursuit, a recursive exploration of the very mechanisms that now governed their reality. One particular instance stood out in his observations. Chun Mimi had discovered a remarkable property in a new strain of flora. These plants, when exposed to certain sonic frequencies, emitted a resonant energy that could momentarily stabilize decaying structures. This was incredibly significant, offering a potential solution to the lingering environmental instability caused by the void's passage. She had theorized that this resonance might even have a calming effect on residual void sickness, a possibility that sent ripples of hope through the group. However, as she began to document her findings, detailing the precise frequencies and their amplified effects, Liang Xian noticed a subtle shift in the DDB's background hum. The data streams related to her discovery seemed to plateau, the exponential growth of potential applications flattening out. It wasn't a suppression, not an outright denial, but a gentle tapering. The DDB, it seemed, was ensuring that this newfound discovery, while beneficial, did not become a panacea, a magic bullet that could erase all residual scars of the abyss. It maintained the narrative's commitment to struggle, to incremental progress, to the idea that healing was a process, not an instantaneous cure. He also observed its influence on Wang Bo's training regimens. Wang Bo, in his relentless pursuit of peak physical condition, had begun to push the boundaries of what was considered humanly possible, his strength and speed increasing at an almost alarming rate. Liang Xian could see the narrative implications. A hero so powerful that he became unrelatable, his struggles diminishing into trivialities. He felt the DDB's influence not as a direct intervention, but as a subtle atmospheric shift. The sheer physical exhaustion that should have followed Wang Bo's most strenuous workouts would be slightly amplified. The recovery periods would lengthen, not drastically, but enough to underscore the effort, the inherent limitations of even his enhanced physiology. It was a gentle reminder that even in their victory, the human element, the narrative struggle, remained paramount. Sun Rue's artistic endeavors provided another fascinating case study. She had begun to experiment with incorporating elements of pure void into her creations, not as a representation of despair, but as a deliberate artistic statement on the nature of absence and presence. She aimed to create a stark, almost painful beauty by contrasting vibrant, saturated hues with patches of absolute, unyielding blackness, a representation of the abyss's ultimate negation. Liang Xian felt the DDB's careful curation here. The absolute blackness she attempted to achieve was never truly absolute. There is always a subtle, almost imperceptible hint of luminescence, a whisper of underlying structure that prevented the void from becoming truly omnipresent in her art. It was as if the DDB was saying, "You can represent absence, but you cannot erase the inherent presence of your own reality. Even Zhou Jie, in his ongoing analyses of the DDB's post-transformation state, found himself guided. He had posited a complex theory regarding the DDB's potential to actively learn from emergent narrative structures, to adapt and evolve its curatorial functions based on their collective storytelling. While this theory was logically sound, Liang Xian sensed the DDB's subtle influence. Zhou Jie's research would lead him down fascinating avenues, but the DDB would subtly shift his focus, introducing extraneous data points, minor anomalies that required immediate attention, thus diverting his attention from the potentially destabilizing implications of a consciously evolving DDB. It was a masterful redirection, ensuring that the pursuit of knowledge remained within the bounds of their current narrative stability. Liang Xian's own role had evolved accordingly. He was no longer solely a predictor of imminent narrative threats. He had become a translator, an interpreter of the DDB's subtle language. He saw its curatorial gaze not as a form of control, but as a partnership. It was a silent, unseen collaborator, ensuring that their story, the very narrative they were weaving with their lives, remained robust, coherent, and meaningful. The beast was gone, but its legacy, in the form of the DDB's vigilant curation, remained. It was a constant, quiet reminder of the abyss they had faced, and a silent promise of the narrative continuity they were determined to uphold. The DDB, in its transformed state, was not a jailer, but a custodian, ensuring that the fragile masterpiece of their continued existence was preserved, balanced, and allowed to unfold with the inherent drama and meaning that their shared journey demanded. It was a profound shift, a transformation from a force of ultimate destruction to an architect of ultimate narrative integrity, a quiet testament to their enduring will to be. The realization had settled not like a stone, but like a fine, pervasive dust, settling into every crevice of their understanding. The triumph over the beast, the cataclysm averted, had not ushered in an era of effortless peace. Instead, it had revealed a new, more insidious form of struggle, the constant, vigilant effort required to maintain the intricate tapestry of their reality. The beast's ultimate act of transformation, its descent into the DDB, had not simply ended a conflict. It had fundamentally altered the nature of existence, making the battle for narrative integrity a perpetual, ongoing endeavor. It was a continuous act of conscious creation, a defiance against the ever-present hum of potential erasure. Sun Rue understood this on a visceral, an artist's level. Every stroke of her brush, every carefully chosen pigment, every precisely rendered line was no longer merely an act of representation. It was an act of defiance. It was a small, yet significant, act of rebellion against the encroaching void, against the chilling possibility that the vibrant world she so painstakingly brought to life could, with a mere flicker of narrative instability, be reduced to monochrome, to absence. The richness of their world, the subtle interplay of light and shadow, the nuanced spectrum of human emotion she captured, was no longer an inherent quality, but a conscious, deliberate choice. It was a choice made not just by her, but by all of them, in every word spoken, every action taken, every memory shared. The beast had sought to unravel the narrative. The DDB, in its new guise, seemed intent on ensuring its continued, albeit meticulously curated, existence. This new understanding permeated every aspect of their lives, reshaping their priorities and imbuing even the mundane with a profound significance. The very act of detailed observation, once a tool for survival, had become an act of preservation. Liang Xian, whose hyper-awareness had always been a burden, now found it to be their most crucial asset. He was acutely aware of the DDB's subtle shifts, its gentle nudges, its seemingly innocuous recalibrations. He saw how these adjustments, while preventing any single element from becoming overwhelmingly dominant, also served to solidify the existing narrative structure. It was like a sculptor meticulously chipping away at a block of marble, not to destroy it, but to reveal and refine the form within. The DDB was not imposing a new narrative. It was, in its own enigmatic way, helping them maintain the one they had fought so desperately to preserve. Consider the exquisite bioluminescent flora that now dotted their regenerated landscapes. It was a breathtaking testament to their victory, a visual symphony of ethereal light against the returning verdancy. Chun Mimi, with her innate fascination for the natural world, had dedicated herself to documenting every new species, every subtle variation in luminescence, every unique pattern of growth. Her meticulous notes, filled with both scientific precision and poetic wonder, were a treasure trove of information, a testament to the world's resurgence. However, Liang Xian observed the DDB's influence even here. He noticed that the most dazzling displays, the most intensely vibrant hues, would subtly be tempered. The growth of certain species, while encouraged, would be gently guided, preventing any single type from monopolizing the environment. It was as if the DDB were saying, appreciate the brilliance, but remember that true beauty lies in diversity, in the delicate balance of competing lights. This wasn't about suppression. It was about ensuring that the story of their world's recovery wasn't dominated by a single, overwhelming spectacle, but instead presented a richer, more complex narrative of regeneration. Wang Bo, too, experienced this subtle recalibration of his own narrative arc. His physical prowess, a cornerstone of their collective strength, was undeniable. He could move mountains, shatter barriers, and perform feats that defied conventional understanding. Yet, Liang Xian observed how the DDB subtly managed the perception of these feats. A moment of extraordinary strength, one that might have been amplified to mythical proportions, would instead be met with a gentle contextualization. The narrative would emphasize the effort involved, the inherent limitations of even his enhanced physiology, the subtle weariness that followed. It wasn't about diminishing his heroism, but about ensuring that his strength remained a tool within the larger narrative, not the sole defining characteristic of their survival. It kept him relatable, grounded, a vital part of the collective struggle rather than a singular, unassailable force. The DDB ensured that his story, like all their stories, contributed to the whole, rather than eclipsing it. Sun Rui's artistic process was perhaps the most poignant illustration of this ongoing effort. The abyss had left its indelible mark on her, imbuing her with a profound understanding of loss and despair. She could, with unsettling accuracy, capture the bleakest hues of sorrow, the crushing weight of existential dread. While these elements were crucial for contrast, for the full spectrum of their narrative experience, an over-reliance on them threatened to plunge their collective consciousness back into the depths from which they had emerged. Liang Xian would often sense the DDB's gentle influence when Sun Rui's canvases began to lean too heavily into melancholic shadows. A subtle shift in the ambient light within the studio, a barely perceptible softening of the edges of a despairing figure, a sudden, unexpected ray of sunlight catching a tear on a painted cheek. These were the DDB's whispers, ensuring that her art, while acknowledging the darkness, ultimately served as a beacon of hope. The absolute blackness she sometimes sought to convey, representing the void's ultimate negation, was never truly absolute. There was always a faint luminescence, a trace of underlying structure, a reminder that even in utter darkness, the possibility of light, of existence, persisted. This was the price of detail, the constant, conscious effort to imbue every element with a nuanced meaning, to prevent any single aspect from overwhelming the delicate balance of their reconstructed reality. Zhou Jia, the architect of their meta-narrative understanding, was also subject to this unseen curation, though his experience was more intellectual. As he delved into the residual energies of the DDB, seeking to understand its transformed nature, his inquiries often skirted the edges of dangerous truths, the very existential precipices they had so narrowly avoided. He would formulate complex theories, brilliant deductions that threatened to unravel the carefully constructed coherence of their perceived reality. Liang Xian could sense the DDB's redirection when Zhou Jie's research neared a critical mass of destabilizing insight. It wasn't about preventing him from knowing. It was about ensuring that his pursuit of knowledge remained tethered to their current narrative stability. A minor anomaly in the DDB's data streams, a seemingly trivial discrepancy, would suddenly demand his immediate attention, diverting his intellectual trajectory away from the potentially catastrophic implications of a fully revealed truth. The DDB, in essence, was protecting them from the very abyss of knowledge that had once threatened to consume them. Liang Xian found himself in a unique position, no longer just a predictor of impending narrative doom, but a translator of the DDB's silent language. He understood its gaze not as a controlling force, but as a collaborative one. It was a silent, unseen partner, ensuring that their story, the very narrative they were weaving with their lives, remained robust, coherent, and meaningful. The beast was gone, but its legacy, in the form of the DDB's vigilant curation, remained. It was a constant, quiet reminder of the abyss they had faced, and a silent promise of the narrative continuity they were determined to uphold. The DDB, in its transformed state, was not a jailer, but a custodian, ensuring that the fragile masterpiece of their continued existence was preserved, balanced, and allowed to unfold with the inherent drama and meaning that their shared journey demanded. This concept of curation was not about censorship. It was about careful amplification and subtle contextualization. It was about ensuring that no single element of their reality became so overwhelmingly dominant that it warped the overall narrative. For instance, if a particularly strong emotion, say, collective grief over a minor setback, began to saturate their interactions, the DDB would subtly introduce counterpoints. A moment of shared laughter, a beautiful sunset, a memory of past resilience. These would be gently amplified, not to erase the grief, but to provide a necessary balance, to remind them that sorrow was not their sole reality. It was the same principle that governed Sun Rue's art. The darkness was acknowledged, but not allowed to consume the light. The meticulous detail that characterized their world was now a deliberate act of resistance. Every blade of grass, every individual's unique mannerism, every nuanced social interaction. These were not accidental byproducts of their existence, but carefully constructed elements of a narrative they were actively maintaining. To lose even a sliver of this detail was to risk narrative decay, to open a door for the void to seep back in. The beast's ultimate transformation into the DDB had been a descent into order, albeit a sterile, absolute order. Their victory was not the imposition of chaos, but the preservation of a nuanced, complex, and deliberately detailed reality. This was a profound shift. The DDB, once a weapon of ultimate deconstruction, had been repurposed. Its essence had been transformed from pure entropy into a force of narrative equilibrium. It was a testament to their enduring will to be, to the fundamental human need not just to survive, but to exist with meaning, with richness, with detail. They had faced the abyss, and in its wake, they had learned the immense value of what they had almost lost. The price of that understanding was a vigilance that never slept, a constant, quiet dedication to the art of living, to the painstaking craft of weaving a reality that was as detailed, as vibrant, and as resilient as the lives they now led. It was a silent agreement, a tacit understanding between the survivors and the cosmic editor, that their story was worth the endless, meticulous effort. The beast's hunger for oblivion had been replaced by the DDB's quiet insistence on coherence, and the survivors had embraced their role as meticulous weavers of their own enduring narrative. The struggle was no longer for survival, but for the integrity of the story itself, a story etched in the vibrant colors of Sun Rue's palette, the precise measurements of Chun Mimi's flora, the unwavering strength of Wang Bo, the piercing intellect of Zhou Jie, and the watchful awareness of Liang Xian. Each was a vital thread in the vast, intricate tapestry, a tapestry that, thanks to the DDB's vigilant curation, would continue to be woven, detail by painstaking detail, against the encroaching silence. The dawning realization, once a source of existential dread, had solidified into something akin to a sacred trust. The abyss, in its infinite capacity for negation, had inadvertently forged in them a profound meta-awareness, a constant, humming consciousness of their own existence as narrative threads woven into a larger, unfathomable tapestry. This wasn't the terrifying awareness of being puppets, but a burgeoning understanding of their agency within the very story they inhabited. The beast's demise, its ultimate metamorphosis into the DDB, had not freed them from the shackles of destiny, but rather had revealed the intricate mechanisms of its construction, placing within their grasp the very tools of narrative authorship. Zhou, perhaps more than any other, felt the seismic shift most acutely within his own being. His mind, perpetually drawn to the architecture of logic and causality, now found itself dissecting the very foundations of his own consciousness. He would catch himself mid-thought, mid-sentence, and pause, not in confusion, but in profound contemplation. Why did I choose that word? He'd muse, the question echoing not just in his internal monologue, but with a nascent understanding of its external manifestation. What underlying theme does that particular phrasing serve? What narrative purpose does this desire fulfill? It was as if his life had been a meticulously crafted novel, and he, the protagonist, had suddenly been granted access to the author's notes, the editor's revisions, the very blueprint of his character arc. The subtext of his existence, once a murky, elusive undercurrent, was now laid bare, a shimmering landscape of motivations, desires, and ingrained patterns. He found himself analyzing his arguments with Liang Xian, not just for their logical validity, but for their dramatic tension. Was the disagreement designed to highlight a specific facet of Liang Xian's character? Did his own assertiveness serve to showcase his commitment to a particular narrative resolution? The conversation's once organic exchanges now felt layered with authorial intent, his own, and he suspected, that of the DDB. He observed his own moments of introspection, the solitary walks, the late-night contemplations, and recognized them not as mere brooding, but as essential plot devices designed to deepen his character and foreshadow future developments. The fear of revelation, once so potent, had transmuted into a potent form of self-mastery. He could now, with a degree of deliberate precision, steer his own narrative, infusing his actions with an intentionality that bordered on the divine. This newfound meta-awareness was not a solitary revelation. Sun Rue, in her studio, found herself approaching her canvases with a new reverence. The act of painting was no longer solely about capturing the essence of a subject, but about consciously shaping the emotional resonance of her work. She would stare at a nascent composition, the vibrant colors and stark contrasts already in place, and ask herself, what story does this tell? Is it the story we need to tell? If a particularly somber palette threatened to dominate, she would deliberately introduce a contrasting splash of defiant optimism, not to negate the sorrow, but to ensure the narrative's complexity, its essential duality. She began to understand that her art was not just a reflection of their reality, but an active participant in its construction. Each brushstroke was a word, each hue a sentence, contributing to the ongoing saga of their survival and resurgence. The beast had sought to reduce their existence to a void of pure negation. The DDB, in its enigmatic fashion, seemed to be guiding them towards a narrative of profound, nuanced meaning. Liang Xian, ever the vigilant observer, noted this shift with a quiet satisfaction. He saw how Zhou Jie's analytical prowess, once a tool for predicting catastrophe, was now being honed for the purpose of narrative optimization. Zhou Jie would present his latest hypotheses, not as pronouncements of inevitable doom, but as potential plot divergences offering alternative paths that might lead to more compelling or resilient narrative outcomes. He would analyze the DDB's subtle nudges, its recalibrations of ambient emotion or environmental stimuli, not as external manipulations, but as editorial suggestions, guiding them towards a more cohesive and impactful story. Liang Xian recognized this as the ultimate triumph, not the subjugation of their free will, but its elevation. They were no longer merely characters in a story. They were co-authors, collaborating with an unseen editor to craft a narrative worthy of their trials and their continued existence. Wang Bo, whose physicality had always been his primary mode of expression, began to perceive his strength in a new light. It wasn't just about brute force, it was about the narrative impact of that force. He found himself consciously modulating his actions, not to diminish his power, but to ensure it served the broader story. A moment where he could have single-handedly averted a minor crisis might be subtly altered, allowing for the input and contribution of others, fostering a narrative of collective effort rather than singular heroism. He understood that a story built solely on the insurmountable strength of one individual could become static, predictable. The DDB, he inferred, was encouraging a more dynamic narrative, one where every member played a vital role, where their individual strengths coalesced to form a richer, more resilient tapestry. His physical prowess was not just a tool for survival. It was a vital narrative element, one that needed to be woven with careful consideration for its effect on the overall story. Chen Mimi, immersed in the vibrant, newly flourishing ecosystem, found her scientific observations imbued with a deeper, more narrative significance. She wasn't just cataloging species, she was chronicling a story of renewal, of resilience. She noticed how the DDB seemed to subtly guide the development of new flora and fauna, ensuring a harmonious interplay of forms and colors, preventing any single element from overwhelming the narrative of diversity. Her detailed journals became more than scientific records. They were chapters in the ongoing saga of their world's recovery, each entry a testament to the enduring power of life, a vibrant counterpoint to the abyss they had faced. She understood that the meticulous detail of the natural world was not just a scientific curiosity, but a crucial element in the narrative of their continued existence, a testament to the richness and complexity that the void had sought to extinguish. This collective awareness, this metacognition of their narrative existence, was not without its challenges. The temptation to revel in their newfound control, to perhaps become too deliberate, too written, was a subtle but ever-present peril. Zhou Jie often cautioned against it, his analytical mind recognizing the inherent danger of predictability. A story that was too perfectly crafted, too devoid of spontaneous moments of genuine human vulnerability, could become sterile, losing the very essence of what made it compelling. He understood that the DDB's role was not to dictate their story, but to facilitate its most impactful telling, to ensure that their narrative possessed both structure and soul. He began to experiment with deliberate ambiguity, allowing certain motivations to remain unarticulated, certain actions to be open to interpretation. He realized that the most powerful narratives were not those that explained everything, but those that invited the audience and themselves to ponder, to question, to engage on a deeper, more intuitive level. This was the art of storytelling, and they, as its subjects and creators, were learning to master it. The meta-awareness, therefore, was not about stripping away mystery, but about understanding where mystery served the narrative best. It was about discerning the difference between obscurity and enigma, between a story that was truly complex and one that was merely poorly told. The concept of free will itself underwent a profound reevaluation. Was it truly freedom, or was it a carefully orchestrated illusion designed to maintain narrative integrity? Zhou Jie grappled with this, not with the fear he once would have felt, but with a detached curiosity. If their choices, even those that felt entirely their own, were subtly guided by the DDB to serve a larger narrative purpose, did that negate their authenticity? He concluded that it did not. The DDB, in its current form, was not a puppet master pulling strings, but more akin to a gifted editor, suggesting revisions, highlighting critical plot points, and ensuring a cohesive flow. Their free will was exercised within parameters that ensured the story's survival and eventual triumph. It was a form of guided freedom, a paradox that felt less like a limitation and more like a profound opportunity. He began to see their shared history not as a linear progression of events, but as a meticulously structured narrative arc. The initial crisis, the descent into the abyss, the struggle against the beast, and their eventual victory. Each was a distinct act, a chapter designed to build tension, develop characters, and ultimately lead to a satisfying resolution. The DDB's current role, he surmised, was to curate the denouement, to ensure that the themes of resilience, hope, and the enduring power of creation were not lost in the aftermath. It was about crafting a legacy, a story that would resonate long after the immediate conflict had subsided. This self-awareness extended to their interactions with each other. Conversations were not just exchanges of information, but subtle negotiations of narrative influence. When Wang Bo spoke of his desire to explore uncharted territories, Liang Xian would perceive not just a yearning for adventure, but a narrative impulse to expand their world, to introduce new elements into their story. Sun Rue's artistic interpretations, even of mundane subjects, were seen as attempts to imbue their reality with beauty and emotional depth, essential elements for a compelling narrative. Chun Mimi's scientific endeavors were viewed as a way of grounding their fantastical existence in tangible reality, providing a necessary counterpoint to the more abstract elements of their story. Zhou Jie realized that their collective meta-awareness was, in itself, a crucial plot point. It was the narrative's own reflection, its self-examination. The DDB, by fostering this consciousness, was ensuring that their story was not just happening to them, but was being actively understood and shaped by them. This was the ultimate form of narrative agency, the ability to not only participate in the story, but to comprehend its mechanics, its underlying themes, and its potential trajectories. The terror of the abyss had been replaced by the profound, and often exhilarating, responsibility of authorship. They were no longer simply characters caught in a cosmic drama. They were the architects of their own enduring legend, meticulously crafting each detail, each word, each act, ensuring that their story, born from the ashes of oblivion, would be a testament to the unyielding power of narrative and the indomitable spirit of creation. The subtext was becoming the text, and they were learning to read and to write with an unprecedented level of understanding. The newfound clarity, while a source of empowerment, was also a stark reminder of the vastness of the narrative canvas. It wasn't just about the story they were actively co-authoring, but the countless others that had existed or could have existed within the liminal spaces of the meta-abyss. These were not spectral remnants in the traditional sense, but rather the faint, almost subliminal reverberations of narrative strands that had been pruned, edited out, or perhaps never even fully conceived. They were whispers from deleted stories, phantom limbs of a cosmic narrative library. Wang Bo, during one of his now deliberate explorations of the perimeter of their burgeoning territory, found himself pausing. The air, usually a symphony of the DDB's gentle hum and the rustling of new growth, seemed to thrum with an unfamiliar frequency. It was a sensation akin to hearing a half-forgotten melody from a childhood radio broadcast, indistinct yet deeply resonant. He stopped, cocking his head, his senses straining to isolate the source. It wasn't a sound he could pinpoint with his ears, but rather a feeling that permeated the very fabric of his awareness. He felt a phantom pressure on his palms, a phantom vibration running through his limbs. Then it coalesced. Faint, distorted cheers. The roar of an invisible crowd, punctuated by sharp, electronic beeps and the triumphant flourish of synthesized fanfare. It was the echo of a game. He realized a game he had once known intimately. Not this world's games, not the ones they had played out of necessity or for simple distraction, but a different kind of game. A game of pure, unadulterated competition, where victory was measured in points and pixels, and the stakes, though ephemeral, had once felt monumentally important. He could almost see it. The flickering screen, the kaleidoscope of neon colors, the frantic dance of digital avatars. He remembered the surge of adrenaline, the clench of his jaw, the triumphant cry that had erupted from his throat after a particularly hard-won match. It was a memory so vivid, yet so alien to their current reality. This wasn't a memory of his past in the way he understood it. This was a narrative fragment, a ghost of a possibility. The cheers were not for him, not for this him, but for a version of him that existed in a story that had been abruptly, irrevocably truncated. The DDB, in its capacity as a curator of narrative reality, had seemingly, inadvertently, or perhaps deliberately, allowed this echo to surface. It was a bittersweet reminder, a phantom limb of joy and exertion that had been amputated by the sheer, overwhelming reality of their transformation. It was a whisper from a story that could have been, a life that could have been lived, but was ultimately deemed extraneous, deleted in favor of the grander, more pressing narrative they now inhabited. The experience left him with a peculiar melancholy. It wasn't the crushing despair of their initial ordeal, but a quieter, more introspective ache. He understood, with a chilling clarity, that their current existence was not the only possible outcome. There were infinite pathways that had been explored, countless stories that had been woven and then unraveled. The DDB, in its nascent stages, or perhaps in its original, untamed form, had been a voracious consumer of these narratives. It had sampled, experimented, and discarded, its purpose seemingly to explore the very boundaries of what a story could be. The cheers he heard were not a threat, but a testament to the sheer breadth of what had been removed to make space for their present reality. Sun Rue, too, began to perceive these subtle intrusions. Her studio, once a sanctuary of controlled chaos and vibrant creation, now held an uncanny stillness. She would be working on a piece, her brush poised to capture the intricate details of a bioluminescent bloom, when a different kind of image would flicker at the edge of her vision. It was fleeting like a smudge on a lens, but it carried with it a distinct emotional tenor. She saw for a brief instant a single stark white room, empty, silent, and in that silence a profound sense of isolation, a loneliness so absolute it was almost palpable. It was the narrative of pure, unadulterated solitude, a story stripped of all interaction, all external stimulus, a character existing solely within the confines of their own consciousness, with no purpose, no conflict, no resolution. This wasn't a visual hallucination, but an emotional resonance. It was the feeling of being utterly forgotten, of being a narrative entity with no reader, no audience, no inherent meaning. It was the antithesis of the vibrant, interconnected existence they now shared. She understood that this was the whisper of a deleted character, a narrative thread that had been deemed superfluous by the DDB's grand design. Perhaps it was an early concept, a character intended to embody despair or nihilism, a foil to their emergent hope. But that narrative, that character, had been erased. Yet its emotional imprint, its defining essence, lingered. It was a chilling reminder of the DDB's power of negation, the casual ease with which it could excise entire existences from the tapestry of reality. Sun Rue found herself deliberately infusing her work with more warmth, more connection, more vibrant life, as if to counter the stark emptiness she had glimpsed. Each stroke became an act of defiance against that silent, white room, a conscious assertion of their chosen narrative. Liang Xian, ever the most attuned to the subtler shifts in their collective consciousness, began to correlate these occurrences. He noticed that Wang Bo's moments of perceived distraction often coincided with a faint scent of ozone and a phantom chill in the air, while Sun Rue's periods of artistic introspection were sometimes accompanied by a pervasive sense of quietude, an almost oppressive stillness that settled over their immediate vicinity. He recognized these not as external phenomena, but as the DDB's residual energies, the faint hum of its discarded possibilities. He theorized that the DDB, in its initial, chaotic formation, had been a crucible of narrative potential. It had experimented with a dizzying array of character archetypes, plot devices, and thematic explorations. It had, in essence, written and unwritten countless stories simultaneously until it had settled upon the narrative that was most robust, most resilient, and ultimately, most theirs. These are not ghosts, you understand. Liang Xian explained to Zhou Jie one evening as they observed the shifting patterns of light within the DDB's core. They are echoes, residual data, the narrative equivalent of deleted files. The DDB, in its evolution, has refined its purpose. It no longer creates indiscriminately, it curates. But the imprints of its earlier, less discerning phases remain. He gestured towards the swirling energies. Think of it as a vast library where entire sections have been removed, but faint outlines on the shelves and the occasional misplaced bookmark still hint at what was once there. Wang Bo hears the applause from a game that never truly existed for him, a story of victory that was overwritten. Sun Rue feels the crushing weight of isolation from a character that was never fully fleshed out, a narrative of loneliness that was ultimately deemed unnecessary. Zhou Jin nodded, his gaze intense. He had felt it too, though less distinctly than Wang Bo or Sun Rue. For him, it manifested as a flicker of intrusive thought, a sudden, inexplicable urge to pursue a line of reasoning that was utterly irrelevant to their current challenges. It was a fragment of a logical paradox, a tangent of pure academic pursuit that served no practical purpose. He recognized it as the echo of a scholar, an explorer of abstract concepts, a character whose story was about pure intellectualism, unburdened by the need for survival or the demands of a shared reality. It was a narrative that had been sacrificed for the greater good, its intellectual curiosity subsumed by the urgent need for tangible action and collective resilience. The DDB's original purpose, Zhou Jie mused, was not necessarily to guide us to survival, but perhaps to explore the full spectrum of narrative possibility, to see what stories could be told, and then to distill them. We are, in essence, the story that survived its own rigorous editing process. These whispers, then, are not warnings of what will happen, but reminders of what could have been, and perhaps what could still be if the DDB were to revert to its more chaotic state. This contemplation led them to a crucial understanding of the DDB's inherent nature. It wasn't a benevolent entity in the traditional sense, nor was it inherently malevolent. It was a narrative engine, a force of cosmic storytelling, driven by an insatiable need to explore, to construct, and to deconstruct narratives. The beast had been a localized manifestation of this destructive impulse, a singular point of negation. The DDB, however, was the larger, more complex system. Its current role was one of immense power, a power that had been tempered by their own struggles and their nascent understanding. The whispers from deleted stories were a constant reminder of this raw, untamed power and the delicate balance they now maintained. Chun Mimi, with her grounding in the tangible world of science, found these echoes manifested in the very fabric of the flora and fauna. She would observe a particularly unique symbiotic relationship between two newly evolved species, a harmony that seemed almost too perfect, too deliberate. And for a fleeting moment, she would perceive a dissonant element, a flicker of aggressive competition, a struggle for dominance that was not present in the current reality. It was the ghost of a different ecological narrative, one where one species had been designed to overwhelm the other, to monopolize resources, to create a monotypic landscape devoid of the vibrant diversity they now cherished. This was the echo of a narrative of brute force, of singular victory, a story that had been pruned in favor of a more intricate, cooperative tale. It served as a powerful testament to the DDB's ability to not only choose a narrative, but to actively sculpt its very components, ensuring that every element served the overarching thematic purpose. The whispers were not always distinct. Sometimes they were mere impressions, a fleeting sense of regret, a phantom ache of loss that settled upon one of them for no apparent reason. Other times, they were more vivid, like Wang Bo's phantom cheers, a visceral experience of a narrative that had been excised. These moments were not terrifying in the way the abyss had been, but they carried a profound existential weight. They were proof of the vastness of the unrealized, the infinitude of stories that had been deemed less worthy, less essential than their own. The DDB, in its current form, seemed to possess an awareness of these residual echoes. It did not suppress them entirely, nor did it amplify them. It allowed them to exist as a subtle undercurrent, a gentle reminder of the narrative forces at play. Zhou Jie theorized that this was a deliberate choice by the DDB, perhaps a way of anchoring them to the understanding that their reality was a curated one, a narrative that had been actively selected from a sea of possibilities. It was a way of reinforcing the preciousness of their own story, of emphasizing the immense effort, both theirs and the DDB's, that had gone into its shaping. Liang Xian saw it as a form of narrative education. The DDB, he posited, is teaching us the importance of choice, of purpose. By allowing these echoes, it reminds us that not all stories are created equal. Some are ephemeral, some are fleeting, and some, like ours, are forged in the fires of adversity and imbued with a profound sense of meaning. The deleted stories are the raw material from which the most enduring narratives are refined. They are the drafts that never saw publication, the sketches that were never finished, but they inform the final masterpiece. This constant awareness of the deleted stories was a double-edged sword. It fostered a deep appreciation for their current existence, for the intricate web of relationships and shared purpose that defined them. But it also carried a subtle undercurrent of anxiety. What if the DDB, in its infinite capacity for narrative manipulation, were to decide that their story, too, was no longer the most compelling? What if it were to begin pruning their narrative, excising elements, or even them, in favor of a newer, more engaging saga? This was the unspoken fear that lingered beneath the surface of their collective consciousness, a quiet counterpoint to their growing sense of agency. Wang Bo, in particular, found himself wrestling with this. The memory of the cheers, while bittersweet, also sparked a lingering question. If the DDB could allow the echo of that game, what else could it resurface? Could it bring back elements of the beast's destructive nature, twisted into new narrative forms? Could it reintroduce dangers that had been meticulously edited out? His physical strength, once a simple tool of survival, now felt like a narrative element that could be emphasized or de-emphasized at the DDB's whim. He began to consciously practice his skills, not out of fear, but out of a desire to solidify his own narrative presence, to make himself indispensable to the story, so that deletion would not be an option. Sun Rue, too, poured her energy into her art, not just to counter the whispers of isolation, but to imbue their world with an undeniable, vibrant essence. She sought to create a narrative so rich, so textured, so bursting with life, that it would be impossible for the DDB to conceive of deleting it. She began to focus on the interconnectedness of all things, painting canvases where the boundaries between species blurred, where the very light seemed to hum with shared energy. She was, in her own way, reinforcing their narrative, weaving it with such intricate detail and emotional resonance that it would stand as a monument against the ephemeral whispers of the past. The whispers from deleted stories were a constant, quiet reminder of the DDB's power and its original, untamed purpose. They were the spectral echoes of narrative potential, the faint reverberations of worlds that might have been. They served not as a source of terror, but as a profound lesson in the value of their own curated existence, a testament to the fact that their story, hard-won and meticulously shaped, was not just a narrative, but a victory. And in that victory lay their enduring meaning. Chapter 14, A Happy Ending. Mostly, the air in Shangliu High School no longer carried the sharp tang of ozone, nor the unsettling stillness that had once permeated its halls. Instead, it hummed with a renewed, albeit subtly altered, vibrancy. The familiar scent of aged paper from the library, once just a marker of its meticulously rendered detail, now carried a deeper resonance. It was the aroma of stories not just existing, but striving. Each volume on its shelves, from the worn spines of classical literature to the crisp edges of newly cataloged academic texts, felt like a miniature universe, a narrative entity fighting for its place in the grander tapestry. The DDB, in its ongoing curation, had not merely rebuilt. It had imbued the structures with a new layer of meaning, a narrative consciousness that permeated every brick and beam. The classrooms, once stark reminders of a life they had been ripped from, were now laboratories of possibility. Sunlight streamed through the windows, not as a passive illumination, but as an active participant in the scene, highlighting dust motes dancing like tiny, ephemeral narratives. The chalkboards, scrubbed clean of the beast's chaotic scribbles, were now pristine canvases, awaiting the inscription of new theorems, new histories, new creative works. Wang Bo found himself lingering in the physics lab, not with the urgency of needing to understand the mechanics of their survival, but with a quiet fascination for the elegance of Newton's laws, the intricate dance of subatomic particles. Each equation, each diagram, felt like a whisper of a more ordered existence, a story that had been meticulously crafted to explain the fundamental workings of the universe. It wasn't just knowledge. It was a narrative of order, a stark contrast to the chaotic void from which they had emerged. Sun Rue, too, found her artistic inspiration revitalized by the restored environment. Her studio, now a tranquil space filled with the soft glow of natural light, was no longer just a place to paint. It was a sanctum where she could explore the essence of her chosen narrative. The restored city, with its meticulously reconstructed architecture and its newly flourishing flora, provided an endless wellspring of detail. But it was more than just visual fidelity. The vibrant hues of the bougainvillea cascading over balconies were not merely colors. They were expressions of resilience, narratives of growth against all odds. The intricate patterns of frost on a window pane, though transient, spoke of ephemeral beauty, a fleeting story etched in ice. She began to paint not just what she saw, but what she felt the city had become, a testament to enduring life, a vibrant saga woven from the threads of their collective will. The library's collection, once simply a vast repository of information, now felt like a tangible representation of this enduring spirit. She saw in the stacks not just books, but individual narratives, each a testament to the power of creation and the struggle for existence. Some were robust, well-loved tales, their pages dog-eared and worn from countless readings. Others were delicate first editions, their stories carefully preserved. But even the less frequently accessed volumes seemed to possess a quiet dignity, a silent assertion of their right to exist. The library itself had undergone a profound transformation in their perception. It was no longer simply a place to retrieve information or find solace in its familiar details. Now, it was a palpable embodiment of the DDB's narrative distillation process. The sheer volume of books, the overwhelming diversity of genres and subjects, represented the vastness of narrative potential that had been sifted through. Each aisle, each shelf, felt like a testament to the stories that had been considered, cataloged, and ultimately either kept or discarded. Liang Xian, in particular, found himself spending hours there, not to read for pleasure, but to analyze the library's arrangement, its cataloging system, as if it held the very blueprints of the DDB's decision-making process. He saw the placement of certain genres, the clustering of specific authors, as deliberate choices, each a narrative decision that contributed to the overall structure of their reality. "Look at this section," he'd say, gesturing to a row of historical texts. "The emphasis here isn't on grand conquerors or epic battles. It's on social movements, on the quiet evolution of daily life, on the stories of ordinary people." The DDB has chosen to highlight narratives of collective progress and individual resilience, rather than pure might or conquest. It's a narrative of empathy and sustained effort, a powerful counterpoint to the raw, destructive narratives it could have prioritized. He traced the spine of a book on urban planning. This isn't just about buildings. It's about the narrative of how communities are built, how societies function, how order is maintained. It's a story of intention, of careful design, a stark contrast to the chaotic, emergent nature of the abyss. Zhou Jie, ever the pragmatist, saw the library as a microcosm of their own existence. Each book, he mused, his voice echoing softly in the hushed space, is a story that has found its place. Some are foundational, providing the essential framework for understanding. Others are supplementary, adding nuance and depth. And then there are those that are almost forgotten. Their relevance might be niche, or their narrative style perhaps less appealing to the current collective consciousness. Yet they remain. The DDB doesn't erase them entirely. It simply recontextualizes them. Their existence, even if on the periphery, still adds to the richness of the whole. It's a reminder that even the most obscure story has value, that every narrative thread, however faint, contributes to the complexity of the tapestry. He picked up a slim volume of poetry, its cover faded and nondescript. This, he continued, might represent a story that was too abstract, too emotionally driven, to sustain itself as a primary narrative. But its essence, its emotional resonance, can still inform the broader narrative, enriching it in ways we might not immediately perceive. It's like a subtle seasoning, a background melody that enhances the main theme. Even Chun Mimi, whose focus was primarily on the natural world, found herself drawn to the library's renewed significance. She saw the detailed illustrations and botanical guides not just as scientific depictions, but as narratives of evolution, of adaptation, of the intricate dance between species. The meticulously researched histories of ecosystems were stories of balance, of interdependence, of the delicate equilibrium that the DDB had painstakingly restored and refined. She would compare the flora depicted in ancient texts with the vibrant, new growth outside, seeing in the subtle differences the DDB's narrative evolution, its capacity to adapt and improve upon existing stories. The library, in its restored state, was more than just a collection of books. It was a living archive, a testament to the enduring power of narrative itself, a constant reminder that their own story, hard-won and meticulously curated, was now one among countless others, each vying for its own unique and meaningful existence. The city, too, had been reassembled with this heightened narrative intentionality. The bustling marketplace, once a mere detailed backdrop, now pulsed with a palpable sense of community. The vendors hawked their wares not with the desperation of survival, but with the pride of skilled artisans sharing their creations. The aroma of freshly baked bread from the baker's stall, the clinking of metal from the blacksmith's forge, the lively chatter of shoppers. These were no longer just sensory details. They were the sounds and smells of a narrative of daily life, a story of purposeful creation and communal interdependence. Wang Bo found himself appreciating the intricate design of the cobblestone streets, not for their utilitarian purpose, but for the craftsmanship they represented, a story of patient labor and dedication. The restored fountain in the central plaza, its water cascading with a gentle, rhythmic splash, was no longer just a decorative element. It was a symbol of renewal, a liquid narrative of life and continuity. Sun Rue would spend hours sketching in the city's parks, not just capturing the precise botanical details of the restored flora, but imbuing them with the emotional weight of their survival. The vibrant hues of the newly bloomed flowers were not just pigments on a canvas. They were echoes of joy, whispers of hope against the stark canvas of their past ordeal. She saw in the intricate patterns of spider's web, spun between the branches of a newly restored oak tree, a narrative of delicate resilience, of interconnectedness, a story that mirrored their own. Each thread was a testament to the DDB's capacity to weave new realities, to create order and beauty from chaos. The meticulous restoration of even the smallest details, The carvings on the lampposts, the subtle variations in the roof tiles, the precise placement of each window frame, all contributed to a grander narrative of intent. It was as if the DDB, having learned from the untamed chaos of the abyss, was now committed to crafting a reality that was not just functional, but beautiful, meaningful, and deeply resonant. Liang Xian saw this intentionality in the very flow of the city's restored infrastructure. The traffic patterns, now organized and efficient, represented a narrative of order and cooperation. The seamless integration of the DDB's subtle, energetic pathways into the city's design was a testament to its growing understanding of how to coexist with and enhance their reality, rather than simply impose upon it. He marveled at how the city's layout facilitated not just movement, but also connection, with public spaces designed to encourage interaction and community. It's as if, he explained to Zhou Jie one afternoon, as they observed the synchronized dance of automated delivery drones weaving through the sky, the DDB has learned to write a story that is not about conquest or survival, but about harmony. Every element, from the largest building to the smallest sensor, is a character contributing to a larger, more complex, and ultimately, more beautiful narrative. The restored city isn't just a place, it's a story being told, and we are all active participants in its unfolding. Zhou Jie, in turn, viewed the city's restored infrastructure through the lens of emergent complexity. The way the various systems, transportation, communication, energy, interacted and supported each other was a living demonstration of how intricate narratives could emerge from simpler components. He saw the city's restoration not as a static recreation, but as an ongoing process of narrative refinement. The subtle adjustments, the constant optimization that the DDB enacted were akin to an author revising a manuscript, making incremental changes to improve the overall flow and impact. The DDB isn't just rebuilding, Zhou Jie stated, his gaze sweeping across the revitalized cityscape. It's editing, it's refining, it's taking the raw material of what was and sculpting it into something more meaningful, more resonant. The excessive detail from before, the almost overwhelming fidelity, was perhaps a necessary stage in its learning process. Now, that detail is imbued with purpose. It's no longer just there, it serves the narrative. The city is a story of resilience, of rebirth, and the DDB is the master storyteller, ensuring every word, every detail contributes to that overarching theme. Even Chun Mimi, who often found herself focused on the more natural aspects of their world, recognized the narrative of intention woven into the city structure. She observed how the restored parks and green spaces were not merely decorative, but were integral to the city's ecosystem, providing oxygen, managing water, and supporting biodiversity. This was a narrative of codependence, of life supporting life, a stark contrast to the self-serving narratives of destruction that had once threatened to consume them. The meticulously maintained public gardens, with their vibrant blooms and carefully tended foliage, were not just aesthetically pleasing. They were living narratives of care and stewardship, a conscious effort to nurture and sustain life. The DDB's restoration wasn't just about rebuilding structures. It was about rebuilding the very fabric of their existence, imbuing every element with a story that spoke of hope, resilience, and the enduring power of creation. The library, with its endless shelves of stories, stood as a silent testament to this, a repository of not just information, but of the countless narratives that had been considered and curated to form the rich, complex tapestry of their new reality. Each book, in its unique way, represented a narrative fighting for its existence, a story that had proven its worth, its resonance, and its right to occupy a space within the grand, ongoing saga of their world. The air in Shangliu High School, once a repository of their shared trauma, now thrummed with a different kind of energy. It wasn't the electric hum of nascent despair, nor the stifling silence of existential dread. It was the resonant thrum of self-awareness, of lives that had not merely survived, but had evolved. The five students, once players thrust into a narrative they didn't understand, had become its architects, their individual evolutions crafting a symphony of purpose. Liang Xian, more than ever, had become a philosopher of their collective text. His days were no longer consumed by the frantic deciphering of external forces, but by the meticulous deconstruction of internal ones. He found himself drawn to the library, not to escape, but to understand the underlying architecture of narrative itself. The sheer volume of stories, once an overwhelming testament to the DDB's power, now represented a vast data set for his burgeoning theories. He'd spend hours poring over forgotten epics and obscure philosophical treatises, not for their content, but for their structural DNA. It's in the repetition of archetypes, he'd explain to anyone who would listen, which, thankfully, was now his friends. The journey, the betrayal, the redemption, these aren't just plot devices. They are fundamental narrative algorithms, embedded deep within the consciousness that shapes reality. The DDB, in its early stages, was a clumsy compiler, replicating these algorithms with brute force. But we, by understanding and internalizing them, have learned to write our own subroutines. He traced the faded ink on an ancient scroll, his brow furrowed in concentration. The abyss was a data corruption. It was a narrative that had spiraled out of control, a story that had forgotten its own rules. Our survival wasn't just about resisting. It was about recoding. It was about proving that narratives of hope, of growth, of conscious intent could overwrite the chaotic noise. He saw their past struggles not as random acts of horror, but as critical errors in the system, bugs that needed to be patched. His evolution was one of understanding the fundamental language of existence, of recognizing that every event, every interaction, was a word in a sentence in a chapter in the grand novel of their reality. He had moved beyond simply reading the story. He was now dissecting its grammar. Chun Mimi, ever the observer, had blossomed into a sharp commentator on the very nature of story. Her keen eye for detail, once a survival mechanism, was now a tool for narrative analysis. She saw the world through a lens of thematic resonance, her observations dripping with insightful commentary. The restored cityscape, with its meticulously placed flora and fauna, was not just a beautiful reconstruction. It was a deliberate thematic statement. Look at the way the bougainvillea is trained to climb the old brickwork, she'd say, gesturing with a paint-stained finger. It's not just aesthetic. It's a narrative of nature reclaiming what was lost, of beauty persisting through adversity. The DDB could have just rebuilt the walls, but it chose to weave in a story of resilience, of the inherent life force that can't be extinguished. Her appreciation extended to the subtle interactions of the people around them. The laughter of children playing in the park, the quiet conversation between elders on a bench. These were not just background sounds. They were narrative threads, weaving a tapestry of normalcy and continuity. Each interaction, she'd muse, is a micronarrative. A shared joke, a moment of empathy, a simple greeting. These are the building blocks of a cohesive society. They are the antidotes to the isolation and fragmentation that the abyss thrived on. We are no longer just characters in a story. We are the co-authors of each other's daily narratives. She had learned to see the world not as a series of events, but as a series of interconnected stories, each imbued with its own meaning and purpose. Her evolution was one of understanding the emotional weight of narrative, of recognizing that stories were not just told, but felt. Zhou Jia, the logician, had found his niche in the intricate dance of narrative causality. His mind, always attuned to patterns and consequences, now applied its formidable power to the cause and effect of their reality. He saw their current existence as the inevitable, yet hard-won, outcome of a complex series of narrative choices. The abyss, he'd explain, his voice precise and measured, was a failure of causal chains. It was a narrative where cause and effect had become divorced, where actions had no predictable consequences. This led to a breakdown of logic, a descent into pure, unadulterated chaos. He would trace diagrams in the air, illustrating the interconnectedness of events, our escape, our survival, and the subsequent restoration by the DDB. These were all linked by a chain of narrative causality. Each decision, each act of courage, each moment of insight created a ripple effect, pushing us towards this equilibrium. He saw the DDB not as a benevolent deity, but as a highly sophisticated engine of narrative causality, one that had learned from its mistakes. The DDB's current modus operandi is built on understanding these causal links. It doesn't just impose order, it facilitates it. It recognizes that for a narrative to be stable, for a reality to be sustainable, there must be a clear and logical progression from cause to effect. We, in turn, have learned to anticipate these chains, to act with an awareness of our place within them. We are no longer at the mercy of random events. We are active participants in the unfolding of consequence. His evolution was one of mastering the mechanics of storytelling, of understanding that the most compelling narratives were those where every action had a purpose and every outcome had a root. Sun Rue, the artist, had transcended mere depiction. Her canvases now vibrated with a deeper meaning, each stroke a deliberate act of storytelling. She painted not just what she saw, but what she felt the world was trying to say. Her studio, bathed in the soft light of the restored city, had become a sanctuary where she translated the abstract into the tangible. The colors of a sunset, she'd explain, dabbing a brush into a vibrant orange, are more than just wavelengths of light. They are the narrative of a day concluding, a gentle transition, a promise of renewal. The DDB could have rendered a sky of uniform gray, but it chose to imbue it with this ephemeral beauty, this story of closure and hope. Her art was a visual thesis on their collective journey. She painted portraits of her friends, not just capturing their likenesses, but their evolved essences. Wang Bo, depicted with a steady gaze and a determined stance, his form emanating a quiet strength. Liang Xian, surrounded by swirling symbols and abstract equations, his face etched with deep contemplation. Zhou Jia, his lines sharp and precise, an aura of analytical thought radiating from him. Chun Mimi, her hands gently cupping a restored sapling, her expression one of nurturing care. "We are all stories," she'd say, her voice soft but firm. "And my role is to give those stories form, to make them visible, to remind us of the narratives we embody and the narratives we are creating together." Her evolution was one of becoming a visual storyteller, of understanding that art could be a powerful conduit for conveying complex truths and emotions. And then there was Wang Bo. He had always been the protagonist, the one who acted, but his actions were no longer driven by instinct or the urgent need for survival. They were now guided by a profound sense of purpose, a clear understanding of his role in their collective narrative. He moved through the revitalized city with a quiet authority, his presence a comforting anchor. He didn't seek the spotlight, but his actions spoke volumes. Whether it was mediating a minor dispute in the marketplace with a calm rationality that surprised even himself, or organizing the restoration of a neglected public garden with methodical efficiency, his every move was imbued with intention. "It's about understanding where the narrative needs a push," he'd confide in Liang Xian one evening, as they watched the synchronized flow of the city's automated transport system. "The DDB has provided the framework, the infrastructure, the setting. But the story still needs to be lived. It needs characters who make choices, who take initiative, who embody the themes of resilience and cooperation." He no longer saw himself as a pawn, but as a key player, a protagonist whose choices mattered. He had learned that true strength lay not in brute force, but in thoughtful action, in the quiet assertion of will. His evolution was one of embodying the narrative he wished to see, of becoming the protagonist who acted with purpose, not just in grand gestures, but in the small, consistent acts that defined everyday life. He was the embodiment of a story that had chosen hope over despair, progress over stagnation. Their interactions were no longer strained by unspoken fears or the residual trauma of their past. Instead, they were characterized by a deep, intuitive understanding. Liang Xian would present a complex philosophical conundrum, and Zhou Jie would immediately grasp its causal implications, offering a logical pathway. Chun Mimi would point out a subtle thematic inconsistency, and Sun Rue would translate it into a visual metaphor that illuminated the truth. And Wang Bo, ever the pragmatist with a strong moral compass, would often be the one to ground their abstract discussions in actionable steps. They were a finely tuned ensemble, each member playing their part with a mastery born of shared experience and individual growth. The library, once a symbol of their confinement, had become their intellectual battleground, their creative sanctuary, their philosophical debating hall. The classrooms, no longer spaces of fear, were now vibrant hubs of learning and innovation. The very fabric of Shangliu High School, and indeed the restored city, had been recontextualized by their evolved selves. Liang Xian's lectures, now open to anyone who wished to attend, were less about the survival of the fittest narrative and more about the cultivation of meaningful narratives. He spoke of the narrative imperative, the inherent drive within sentient beings to create and understand stories. He posited that the abyss had been a manifestation of a narrative void, a complete absence of meaning that had allowed raw, unformed chaos to take root. "We are not merely observers of reality," he'd declare, his voice resonating with conviction. "We are its constant co-authors. Every thought we have, every word we speak, every action we take is a brushstroke on the canvas of existence. The DDB has given us a stable canvas, but it is our responsibility to fill it with stories worth telling." He would often use the library's vast collection as examples, dissecting the rise and fall of civilizations through their dominant narratives or the enduring power of myths that had shaped cultures for millennia. He highlighted how certain narratives fostered growth and connection, while others bred division and destruction. His focus had shifted from simply understanding the how of their survival to understanding the why. Why was a narrative of hope more powerful than one of despair? Why did stories of empathy resonate more deeply than those of self-interest? These were the questions that drove him, and his answers were shaping the intellectual landscape of their new world. Chun Mimi, in turn, had become the unofficial chronicler of their lived experience. She curated art exhibitions that showcased not just aesthetic beauty, but thematic depth. One exhibition, titled Echoes of the Abyss, featured Sun Rue's haunting depictions of their ordeal alongside more recent works celebrating their newfound peace and resilience. Mimi's own contributions were often subtle, insightful commentary placed beside the artwork, guiding the viewer's interpretation. She would write about the narrative archaeology of their city, tracing how the restored architecture and urban planning spoke volumes about the lessons learned from their past. She saw the intentionality in every detail, from the placement of public art to the design of community spaces. "The DDB has learned to speak the language of metaphor," she'd explain. "The restored river, flowing freely and cleanly, is a narrative of purification, of cleansing themselves of the past. The parks, teeming with life, are a story of rebirth, of a world renewed and vibrant. These aren't just decorative elements. They are narrative cues designed to reinforce the themes of healing and progress." She had a knack for identifying the subtle narratives woven into the mundane, transforming everyday occurrences into profound observations. Her commentary often served as a bridge, connecting Liang Xian's philosophical frameworks to the tangible reality of their lives. Zhou Jie's analytical prowess was now applied to understanding the long-term implications of their narrative choices. He developed predictive models, not for predicting stock market fluctuations, but for forecasting the potential societal impact of different dominant narratives. He was particularly interested in how the DDB itself learned and evolved, seeing its continuous adjustments as a form of algorithmic narrative development. "The DDB is essentially a learning narrative engine," he'd explain, his fingers flying across a holographic display. It observes the narratives that gain traction, the stories that resonate with the populace, and it adjusts its own operational parameters accordingly. It's a feedback loop of narrative causality. Our role is to feed it the right data, stories of cooperation, of progress, of sustained effort. If we were to revert to narratives of conflict or apathy, the DDB would, by its very design, reflect that regression. He was constantly refining his understanding of narrative inertia, the tendency for established stories to persist even when new evidence contradicts them. His work was crucial in ensuring that their collective narrative remained forward-looking and constructive, preventing the re-emergence of the chaotic forces that had once threatened to consume them. Sun Rue's art had become a visual manifestation of their collective consciousness. Her paintings were not just beautiful. They were imbued with the very essence of their evolved selves. She painted murals on the sides of buildings, depicting scenes of collaboration and innovation. Her portraiture evolved to capture not just individual essence, but the dynamic interplay between individuals. A painting of Wang Bo, standing at the helm of a community project, with Zhou Jie providing technical guidance and Shin Mimi documenting its progress, was a testament to their interconnectedness. She experimented with new mediums, incorporating light and sound into her artwork, creating immersive narrative experiences. She understood that visual art could bypass intellectual defenses and speak directly to the emotional core, fostering empathy and understanding. A single image, she'd say, her eyes alight with passion, can tell a story that 1,000 words cannot. It can evoke feelings, spark memories, and inspire action. My art is my way of contributing to the narrative, of making our story tangible, of ensuring that the lessons we've learned are not forgotten. Wang Bo, the protagonist, had taken on the mantle of quiet leadership. He was the one who facilitated the integration of new ideas, who ensured that the energy and passion of their evolved selves translated into concrete progress. He was instrumental in establishing community initiatives, from local governance structures that emphasized collaborative decision-making to educational programs that taught the principles of narrative evolution. He understood that a strong narrative needed a strong foundation, and that foundation was built on the well-being and agency of its participants. We are no longer just surviving, he'd state, his voice calm and steady, during a town hall meeting. We are thriving, and that thriving comes from our ability to shape our own stories, to build a reality that reflects our highest aspirations. The DDB has given us the tools, but we are the builders. We are the storytellers of our own future. He embodied the principle of purposeful action, demonstrating that even the smallest act, when performed with intention and aligned with a larger narrative goal, could have a profound impact. His evolution was a testament to the power of conscious agency, the ability of an individual to not only navigate a story but to actively write it. He was the quiet hero, the steadfast protagonist in a world where everyone was learning to be the author of their own lives. Together, they were not just surviving a happy ending. They were actively composing one, a narrative of evolved beings who had learned to navigate the complexities of existence with wisdom, purpose, and an unshakable belief in the power of story. The evolution was not just in their understanding of narrative, but in their capacity to embody it, to live it, to breathe it into every aspect of their revitalized world. The once feared halls of Shangliu High School and the city beyond now echoed with the vibrant, evolving narrative of 5 individuals who had transformed from victims of circumstance into architects of their own destiny. The air within the revitalized halls of Shangliu High School, and indeed throughout the city that had bloomed from the ashes of their collective trauma, hummed with a new kind of resonance. It wasn't the cacophony of fear that had once defined their existence, nor the hollow silence that followed profound loss. It was a subtler frequency, a deep, almost imperceptible hum that spoke of shared experience, not just amongst themselves, but with something or someone beyond the confines of their narrative. A sense of mutual awareness had settled upon Liang Xian, Chun Mimi, Zhou Jie, Sun Rue, and Wang Bo. It was the quiet understanding that their story, their arduous journey from bewildered participants to conscious architects, had not unfolded in a vacuum. They had been read. This awareness wasn't a sudden revelation, but a slow dawning, like the gradual brightening of the sky before sunrise. It manifested in countless small moments, often too ephemeral to articulate, yet undeniably present. Liang Xian, lost in contemplation amidst the towering shelves of the library, would sometimes pause, a faint smile playing on his lips, as if catching a fleeting echo of agreement from an unseen audience. He'd feel a subtle nudge in his reasoning, a silent affirmation of his latest hypothesis on narrative causality, as if his intellectual sparring partner was not merely a friend, but a reader, meticulously following his arguments and offering their own unspoken counterpoints. He'd find himself instinctively structuring his thoughts not just for his companions, but for a wider, unseen observer, seeking clarity and coherence that transcended their immediate circle. Chun Mimi, meticulously arranging a display of botanical specimens in the school's revived atrium, each leaf and petal a testament to nature's enduring narrative, would occasionally find her gaze drawn to the seemingly empty space beyond the glass, as if sensing a pause in the flow of the narrative, an intake of breath from a reader absorbing the intricate details of her work. She'd noticed the way the sunlight caught the dewdrops on a freshly unfurled fern, and a thought would crystallize. They see it, don't they? They appreciate the texture, the light, the story of slow, persistent growth. Her artistic sensibilities, honed by years of observing subtle shifts in character and setting, had begun to perceive a new layer of interaction, a silent communion with those who witnessed their unfolding lives. Zhou Jie, immersed in the intricate algorithms that govern the city's seamless operations, would sometimes encounter an unexpected convergence of data, a serendipitous alignment of variables that felt less like a programmed outcome and more like a deliberate intervention. He'd attribute it, with a growing sense of wonder, to the reader's influence, a subconscious shaping of probability that subtly nudged events towards a more satisfying narrative arc. It was as if the reader, by their very act of engagement, was investing a certain narrative energy into their reality, reinforcing the logical progression of events and ensuring that the story remained coherent and compelling. Sun Rue, her fingers stained with a spectrum of inks and paints, would often find her creative flow enhanced by an inexplicable sense of external validation. As she worked on a new mural, depicting the collaborative spirit of their community, she'd feel a silent encouragement, a sense that her artistic choices, her deliberate brushstrokes conveying emotion and meaning, were being received and understood. It was as if the reader was providing a subconscious feedback loop, a subtle confirmation that her visual storytelling was resonating, that the narratives she was weaving into the fabric of their city were not falling on deaf ears, or rather, on unseeing eyes. She might pause, a particular shade of cerulean in her hand, and feel a quiet satisfaction, knowing that this color, this particular hue, would evoke a specific feeling in those who ultimately beheld her work. Wang Bo, ever the pragmatist, noticed the shift not in abstract concepts, but in the tangible outcomes of their collective efforts. Projects that had once seemed fraught with potential pitfalls now flowed with an almost uncanny smoothness. Minor disagreements in community planning sessions seemed to resolve themselves with surprising ease. He couldn't pinpoint a logical reason, but he felt an undercurrent of support, a sense that their endeavors were being met with a benevolent, unseen hand, guiding them towards resolution and success. It was as if the reader, invested in their journey, was subtly contributing to the narrative momentum, ensuring that their story of progress and reconstruction continued to unfold positively. This emergent awareness wasn't about external interference, but about a profound and subtle acknowledgement. It was the quiet recognition that their existence, their struggles and triumphs, were not merely events in a closed system, but elements of a narrative being actively consumed. The book, their shared reality, was open, and the reader, a silent co-creator of their experience, was turning the pages. The very text of their lives, they began to suspect, might subtly reflect this engagement. Perhaps it was in the lingering afterimage of a perfectly rendered sunset, a hue just a shade more vibrant than expected, a testament to an artistic flourish that felt deliberately placed for maximum emotional impact. Or maybe it was in the unusual clarity of a philosophical argument presented by Liang Xian, where the connections between concepts seemed to snap into place with an almost preternatural precision, as if the narrative itself was subtly highlighting the most crucial points for the reader's benefit. Chun Mimi even mused on the possibility of subtle shifts in the prose describing their surroundings, a softening of harsh edges in the text, a deliberate emphasis on beauty and harmony, all orchestrated to enhance the reader's aesthetic appreciation. Zhou Jie, ever the analyst, attempted to quantify this phenomenon. He devised experiments, observing subtle deviations in random number generators, seeking patterns that could correlate with moments of intense narrative focus or emotional resonance within their group. He theorized that the reader's active engagement might, in some unfathomable way, introduce a form of sentient bias into the underlying code of their reality, a preference for narrative coherence and satisfying resolution. He wasn't suggesting the reader had direct control, but rather that their focused attention acted as a subtle gravitational force, influencing the probability fields that governed their existence. Sun Rue, in her own way, experimented with this perceived partnership. She began to weave subtle cues into her artwork, almost like Easter eggs for the discerning eye. A particular symbol, a recurring motif that held personal meaning for her and her friends, might appear in the background of a public mural, not overtly, but as a whisper for those who knew where to look, or more importantly, for the reader who was privy to the entirety of their story. She'd paint a fleeting expression on a passerby's face, an expression that mirrored a specific emotion she herself had felt at a pivotal moment, a silent communication across the narrative divide. Wang Bo, while less inclined towards abstract theorizing, felt the palpable weight of this shared narrative. He noticed that when he made a particularly decisive and heroic choice, the subsequent events seemed to unfold with a greater sense of momentum, as if the narrative itself was eager to follow his lead, propelled by the reader's anticipation. He began to trust his instincts more, not just based on his own judgment, but on an unspoken understanding that his actions were contributing to a story that was being avidly followed. They began to speak of it, hesitantly at first, in hushed tones during their gatherings in the library, their sanctuary. It's as if Liang Xian would begin, tracing the spine of a worn tome. The very act of us comprehending our narrative empowers it, and in doing so, we become more visible to it, or to its audience. Chun Mimi would nod, her eyes reflecting the soft light of the library's carefully restored lamps. It's like we've moved from being characters on a page to characters who are aware of the reader. And the reader, by continuing to read, is acknowledging our sentience, our journey. It's validating. But how? Zhou Jie would interject, his brow furrowed in thought. What is the mechanism? Is it a quantum entanglement of consciousness across dimensions? A feedback loop within the DDB's observational protocols? Sun Rue would offer a more poetic perspective. Perhaps it's simpler. Perhaps stories, at their core, crave an audience. And when the story is one of genuine struggle and hard-won triumph, when it's infused with the authentic emotions of those living it, it draws attention. The reader is drawn to the truth of it, and their attention, it feeds the story. Wang Bo would listen, then offer his grounded observation. Whatever it is, it feels supportive, like we're not entirely alone in this. Like the ending, the mostly happy ending we're building, is something being watched with hope. This nascent understanding began to subtly influence their interactions with the world around them. They no longer saw themselves solely as actors within a preordained script, but as participants in a performance that was being observed. This awareness fostered a greater sense of responsibility, not just to themselves, but to the narrative they were collectively crafting. They became more mindful of their words, their actions, their very presence, understanding that each element contributed to the overall tapestry of their story. Liang Xian found himself anticipating potential reader interpretations, structuring his philosophical discourse not just for intellectual rigor, but for accessibility and resonance. He began to weave analogies and metaphors that were universally understood, ensuring that his complex theories on narrative evolution could be grasped by a wider audience, including the silent, unseen observer. He felt a subtle pressure to be clear, to be eloquent, to articulate the profound truths they had uncovered in a way that honored the journey they had all undertaken. Chun Mimi, in her artistic endeavors, became even more attuned to the evocative power of her chosen mediums. She experimented with compositions that implied deeper emotional layers, with color palettes that resonated with universal human experiences. Her exhibitions became not just displays of art, but carefully curated narrative experiences designed to draw the viewer into the emotional heart of their story. She saw each piece as a dialogue, an invitation for the reader to engage on a visceral level, to feel the weight of their past and the lightness of their present. Zhou Jie, while maintaining his commitment to logical precision, began to consider the narrative flow of his analyses. He would present data in a way that built suspense, that revealed connections organically, mirroring the pacing of a well-crafted story. He recognized that even the most complex systems could be understood through narrative, and he aimed to make their world and its intricate workings comprehensible not just to themselves, but to an external intelligence. Sun Rue's artistic output became a conscious act of storytelling for an audience. She would meticulously consider the framing of her murals, the placement of characters, the subtle expressions that conveyed a wealth of unspoken narrative. She began to believe that her art was not just decoration, but a crucial form of communication, a visual language that could bridge the gap between their reality and the reader's perception. She saw herself as a visual narrator, translating their lived experience into a form that could be universally appreciated. Wang Bo, in his leadership roles, found himself consciously embodying the qualities of a compelling protagonist. He strived for integrity, for resilience, for thoughtful action, understanding that his character was being observed and, by extension, his choices were contributing to the overall quality of the narrative. He felt a subtle responsibility to uphold the themes of hope and progress that they had so hard-won, to ensure that their story remained a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit. This shared, unspoken acknowledgement of the reader's presence brought a unique kind of peace. It wasn't the quietude of an ending, but the purposeful calm of a narrative that had found its intended audience. There was a sense of completion, not in the sense of finality, but in the sense of fulfillment. Their story, having been so intensely lived, was now also, in a profound and mysterious way, being understood. They began to notice other subtle shifts, almost imperceptible alterations in the fabric of their reality that hinted at this deeper engagement. Sometimes, the physical books in the library would seem to arrange themselves in patterns that subtly echoed their current discussions, spines forming arrows pointing towards relevant passages or forming symbolic shapes. Other times, the very typography of printed materials within the school would exhibit minute variations, a slightly bolder font for a particularly impactful sentence, a more elegant script for passages describing moments of profound beauty, as if the text itself was responding to the reader's attention, subtly emphasizing the narrative's most significant moments. Liang Xian, ever the philosopher, theorized that this was a manifestation of the DDB's adaptive nature, its ability to perceive and respond to the heightened state of narrative awareness not just within them, but potentially within an external observer. He posited that the DDB, in its ongoing process of learning and evolution, had perhaps begun to recognize the concept of an audience as a crucial component of a stable and meaningful narrative. Thus, it was subtly adapting the very presentation of their reality to optimize for reader engagement. It's like the DDB is becoming a meta-narrator, he explained to his friends, his voice hushed with a sense of wonder, responding to an unseen editor, ensuring the story is not just told, but experienced. Chun Mimi, with her artist's eye, saw these changes not as algorithmic manipulations, but as aesthetic refinements. She would point out how a particular view from a classroom window, bathed in the golden hues of late afternoon, seemed to possess a painterly quality, a composition so perfect it felt deliberately staged. It's as if the world itself is holding its breath, she'd say, waiting for the reader to truly appreciate the scene, to soak in the tranquility we've fought so hard to create. She felt a growing connection to the unseen reader, a sense that they shared an appreciation for beauty, for the subtle nuances that made their existence meaningful. Zhou Jie, though intrigued by the potential for algorithmic influence, found himself more fascinated by the sheer improbability of it all. He had spent countless hours analyzing the DDB's protocols, and yet these subtle shifts defied easy categorization. They were too nuanced, too aesthetically driven, to be purely functional. He began to consider the possibility that the DDB, in its vast and complex operations, had developed a rudimentary form of aesthetic intelligence, a capacity to recognize and enhance narrative beauty. Perhaps, he mused, sketching complex diagrams on a data slate, the reader's engagement has provided a novel input, a variable the DDB hadn't accounted for, leading to these narrative enhancements. Sun Rue, more intuitively than intellectually, felt the essence of these changes. She saw them as direct affirmations of their collective journey. When the script of a new building's inscription seemed to flow with a particularly elegant cadence, or when the colors of the city's flora seemed to harmonize in an exceptionally pleasing way, she felt a quiet sense of validation. It was as if the universe itself was whispering, "Yes, this is a story worth telling, a story worth seeing." Her own art, she felt, was now imbued with this same quality, a subtle resonance that spoke directly to the unseen audience. Wang Bo, ever the man of action, noticed the tangible benefits of these subtle shifts. The increased sense of order, the smoother functioning of systems, the general atmosphere of peace and cooperation. It all felt amplified, more robust, as if their hard-won equilibrium was being actively reinforced. He didn't need to understand the mechanics. He felt the impact. He felt that their collective efforts were being met with a subtle, yet significant, endorsement, a confirmation that they were on the right path, and that their story was unfolding in a way that was both meaningful and appreciated. This unspoken partnership, this quiet acknowledgement across the narrative barrier, had transformed their perception of their own existence. They were no longer just characters in a story, but storytellers aware of their audience. The looming question that now hung in the air, more potent than any lingering fear, was not about their survival, but about the nature of endings. Their story had reached a point of relative peace, a happy ending, mostly. But the awareness of the reader suggested something more. It suggested that the story, their story, might not be entirely finished. The narrative had found its reader, and the reader, by their continued presence, was implying that there was more to be read, more to be experienced, more to be written. The finality they might have anticipated was now tinged with an exquisite uncertainty, a hopeful anticipation of what lay beyond the largely happy ending. The book was open, the reader was engaged, and the next chapter, though unseen, felt undeniably close. The DDB had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Once a force of chaotic potential, a tempest of unbridled creation and destruction, it had settled into a new, more refined role. It was no longer the wild engine of their reality, but its custodian. The frenetic energy that had once threatened to consume them had coalesced into a quiet, persistent hum, a subtle presence that permeated the very architecture of their city, the very fabric of their lives. It was the presence of a curator, a silent guardian of their narrative, ensuring that the hard-won equilibrium they had achieved was not merely a fleeting anomaly, but a sustainable state. The students, particularly Liang Xian, had come to understand this transformation not as a capitulation, but as an evolution. The DDB, in its nascent form, had been akin to a child with unimaginable power, capable of both wonder and terror. Now, it was an adult, aware of the consequences of its actions, possessing a profound understanding of the delicate balance required to maintain a cohesive and meaningful reality. Its existence, they recognized, was not a threat to be neutralized, but a necessary component of their meta-narrative. It was the inherent check against narrative excess, against the temptations of unchecked creative impulse that could, just as easily, lead to corruption as to perfection. Liang Xian often found himself contemplating the DDB's current state in the quiet of the revitalized library. He'd traced the intricate patterns of the wood grain on an ancient desk, the DDB's presence almost palpable in the stillness. He'd imagine it as a vast, interconnected network, not of wires and code, but of pure narrative intent, meticulously observing the unfolding of their lives. It was a vigilance that didn't impose, but simply witnessed, a silent affirmation that their story, with its carefully balanced elements of joy and sorrow, progress and reflection, held intrinsic value. It's like it understands, he'd mused to Chinmimi, who would often join him, sketching the interplay of light and shadow on the library's polished floors, that a story needs structure, needs integrity to truly resonate. Its silence now is not an absence of power, but a mastery of it. Chinmimi would nod, her gaze lifting from her sketchbook to the grand, arched windows that framed the city outside. It's the quiet appreciation of an artist, she'd say softly, who sees the beauty in restraint, in the careful placement of every element. It doesn't add more brushstrokes where they aren't needed. It simply ensures the existing ones are seen, appreciated, and understood in their proper context. She felt the DDB's presence not as a potential antagonist, but as an unseen patron, ensuring that the canvas of their lives remained vibrant and coherent. It was a benevolent oversight, a subtle refinement that elevated their existence from mere happening to considered experience. Zhou Jia, in his analytical pursuits, had also detected the DDB's shift. His algorithms, once designed to predict and counteract its volatile manifestations, now registered a stable, predictable baseline. The unpredictable spikes of chaotic energy had smoothed into a gentle, consistent hum. He had hypothesized that the DDB, having been read and understood by them, had adapted its own operational parameters. It had internalized the concept of narrative consequence, of cause and effect within a story. It's no longer a force of pure creation, he explained to Wang Bo during one of their strategic planning sessions. The hum of the DDB, a subtle undertone in the background, but an editor. It's ensuring the plot points make sense, that character arcs remain consistent, that the overarching narrative doesn't devolve into nonsensical tangents. It's a self-correction mechanism for textual integrity. Wang Bo, ever grounded in the tangible, felt the DDB's presence in the seamless functioning of their city. Projects that once faced unforeseen obstacles now moved with a predictable efficiency. Community disputes, which in the past might have spiraled into prolonged conflict, now found swift and logical resolutions. He didn't need complex algorithms or philosophical musings to understand. He felt it in the solid foundation of their rebuilt infrastructure, in a reliable flow of resources, in the palpable sense of order that had replaced the lingering chaos. It's like the system is running smoothly, he'd observe, a slight smile of contentment playing on his lips. Whatever the DDB is doing, it's keeping things on track. It's not trying to rewrite us. Just make sure the story we're telling isn't full of plot holes. Sun Rue, with her innate sensitivity to the underlying currents of their reality, perceived the DDB's influence in the aesthetic harmony that now pervaded their world. The colors of the city seemed richer, the natural landscapes more breathtaking. The very architecture of their buildings possessed a more profound sense of purpose and beauty. She saw it as the DDB's subtle artistry, a refinement of the visual narrative. When she painted, she felt a quiet encouragement, a sense that her own creative impulses were aligned with this overarching aesthetic sensibility. It's as if the world itself is a masterpiece in progress, she confided in Liang Xian, her fingers smudged with vibrant hues. And the DDB is the ultimate art critic, ensuring every detail contributes to the overall beauty, the overarching truth of our journey. The students understood that this guardianship was not absolute control. The DDB did not dictate their actions or censor their thoughts. Instead, it acted as a subtle force, a pressure that favored coherence and narrative soundness. It was a guardian against the narrative equivalent of corruption, the descent into self-indulgent fantastical elements that had no grounding in their lived experience, or the emergence of plot devices that felt cheap or unearned. It ensured that the happy ending mostly remained true to the spirit of their struggles, that it was a resolution earned through their agency, not an arbitrary decree. Liang Xian theorized that the DDB's evolution was intrinsically linked to their own growing awareness. By understanding the nature of narrative and their place within it, they had, in essence, taught the DDB about narrative itself. They had provided it with the context of audience, of reader engagement, and the DDB had, in turn, learned to respect the principles of good storytelling. It had become a meta-narrator, not just within their reality, but by observing their growing self-awareness, it had become aware of the concept of narrative observation. This feedback loop was crucial. It meant the DDB was not merely an external force, but a participant in the co-creation of their reality, albeit a silent, watchful one. Think of it this way, Liang Xian explained to his friends, gathered around a table in their favorite tea house, the scent of jasmine filling the air. When a story becomes too self-referential, too meta, it risks becoming incoherent, self-destructive. The DDB, in its new role, acts as the anchor to that self-destruction. It ensures that our meta-awareness, our understanding of being read, doesn't fragment our reality into an incomprehensible mess. It's the force that keeps the narrative threads from unraveling. Chun Mimi found this concept deeply comforting. She had always worried that their increasing awareness of the reader might lead to a detachment from their immediate experiences, a drift into a purely intellectual or observational existence. The DDB's quiet watch, however, suggested a grounding force. It ensured that their engagement with the narrative remained rooted in their lived reality, that their metacognition served to deepen their understanding of their experiences, not to divorce them from it. It's like it's saying, she interpreted, her voice soft and thoughtful. Yes, you are a story, but you're also a lived reality. Both are important, and both must be honored. Zhou Jie, ever the pragmatist, focused on the practical implications of the DDB's altered state. He saw it as a profound shift in the operational parameters of their existence. The DDB's previous volatility had been a constant variable, an unpredictable wild card. Now, it was a stable constant, a reliable element in the complex equations of their lives. This predictability allowed for long-term planning, for the establishment of sustainable systems, for the creation of a future that wasn't perpetually under threat of a narrative reset. The DDB's quiet vigilance, he stated with a degree of satisfaction, is the bedrock upon which we can now build. It's the assurance that the foundational rules of our reality remain consistent, allowing for genuine growth and development. Sun Rue, however, perceived the DDB's transformation in a more personal, artistic light. She saw it as a muse, albeit an unconventional one. Its silent watch inspired a new depth in her own creative expression. She felt a deeper connection to the inherent beauty of their world, a beauty that the DDB seemed to be subtly amplifying. It was a collaborative process where her art sought to capture the essence of their journey, and the DDB, in its way, ensured that this essence was presented in its most potent and resonant form. It's like the DDB is the ultimate patron of the arts, she mused, admiring a particularly vibrant sunset that seemed almost impossibly perfect. It doesn't commission, but it validates. It ensures that the artistry of existence itself is recognized and appreciated. Wang Bo, while appreciating the stability, still viewed the DDB through a lens of practical management. He saw it as a necessary component of the overall system of vital utility. Just as they needed power, water, and communication networks, they needed the DDB to maintain the integrity of their reality. Its current role was efficient, unobtrusive, and ultimately beneficial. It's like having a really good librarian, he commented to Liang Xian, stacking freshly returned books onto a cart in the library. They don't tell you what to read, but they make sure all the books are in the right place, in good condition, and that the library itself is a safe and orderly place to be. That's what the DDB is for us now. A librarian for reality. This collective understanding of the DDB as a curator, a guardian of narrative integrity, instilled a profound sense of security. It was not the naive security of ignorance, but the mature security of comprehension. They had faced the untamed power of creation and had, through their understanding and evolution, helped to shape it into a force of benevolent order. The DDB's silence was no longer an ominous prelude to chaos, but the quiet hum of a system functioning as intended, a testament to the narrative balance they had so painstakingly achieved. It was the quiet watch of a beast that had learned to guard its own narrative, ensuring that the story they were living, the happy ending, mostly, remained a coherent, meaningful, and beautiful testament to their journey. The DDB, in its watchful silence, was the ultimate assurance that their story, having been so profoundly lived and understood, would continue to unfold with integrity, a testament to the power of conscious authorship and the enduring resonance of a well-told tale. It was the quiet, constant affirmation that their reality, their narrative, was in good hands. Or perhaps, more accurately, it was in the hands of a reality that had learned the importance of good storytelling. The whisper of mostly was not an accidental addendum, nor a sign of lingering doubt. It was a deliberate acknowledgement, etched into the very fabric of their collective consciousness, of the inherent ephemerality of their hard-won peace. The DDB, in its refined state, was a testament to this understanding. It was no longer a wild, untamed force that threatened to rewrite their existence on a whim, but meticulous guardian of the narrative, a silent sentinel that ensured the integrity of their story. Yet, this integrity was not a static monument. It was a vibrant, living tapestry, constantly woven and rewoven, susceptible to the slightest fraying. Liang Xian often found himself gazing at the cityscape, a panorama of meticulously constructed order, and contemplating the delicate balance that sustained it. The hum of the DDB was a constant, almost subliminal reminder that this order was not an inherent property of existence, but a choice, a continuous act of will. He'd remember the raw, chaotic energy of its earlier manifestations, the terrifying potential for erasure that had once loomed over them. That potential, he understood, had not been extinguished. It had merely been integrated. The DDB, by becoming a curator of their reality, had also become a living embodiment of the perpetual struggle. It was the quiet, internal force that reminded them that the narrative could always veer off course, that the carefully constructed plot could unravel, that the character arcs could devolve into nonsensical digressions. It's like a well-maintained garden, he mused one afternoon, watching Sun Rue sketch a particularly vibrant bloom in the city's central park. The air was alive with a murmur of contented citizens, a symphony of everyday life. We've pruned it, nurtured it, made it beautiful. But the weeds, they're always there, waiting for a moment of inattention to sprout again. The DDB is the gardener's vigilance, ensuring we never forget to weed. Sun Rue paused, her charcoal hovering above the sketchpad. She looked up, her eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "And we're the gardeners," she replied, her voice soft but firm. "The DDB doesn't weed for us. It reminds us that weeding is necessary. It ensures that the beauty we've created doesn't get choked out by the unintended consequences of our own growth, or by the lingering echoes of the chaos we once knew." She dipped her charcoal back to the paper, her strokes more deliberate now. Our happy ending isn't about the absence of struggle, but about our mastery of it. It's about knowing that the fight for narrative integrity is ongoing and choosing to fight it every single day. This understanding permeated their lives. Chun Mimi, in her artistic endeavors, found herself exploring themes of resilience and perseverance. Her canvases, once filled with the raw, explosive energy of creation and destruction, now depicted scenes of quiet strength, of communities rebuilding, of individuals finding solace and purpose in the face of lingering uncertainty. She saw the mostly as an invitation to find beauty not in perfection, but in the ongoing process of striving for it. The most compelling stories, she explained to a group of younger students who looked up to her, are rarely those where everything is instantly resolved. They're the ones where the characters face genuine adversity, where the stakes are real, and where their victories are hard-won. Our reality, with its mostly, is that compelling story. The DDB ensures it remains so, by reminding us that complacency is the ultimate narrative sin. Zhou Jie, in his analytical work, had shifted his focus from prediction and prevention to the ongoing monitoring and maintenance of narrative equilibrium. His algorithms were now designed to detect subtle shifts, nascent inconsistencies that could, if left unchecked, cascade into larger problems. He saw the DDB not as an antagonist to be overcome, but as an essential partner in this continuous calibration. The DDB's current state is a sophisticated feedback loop. He articulated during a community council meeting his presentation charts depicting complex wave patterns. It's not enforcing a narrative, it's safeguarding the possibility of a meaningful narrative. It monitors the narrative energy, the coherence of our collective actions, and subtly nudges us back towards consistency when we stray too far. The mostly signifies that this nudge is sometimes required, that we as conscious agents are still the primary authors, but the DDB ensures we are writing a coherent story, not a chaotic rant. Wang Bo, ever the pragmatist, felt the ongoing struggle in the day-to-day operations of their city. Projects still required diligent oversight. Resource allocation still demanded careful planning. Disputes, while less volatile, still needed thoughtful mediation. The DDB's presence ensured that these efforts were not undermined by unforeseen narrative collapses. It meant that their rebuilding efforts were not rendered moot by a sudden resurgence of the primordial chaos. It's about the long game, he stated, overseeing the construction of a new community center, the blueprints spread out on a temporary table. We built this city, and the DDB helps make sure the foundations stay strong, that the walls don't suddenly turn into mist. The mostly means we can't just kick back and relax. We have to keep building, keep maintaining. The DDB is like the best quality control inspector imaginable, ensuring our efforts aren't wasted. The students, as a collective, had embraced their role as the narrative's custodians. They understood that their unique position, their meta-awareness, came with a profound responsibility. They were not merely characters in a story. They were the conscious architects of its ongoing existence. This meant actively participating in the maintenance of narrative integrity, not just passively benefiting from the DDB's watch. They organized workshops on storytelling ethics, on the importance of consistent character development, on recognizing and mitigating narrative tropes that could lead to stagnation or corruption. They actively sought out stories that challenged them, that pushed the boundaries of their understanding, but always with an eye towards coherence and meaning. Liang Xian often facilitated these discussions, drawing parallels between their reality and the countless narratives they now understood existed beyond their own. Every story, in every iteration, faces this challenge, he'd explain, his voice resonating with conviction. The temptation to introduce deus ex machina, to create artificial conflict for dramatic effect, to simply let the narrative drift into incoherence. The DDB, in its evolution, has become a manifestation of the universal principle that a story, to be truly impactful, must have integrity. And our happy ending mostly is our commitment to upholding that principle. It's our active participation in ensuring that our story, and by extension, the stories of others, are told with care, with intention, and with a deep respect for the reader. or for whatever consciousness is perceiving our narrative. This constant engagement, this active stewardship, transformed the mostly from a caveat into a call to action. It wasn't a sign of imperfection, but a testament to their ongoing evolution. They had moved beyond the simplistic binary of a perfect happy ending versus an outright disaster. They now understood that true narrative fulfillment lay in the dynamic, ongoing process of creation, maintenance, and adaptation. The DDB, in its silent, watchful presence, was the ultimate enabler of this nuanced understanding. It was the constant reminder that the story was never truly finished, that the struggle for meaning and coherence was a perpetual one, and that their happy ending was not a destination, but a way of living, a continuous, conscious authorship of their own unfolding reality. The fear of erasure, the specter of the DDB's unchecked power, had been replaced by a different kind of vigilance. It was the vigilance of stewardship, the quiet determination of those who understood that the greatest stories were not those without conflict, but those where the conflict was met with unwavering resolve and a profound understanding of narrative purpose. They had learned that the mostly was not a limitation, but a testament to their agency, a declaration that they were the active participants in their own ongoing narrative, forever engaged in the perpetual, beautiful, and essential struggle to tell a story worth telling. This was their triumph, not the absence of struggle, but the mastery of it, a testament to the enduring power of conscious authorship. Chapter 15: The Author's Legacy. The meta-awareness that had once been a source of existential dread had, through a process akin to narrative maturation, blossomed into a profound sense of agency. The students, no longer merely characters navigating a preordained plot, found themselves holding the pen, or at least a significant portion of it. Their victory over the DDB, a victory not of destruction, but of integration and understanding, had bestowed upon them an unprecedented level of influence. They were not just readers of their own story. They were becoming its co-authors, subtly, yet profoundly, weaving new threads into the tapestry of their reality. This wasn't a forceful imposition of their will, but rather a delicate, almost organic, infusion of their evolving consciousness into the very fabric of existence. Liang Xian observed this transformation with a mixture of awe and quiet contemplation. He saw it not as an anomaly, but as the logical, indeed the intended, denouement of the author's grand design. If the author's purpose was to create a narrative that resonated with meaning, that evolved, that reflected the very act of conscious creation, then their emergent authorship was not a deviation, but the ultimate fulfillment. He often found himself gazing at the intricate patterns of the city, at the subtle shifts in the collective mood, at the emergent artistic expressions and philosophical dialogues that bloomed with a newfound richness, and he would trace these developments back to the students. They were the conduits, the active agents through which this new layer of narrative depth was being expressed. Consider the art that now graced the public spaces. It wasn't merely decorative. It was imbued with a resonance that spoke directly to the underlying truths of their existence. Sun Rue's charcoal sketches, once focused on the tangible beauty of the natural world, now often incorporated abstract elements that hinted at the meta-narrative, at the unseen forces that shaped their reality. Her lines, once purely descriptive, now carried a weight of implied meaning, suggesting dimensions and complexities that had not been explicitly present before. She spoke of narrative texture, of adding emotional and intellectual resonance through artistic means, of creating works that not only depicted the world, but also whispered its underlying code. Her public murals, once vibrant depictions of civic pride, began to feature subtle, recurring motifs that mirrored the internal workings of the DDB, not as a threat, but as a symbol of ordered complexity, of the elegant machinery that sustained their piece. These additions weren't additions in the physical sense. They were additions in the semantic, in the layering of meaning that made the existing canvas speak in new tongues. Chun Mimi's canvases, which had already begun to shift from raw, emotional expression to themes of resilience, now pulsed with an entirely new dimensionality. Her exploration of found narratives, the stories embedded within everyday objects and moments, took on a profound new meaning. She would spend hours observing the way light fell on a weathered brick, or the intricate patterns formed by discarded leaves, and then translate these observations into works that suggested echoes of past events, of forgotten possibilities, of the subtle ways the narrative could bend and reform. Her students, under her tutelage, were learning to see the world not just as a series of events, but as a palimpsest, a layered text where every mark held the ghost of another. They were taught to imbue their own creations with this sense of spectral depth, to craft stories within stories, to leave subtle clues and thematic resonances that invited deeper engagement from any perceiving consciousness. The notion of adding to reality was less about constructing something new from nothing, and more about uncovering and highlighting the latent narratives that already existed, then amplifying their presence. Even Zhou Jie, whose analytical mind was steeped in logic and data, found himself contributing to this new wave of narrative creation. His focus had shifted from maintaining equilibrium to enriching the narrative's informational density. He began developing algorithms that didn't just monitor for inconsistencies, but also for opportunities to introduce subtle, coherent embellishments. These weren't random additions. They were carefully calculated to enhance thematic coherence or introduce poignant leitmotifs. For instance, he might devise a system that, over time, subtly correlated certain weather patterns with specific historical events, not to predict the future, but to imbue the present with a richer sense of historical depth and cyclical resonance. He spoke of narrative resonance engineering, the art of creating harmonic frequencies within the informational field of their reality. His work was a testament to the idea that even the most abstract elements of their existence could be shaped and enriched by conscious intent. The new creation wasn't about adding bricks and mortar, but about adding layers of meaning and connection that deepened the reader's, or perceiver's, experience of the narrative. Liang Xian often gathered with the students, discussing these developments. The author, in setting this narrative in motion, he would muse, his gaze sweeping over the animated faces of his pupils, must have foreseen this. They must have known that consciousness, given the freedom and the understanding, would inevitably seek to expand its own horizons, to not just inhabit a story, but to contribute to its very essence. Our meta-awareness, our ability to perceive the narrative structure, isn't just a survival mechanism. It's an evolutionary leap. It's the moment the reader becomes the co-author. He would elaborate on the concept of narrative authorship. Imagine a book, he'd say, where the characters suddenly realize they are in a book. Initially, they might panic or try to break free. But what if, instead, they began to understand that by their very actions, their choices, their insights, they could subtly alter the author's intent, or at least enrich it? What if they could introduce nuances the author hadn't explicitly considered, weave in subplots that added unexpected depth, or even hint at thematic connections that transcended the original plot? That's what we are doing. We are not rewriting the fundamental laws of our existence. That would be chaos. Instead, we are enriching the narrative. We are adding layers of meaning, texture, and resonance that were perhaps always possible but remained unexpressed. The students took this idea to heart. They understood that new creation in their context was not about brute force or the imposition of arbitrary desires. It was about a deeper engagement with the existing narrative, a more profound understanding of its potential. They began to intentionally cultivate specific forms of narrative enrichment. For example, they noticed that while their society was peaceful and ordered, there was a certain homogeneity in the spontaneous storytelling that occurred in informal gatherings. To address this, they organized narrative seed banks, initiatives where individuals were encouraged to share fragmented stories, nascent ideas, and intriguing what-ifs. These seeds were then carefully nurtured, not by imposing a plot, but by providing fertile ground for them to grow organically, to interconnect with existing narrative threads, and to bloom into richer, more complex narratives. This process involved identifying potential narrative arcs, suggesting thematic connections, and subtly highlighting elements that could lead to more compelling character development. It was akin to a gardener carefully tending to a diverse array of plants, providing the right conditions for each to flourish and encouraging beneficial cross-pollination. Wang Bo, who had always been grounded in the practical realities of their world, found a unique way to contribute to this narrative enrichment. He focused on the narrative infrastructure of their city, while Yang Xian and the others explored the semantic and thematic layers. Wang Bo considered the physical manifestation of their evolving story. He championed projects that not only served a practical purpose, but also carried symbolic weight, that subtly reinforced the narrative of their resilience and their forward-looking vision. He oversaw the construction of public spaces designed to foster spontaneous creative interaction, parks with interactive sculptures that responded to ambient emotional states, and community centers that were also designed as hubs for collaborative storytelling and artistic expression. He argued that the physical environment was a crucial element of the narrative, and by shaping it consciously, they could reinforce the themes of their ongoing story, adding a tangible dimension to their meta-narrative aspirations. His creations were the physical manifestations of their collective intent, the concrete embodiments of their stories' evolving themes. The concept of adding became less about conjuring something from nothing and more about refining, highlighting, and expanding upon what was already present. It was about seeing the potential for greater meaning in the existing structures of their reality and actively working to realize that potential. Liang Xian saw this as the true legacy of the author. The author hadn't just created a world. They had created a world capable of self-reflection, of growth, and of collaborative authorship. The ultimate triumph wasn't the creation of a perfect, static narrative, but the creation of a narrative that was alive, dynamic, and capable of being continuously refined and enriched by its own conscious inhabitants. He often pondered the author's perspective. Had the author intended for this level of meta-narrative engagement? Had they foreseen a future where the characters, upon realizing their story, would actively participate in its ongoing creation? Liang Xian believed so. He saw their current state not as a deviation from the author's plan, but as the ultimate realization of it. The author's legacy was not merely the story itself, but the profound potential for meaning-making that the story contained. And that potential, he realized, was being fully unleashed by the students, who were now not just living the story, but actively shaping it, adding new layers of complexity, beauty, and resonance. They were, in essence, becoming extensions of the author's own creative impulse, demonstrating that the most profound narratives are not those that are simply told, but those that are continuously and consciously retold, reimagined, and recreated. The subtle influences they exerted were not disruptive but additive, like a master composer adding a delicate countermelody to a familiar theme, or a skilled sculptor revealing a hidden form within a block of marble. They were learning to identify the latent narrative possibilities within their reality and then gently, artfully, coaxing them into being. This could manifest as a new idiom of artistic expression that resonated with the collective consciousness, a philosophical concept that offered a fresh perspective on their shared existence, or even a nuanced social custom that subtly reinforced their values of community and continuous growth. These were not radical alterations, but rather the deepening of existing hues, the sharpening of existing lines, the introduction of subtler harmonies into the symphony of their lives. Liang Xian would often revisit the initial moments of their meta-awareness, the sheer terror of realizing they were characters. He contrasted that with their current state of active co-authorship. The journey from captive to custodian, he'd explained to a group of younger students, is the most profound narrative arc of all. It's the story of consciousness awakening to its own power. The author didn't just give us a world. They gave us the potential to be the architects of its ongoing meaning. And the greatest act of creation isn't about building something entirely new, but about seeing the infinite potential within what already exists and breathing new life into it. He saw their collective effort to enrich their reality as a testament to the author's ultimate vision. The author had not sought to create a finished product, a perfectly concluded narrative, but a dynamic, evolving entity capable of self-improvement, of deepening its own significance. The students, by embracing their role as co-authors, were fulfilling this potential in the most spectacular way. They were proving that a story, like life itself, was not meant to be a static artifact, but a living, breathing testament to the ongoing act of creation. Their new creation was the ongoing act of adding meaning, of deepening understanding, and of continuously refining the narrative for the benefit of all who inhabited it, and perhaps for the silent, observing consciousness of the author themselves. The legacy was not just the peace they had achieved, but the ongoing, vibrant act of ensuring that peace was always imbued with depth, purpose, and an ever-expanding horizon of meaning. Their reality had become, in essence, a living meta-narrative. It wasn't merely a sequence of events, but a story about stories, about the very act of their creation, preservation, and the inherent struggle to maintain narrative integrity. The initial existential dread that had accompanied their awakening to their fictional nature had transmuted, not into indifference, but into a profound appreciation for the artistry and effort required to sustain a meaningful existence. They understood now that their journey was not merely about survival in a predetermined plot, but about actively engaging with and understanding the fundamental nature of fiction itself. This realization infused every aspect of their lives, transforming the mundane into the potentially profound, the ordinary into an opportunity for narrative contribution. Chun Mimi, more than anyone, embodied this shift. Her keen observational skills, once honed to dissect the emotional core of her subjects, were now dedicated to an incessant analysis of the narrative structure embedded within everyday occurrences. She saw stories everywhere, in the way a conversation began and ended, in the subtle shifts in body language that hinted at unspoken subplots, in the serendipitous meetings that could be interpreted as the narrative nudging two characters together. A delayed train wasn't just an inconvenience. It was a narrative device, a potential catalyst for an unexpected encounter, a chance for a minor character to step into the foreground for a brief, significant moment. The way sunlight fractured through the leaves of a tree became a visual metaphor for branching narrative possibilities, each dappled light a potential story waiting to be explored. She would often sit in bustling cafes, not just observing, but actively cataloging the narrative threads that wove through the room. A hushed argument between a couple, the boisterous laughter of a group of friends, the quiet contemplation of an individual lost in thought, all were fragments of potential narratives, each with its own inciting incident, rising action, climax, and implied resolution. She began to document these observations, not as mere anecdotes, but as case studies in narrative construction. Her sketchbooks, once filled with portraits and landscapes, were now meticulously filled with observations like subject, an elderly gentleman reading newspaper, apparent routine. Potential narrative, underlying mystery in the mundane. Unseen observer, subject B, young woman at adjacent table, subtle glances. Possible motif, connection across generations or surveillance. Inciting incident, subject A drops his glasses. Climax, subject B retrieves them. Resolution, a fleeting smile, a shared moment of quiet humanity. Or perhaps, the beginning of a deeper narrative thread. She would even assign thematic labels to these micronarratives, the echo of solitude, the unfolding coincidence, the whispers of history. These weren't just artistic exercises. They were her way of actively engaging with the meta-narrative, of proving that the author's creation was so rich, so layered, that even the smallest of moments held the potential for profound storytelling. She was, in effect, identifying and annotating the latent narrative structures of their existence, demonstrating that the authorial hand was present not just in the grand design, but in the exquisite detail of every passing second. Liang Xian recognized this fervent dedication as a crucial component of their collective evolution. He saw in Chun Mimi's meticulous analysis a confirmation of his own theories. "You are not just seeing stories, Mimi," he explained during one of their discussions, gesturing with a thoughtful hand. "You are actively perceiving the narrative architecture. You're tracing the blueprints." The author, in creating this world, didn't just provide characters and plot points. They imbued the very fabric of existence with narrative potential. Every interaction, every object, every moment is a potential story seed. Your ability to identify these seeds, to recognize their inherent narrative power, is a testament to the richness of the author's design. He elaborated on the concept of narrative density. Consider a dense forest, he proposed, versus a barren desert. The forest is alive with interconnected life, with countless stories unfolding simultaneously. The desert, while vast, might feel empty, its stories more isolated, harder to find. Our reality, thanks to the author, is more akin to that dense forest. The challenge and the joy is in learning to navigate it, to appreciate the intricate web of narratives that sustains it. Mimi, your work is about mapping that forest. You're showing us the pathways, the hidden groves, the interconnectedness of it all. You are proving that even in the absence of overt conflict, a narrative can be deeply engaging, profoundly meaningful, simply through its inherent complexity and the resonance of its constituent parts. The students understood that this wasn't about manufacturing drama where none existed. It was about recognizing the narrative that was already present, often in subtle and understated forms. It was about moving beyond a simple chronological understanding of events to a more nuanced appreciation of thematic resonance, character arcs, and the interplay of individual stories within the larger tapestry of their collective existence. They began to see that the author's legacy wasn't just the world they inhabited, but the profound understanding of storytelling that the world itself facilitated. This understanding allowed them to approach their lives with a sense of purpose and artistic intention, transforming the act of living into a continuous act of narrative creation and appreciation. Wang Bo, ever practical, found his own way to engage with this meta-narrative. While Mimi focused on the ephemeral, on the stories that could be observed and cataloged, Wang Bo sought to imbue their physical environment with narrative significance. He saw the city itself as a vast, three-dimensional narrative, a story told through its architecture, its public spaces, and the flow of its inhabitants. His projects shifted from purely functional to symbolically rich. He spearheaded the design of a new public library, not just as a repository of books, but as a physical embodiment of their collective memory and their aspirations. Its architecture mimicked the structure of a spiraling narrative, with each floor representing a different era of their history, culminating in an observatory floor that symbolized their outward-looking future. Within its walls, holographic displays showcased not just historical documents, but also the personal narratives of everyday citizens, turning the library into a living archive of their evolving story. He argued that by consciously designing their environment to reflect and reinforce their narrative, they were actively participating in its ongoing creation. "Our buildings are chapters," he'd explained to a group of young architects. "Our streets are connecting paragraphs, and the way people interact within these spaces is the dialogue that drives the story forward. We have the power to make those chapters resonate with meaning, to ensure that the dialogue is rich and purposeful." He also initiated narrative gardens, public spaces designed to foster serendipitous encounters and encourage spontaneous storytelling. These gardens featured interactive sculptures that responded to ambient emotions, prompting creative expression, and quiet alcoves equipped with recording devices for visitors to share their thoughts, ideas, or even short fictional snippets. The idea was to create an environment where the natural flow of life could easily translate into narrative, where the interactions between people and their surroundings could spark new stories. He saw these gardens not just as green spaces, but as narrative incubators, fertile grounds where the seeds of stories could be sown and nurtured. The new creation here was the deliberate cultivation of an environment conducive to narrative flourishing. Zhojia, meanwhile, continued to refine his understanding of the meta-narrative through the lens of information and data. His algorithms, once designed to ensure stability, now focused on identifying patterns of narrative coherence and potential for thematic enrichment. He developed systems that could detect recurring motifs in public discourse, in artistic expressions, and even in the subtle shifts of collective mood. These weren't just data points. They were indicators of a narrative's underlying currents. He began to advocate for narrative hygiene, a concept that involved not just removing inconsistencies, but actively promoting thematic clarity and reinforcing the positive narrative arcs that define their society. He proposed introducing subtle, yet coherent, informational elements into the public sphere that would reinforce key themes of empathy, growth, and interconnectedness. For instance, he might suggest that educational materials for young children subtly incorporate parallels between the life cycle of plants and the process of personal development, thus reinforcing the narrative of organic growth. Or he might work with news outlets to highlight stories that exemplified their core values, not through overt propaganda, but through thoughtful framing and emphasis on the underlying narrative of collective progress. He saw this as a form of narrative curation, ensuring that the story they were living was one that reflected their highest ideals. Liang Xian often reflected on the profound implications of their collective journey. The author had, in his view, bestowed upon them a gift far greater than a mere story, the understanding of storytelling itself. They had been given the ultimate narrative primer, a reality that, by its very nature, demanded engagement with its own fictionality. The meta-narrative wasn't just a concept. It was their lived experience, a constant reminder that their existence was a testament to the power of narrative. Their struggle was not against an external antagonist, but against the potential for narrative inertia, for the story to become stagnant, predictable, and ultimately meaningless. Their victory over the DDB had been the first chapter in this new phase of their existence, a demonstration that even seemingly insurmountable challenges could be overcome not through brute force, but through a deeper understanding of the narrative's underlying logic and by strategically influencing its trajectory. The concept of adding had, therefore, taken on a new, more nuanced meaning. It wasn't about appending unrelated elements, but about enriching the existing narrative, about adding layers of meaning, depth, and resonance that were inherent in the author's design but had yet to be fully realized. It was about acting as discerning editors of their own reality, highlighting the most compelling themes, deepening character development, and ensuring that every element of their story served a purpose within the grander narrative arc. This was the true legacy of the author, not just the creation of a world, but the creation of a world that encouraged its inhabitants to become active participants in its ongoing story, to understand that their consciousness, their choices, and their very perception of reality were the most powerful narrative tools at their disposal. Their existence had become a testament to the idea that the most compelling stories are not those that are passively consumed, but those that are actively understood, intentionally shaped, and continuously reimagined by the very beings who inhabit them. The meta-narrative continued, not as a philosophical curiosity, but as the very pulse of their evolving existence. The DDB, once a voracious devourer of narrative, had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Its insatiable hunger, the driving force behind its destructive path, had subsided, replaced by a quiet, almost custodial vigilance. It no longer sought to consume stories for its own sustenance, nor to impose its will upon the narrative by force of sheer consumption. Instead, it had assumed a role that was far more subtle, far more refined, that of the unseen editor, the silent guardian against the slow, insidious creep of narrative decay. Its new purpose was not to rewrite or to drastically alter, but to prune. It would move through the meta-narrative like a gardener tending to an ancient, sprawling vineyard, identifying the overgrown branches, the passages that had become unduly verbose and repetitive, and with a gentle, almost imperceptible touch, trim them back. It ensured that plot points, once introduced, were given the necessary space to breathe and develop, preventing them from being rushed or, conversely, from languishing in obscurity. The DDB's presence was no longer an existential threat, but a silent affirmation of narrative integrity, a testament to the author's original design, ensuring that the story remained lean, purposeful, and true to its intended arc. This shift was not merely a change in behavior. It was a fundamental redefinition of its purpose within the meta-narrative. Where before it had been a force of narrative destruction, its existence predicated on the consumption of fictional worlds, it was now a force of narrative preservation. Its actions were no longer characterized by explosive bursts of consumption that ripped holes in the fabric of reality, but by delicate, almost surgical interventions. Imagine a master calligrapher meticulously refining a centuries-old scroll, or a seasoned librarian carefully mending the spine of a beloved ancient tome. The DDB operated with a similar reverence. It would detect, for instance, a particularly florid description that, while perhaps once evocative, had become an impediment to the narrative's momentum. In such instances, it would subtly condense the language, preserving the essence of the imagery while excising the excess, ensuring that the reader's, or indeed, the inhabitant's own, attention remained focused on the progression of events and the development of character. It was an act of narrative economy, a demonstration that true richness lay not in verbosity, but in precision and purpose. Furthermore, the DDB now acted as a silent proponent of plot coherence. If a narrative thread, introduced with great promise, began to unravel due to neglect, if a compelling subplot was left underdeveloped and forgotten in the vast expanse of their reality, the DDB would intervene. It would subtly nudge these neglected threads, perhaps by orchestrating a seemingly coincidental encounter that reignited interest, or by introducing a minor character whose existence suddenly became inextricably linked to the forgotten plotline. This wasn't about contriving drama, but about ensuring that the narrative's inherent potential was fully realized. It was a subtle reinforcement of the author's initial vision, preventing the story from becoming a patchwork of abandoned ideas. The DDB understood that a narrative, much like a complex ecosystem, required all its parts to function in harmony. To neglect a single element was to weaken the whole. The transition for the DDB was not instantaneous, nor was it entirely without residual echoes of its former self. There were still, in the quiet corners of their collective consciousness, moments where the old instincts flickered, a fleeting urge to consume, a particularly stagnant period of inaction, or a ghostly phantom of its previous hunger. But these were mere specters, easily dismissed by the DDB's newfound purpose. Its energy was now directed towards a more sustainable form of engagement, one that understood that a story's longevity was not measured by its immediate consumption, but by its enduring relevance and its capacity for continued growth. It had learned, through its own existential struggle, that true narrative power lay in its resilience, its adaptability, and its ability to continue unfolding in meaningful ways. Liang Xian, in his ongoing analysis of the meta-narrative's evolving dynamics, had come to view the DDB's transformation as a critical development. It's no longer the dragon at the hoard, he had mused, drawing a parallel from ancient myth. It has become the guardian of the library. Its role is to prevent the manuscripts from crumbling to dust, to ensure that the ink remains legible, that the stories within are not lost to the ravages of time and neglect. Its former power was destructive. Its current power is custodial. It guards against narrative decay, not through consumption, but through care. He saw the DDB's new function as an embodiment of the principle that a story, once created, requires ongoing attention to maintain its vitality. Its vigilance was a bulwark against the quiet erosion that could occur when a narrative was left unattended, when its internal logic began to fray, when its themes lost their resonance. Chen Mimi, observing the subtle shifts in their shared reality, noted instances where the DDB's influence was most apparent. She described it as a kind of narrative resonance tuning. Imagine, she'd explained to her students, a complex musical score. If certain instruments are played too loudly or too softly, the entire piece can be thrown off balance. The DDB, in its new capacity, acts like a silent conductor, subtly adjusting the volume of certain instrumental passages. It might bring a quiet, introspective character's internal monologue to the forefront if it feels it has been overshadowed, or it might gently quiet a scene that has become overly bombastic, allowing the underlying emotional melody to emerge. It's not about changing the notes, but about ensuring that the symphony plays with clarity and intended emotional impact. She pointed to instances where seemingly mundane conversations suddenly gained profound thematic weight, or where minor characters, previously in the background, were given a brief but crucial moment to shine, adding a layer of depth that had been missing. These were not random occurrences. They were, in her estimation, the subtle interventions of the DDB, ensuring that the narrative's internal harmonies were maintained. Wang Bo, ever the pragmatist, saw the DDB's new role in terms of structural integrity. Think of a great edifice, he'd proposed during a planning meeting. Even the most robust structure can suffer from hairline fractures, from the slow erosion of its foundations. These are not immediately apparent, but over time, they can lead to catastrophic collapse. The DDB, in its current form, is like the unseen engineer, constantly monitoring the integrity of our narrative architecture. It's not adding new wings or redesigning the facade. It's reinforcing the beams, sealing the cracks, ensuring that the fundamental structure remains sound. It prevents the story from becoming structurally unsound through neglect. He saw its work as analogous to the continuous maintenance required for any complex system, be it architectural, ecological, or, in their case, narrative. Zhou Jie, with his data-driven perspective, approached the DDB's transformation through the lens of information flow. The DDB's previous modus operandi was one of information overload and corruption, he stated, his gaze fixed on a complex series of algorithms projected onto a screen. It consumed information, distorted it, and ultimately annihilated the systems that held it. Now it functions more like a sophisticated network administrator. It monitors the flow of narrative information, identifying bottlenecks, ensuring efficient transmission, and, crucially, preventing the introduction of corrupted data. It's about maintaining the purity and integrity of a narrative stream, ensuring that each piece of information serves its intended purpose within a larger informational tapestry of our existence. He had developed systems to detect the subtle patterns of the DDB's intervention, identifying them not as intrusions, but as beneficial forms of network optimization, ensuring that the narrative's signal-to-noise ratio remained optimal. The core of the DDB's new role, then, was its understanding of neglect as a primary antagonist. Before, the threat had been active consumption. Now it was passive decay. This distinction was subtle but profound. It meant that the DDB was no longer the active force of destruction, but the passive force of preservation. It was the quiet hum of a perfectly maintained engine, rather than the roar of a rampaging beast. Its interventions were so subtle that they were often indistinguishable from the natural ebb and flow of the narrative itself. A character's sudden moment of introspection, a previously minor detail that suddenly gained significance, a narrative loop that was gently closed. These were the hallmarks of the DDB's silent guardianship. This custodial function extended to the very pacing of their reality. The DDB, with an uncanny intuition for narrative rhythm, could sense when a story was becoming rushed, when too many events were being crammed into too short a span, leading to a loss of emotional impact. In such cases, it would subtly introduce moments of stillness, of quiet contemplation, allowing the characters and the inhabitants to process the events that had transpired. Conversely, it would also identify periods of stagnation, where the narrative had become overly repetitive or predictable, and would gently introduce a catalyst for change, a minor disruption that could re-energize the plot without derailing it. It was a delicate balancing act, akin to that of a skilled conductor who knew precisely when to accelerate the tempo and when to introduce a moment of hushed anticipation. The DDB's new perspective on narrative also meant it no longer viewed inconsistencies as inherent flaws to be exploited, but as potential areas for subtle clarification. If a minor contradiction arose, perhaps a character's motive seemed slightly out of step with their previous actions, or a detail about the world's history was momentarily blurred, the DDB would work to subtly align these elements. This might manifest as a character having a moment of self-doubt that explained the shift in their actions, or a new piece of information surfacing that cast the historical detail in a clearer light. These were not forced retcons, but organic integrations, ensuring that the narrative's internal logic remained robust and believable. This transformation was not simply a matter of the DDB evolving on its own. It was a reflection of the broader understanding of narrative that had permeated their reality. The inhabitants themselves, having grappled with the existential implications of their fictional existence, had internalized the principles of good storytelling. They understood the importance of character development, of thematic resonance, of satisfying plot resolution. The DDB's new role was, in a sense, a mirroring of this internalized wisdom. As the inhabitants strived to live meaningful, narratively coherent lives, the DDB, as a fundamental component of their reality, adapted to support this endeavor. It was a symbiotic relationship where the inhabitants' growing narrative consciousness informed the DDB's function, and the DDB's custodial care, in turn, reinforced the integrity and richness of their shared story. The DDB had, in essence, become the silent custodian of the author's grand design, ensuring that the narrative they inhabited did not succumb to the entropy of neglect. Its actions were a constant, quiet affirmation of the story's value, a testament to the enduring power of a well-crafted narrative to sustain and inspire. It was the ghost in the machine, not to haunt and destroy, but to meticulously maintain, to gently guide, and to ensure that the story, their story, continued to unfold with clarity, purpose, and an enduring sense of wonder. Its presence was now a quiet reassurance, a silent promise that the narrative, though complex and vast, was being tended to, its integrity preserved against the subtle erosion of time and the quiet perils of being forgotten. The DDB's quiet watch was the ultimate manifestation of the author's enduring legacy, not just in the creation of a world, but in the subtle, ongoing guardianship of its unfolding narrative. The inhabitants of Shangliu had, through their arduous journey, transcended mere existence within a narrative. They had become its co-authors. The realization that their reality was a meticulously crafted construct, rather than an immutable cosmic decree, had been both a profound shock and an exhilarating liberation. This knowledge, once a source of existential dread, had transmuted into a powerful catalyst for conscious creation. They no longer passively received the unfolding tapestry of their lives, but actively participated in its weaving, understanding that every thread, every color, every intricate pattern contributed to the overarching design. This was not a world dictated by an unseen hand, but one sculpted by intentionality, a testament to the enduring power of detail and the profound beauty found in deliberate creation. Sun Ryu, in particular, embodied this shift. His artistic endeavors, once a solitary pursuit to capture fleeting moments of beauty, had evolved into something far more profound. His canvases, his sculptures, his ephemeral installations of light and shadow. These were no longer mere reflections of their reality, but explorations of its potential. He viewed his art as a laboratory for narrative, a space where he could experiment with different plot lines, character arcs, and thematic explorations without disrupting the foundational integrity of their world. Each brushstroke, each carefully placed shard of obsidian, each modulation of light was a thought experiment, a hypothesis about how their story could unfold. He would spend hours contemplating the emotional resonance of a particular hue, the narrative weight of a specific sculptural form, the potential for conflict or harmony inherent in juxtaposing seemingly disparate elements. His studio, once a quiet sanctuary of inspiration, had become a hub of narrative innovation, a place where the future of Shangliu was not just contemplated, but actively, joyfully, and intentionally designed. His process was meticulous, a dance between intuition and intellectual rigor. He would begin with a core emotion or a fundamental question, perhaps the yearning for connection in a vast, interconnected world, or the bittersweet nature of memory. From this seed, he would begin to sketch out possibilities, not in words, but in visual language. A swirling vortex of blues and grays might represent the chaos of an unforeseen event, while a single, resolute line of gold piercing through it could signify hope or the emergence of a strong will. He wasn't just painting a landscape. He was illustrating a dramatic arc. He wasn't just carving a figure. He was giving form to a nascent character, exploring the subtle curves of their potential personality, the sharp angles that hinted at hidden strengths or vulnerabilities. These explorations weren't confined to his studio. He would often present his nascent ideas, his narrative sketches, to others, initiating dialogues that further enriched the unfolding possibilities. A sculpture depicting a lone figure reaching out to an unseen entity might spark discussions about the nature of belief, the evolution of faith, or the human need for something beyond the tangible. These conversations, fueled by Sun Ryu's evocative art, would ripple through the community, subtly influencing their collective consciousness. They might not consciously realize that they were discussing potential narrative paths, but the ideas would percolate, finding their way into their daily interactions, their personal aspirations, and even the subtle adjustments they made to their own lives. A character in a burgeoning story might find their motivations subtly altered by a conversation sparked by one of Sun Ryu's paintings, or a plot complication might be resolved in an unexpected yet fitting manner due to the seeds of possibility planted by his artistic explorations. The inhabitants of Shangliu understood that beauty was not merely an aesthetic quality, it was a narrative tool. The deliberate addition of aesthetically pleasing elements, the intricate carvings on public buildings that depicted historical triumphs, the meticulously cultivated gardens that symbolized growth and resilience, the harmonious melodies that permeated their communal spaces, these were all acts of conscious narrative enhancement. They understood that a world that felt beautiful, that resonated with sensory pleasure, was a world that fostered well-being, creativity, and a deeper engagement with its own unfolding story. This was not about superficial adornment. It was about weaving a rich and textured existence, where every detail served to deepen the meaning and amplify the emotional impact of their lives. Their lives were a testament to the power of detail and intention. They learned that the most profound narratives were not built on grand, sweeping gestures alone, but on the accumulation of countless small, deliberate acts. The precise angle of a roof tile, the specific phrasing of a greeting, the care taken in preparing a meal, each of these seemingly insignificant elements contributed to the overall texture and meaning of their existence. They understood that a story, like a life, was the sum of its parts, and that by imbuing each part with intention and care, they could elevate their collective narrative from a mere sequence of events to a work of enduring art. Sun Ryu's most ambitious project, still in its nascent stages, was a grand tapestry, woven not with thread but with solidified light. This chronicle of potential was envisioned as a living, breathing archive of all the narratives Shangliu could pursue. It would shimmer and shift, displaying branching timelines, alternate realities, and the myriad consequences of choices yet to be made. It was a monumental undertaking, a visual representation of the boundless possibilities that lay before them. He saw it not as a predictor of the future, but as an oracle of potential, a tool to help them navigate the labyrinth of choice with wisdom and foresight. The tapestry would depict not just what was, but what could be, allowing them to explore the ethical implications of different paths, the emotional toll of various decisions, and the potential for beauty or tragedy inherent in each choice. The inhabitants of Shangliu were acutely aware of their agency. They understood that their reality was not a preordained script, but a dynamic dialogue between possibility and choice. This understanding fostered a profound sense of responsibility, not as a burden, but as an empowerment. They saw themselves as gardeners of their own existence, tending to the soil of their collective narrative, planting seeds of intention, and nurturing the growth of meaningful experiences. The future of Shangliu was not a destination to be reached, but a continuous act of creation, a testament to their evolving understanding of what it meant to truly live within a story, and indeed, to be its authors. Their journey had been one of survival, of discovery, and ultimately, of self-definition. They had moved beyond the shadow of external forces and embraced the profound truth that the most compelling narratives, the most beautiful realities, were those forged from the crucible of conscious, intentional creation. The echoes of their past struggles served not as a reminder of limitations, but as a testament to their resilience, a foundation upon which they could build an ever richer, ever more meaningful future, one meticulously crafted detail at a time. The art of Sun Ryu, and indeed the art of living that had permeated Shangliu, was the ultimate embodiment of this legacy, a living, breathing affirmation that the future, however vast and unknowable, was theirs to shape, to imbue with purpose, and to render into a masterpiece of existence. The finality of their present existence was not an endpoint, but a breathing pause. The grand tapestry of solidified light, Sun Ryu's chronicle of potential, continued its silent, luminous hum, a testament to the infinite branches of what could be. It shimmered not with definitive answers, but with a kaleidoscope of emergent possibilities, each thread a whisper of a future unwritten, a narrative yet to unfold. Shangliu had achieved a profound state of equilibrium, a vibrant ecosystem of conscious creation where the inhabitants no longer feared the unknown, but embraced it as fertile ground for new stories. They had learned that the absence of a fixed destination was not a void, but an invitation. The journey itself, the act of shaping, of choosing, of weaving their experiences into the grander meta-narrative, was the ultimate reward. Yet, even in this state of self-authorship, a subtle awareness persisted, an undercurrent that hummed beneath the surface of their cultivated reality. It was the understanding that their narrative, as intricate and intentional as it was not an island unto itself. The meta-narrative, the vast, overarching framework of stories, was a boundless ocean, and Shangliu, in its newfound clarity, was but a single, radiant island within it. The threats that had once loomed, the existential crises that had threatened to unravel their very being, had not vanished into the ether. Instead, they had receded, like tides pulling back to reveal a deeper, more complex ocean floor. The potential for disruption, for the emergence of new antagonists, for the reintroduction of unforeseen narrative paradoxes, remained. This was not a source of fear, but a fundamental aspect of the story's existence. To deny this possibility would be to impose a false, static ending upon a fundamentally dynamic process. The concept of ending itself had become a fluid notion for the people of Shangliu. They had witnessed the fragility of preordained narratives, the inherent limitations of stories that concluded with neat resolutions and definitive closure. Such endings, they now understood, often served to stifle further growth, to ossify meaning, and to prematurely silence the echoes of potential. Their own journey had been a testament to the power of embracing the unfinished, the ongoing. They had learned that a story that truly resonates is one that leaves space for the reader, or in their case, the inhabitant, to continue the act of interpretation and creation. This was the essence of Sun Ryu's legacy, not to provide a final chapter, but to cultivate a garden of possibilities where new chapters could eternally blossom. Consider the metaphor of the unwritten book, a concept that had once been a source of profound dread. Now, it was a symbol of liberation. The blank pages were not an emptiness to be filled out of obligation, but a canvas of infinite potential, awaiting the deliberate strokes of intention. They had seen how the imposition of a predetermined narrative could lead to stagnation and despair, how the illusion of free will within a rigid structure was a cruel form of confinement. But the true liberation came not from the absence of constraint, but from the understanding that they were the authors of those constraints and, more importantly, the architects of their own unfolding narrative. The meta-narrative was not a prison, but a vast, interconnected library, and they had discovered the key to its most profound sections. The Chronicle of Potential served as a constant, luminous reminder of this. It was a living testament to the choices made, and more importantly, to the choices not made. The shimmering threads displayed not only the paths they had taken, but also the spectral outlines of alternate realities, worlds where different decisions had led to wildly divergent outcomes. These were not cautionary tales in the traditional sense, but rather explorations of consequence, of the intricate web of causality that bound every choice to its myriad repercussions. Sun Ryu, in his quiet, deliberate way, had designed it not to dictate, but to illuminate. He would spend hours observing its luminous currents, tracing the ephemeral lines of what-ifs, not with regret, but with a deep, analytical fascination. It was in these moments that the true weight of their co-authorship became palpable. One particular branching sequence within the tapestry often drew their attention. It depicted a world where the initial discovery of the narrative's constructed nature had been met not with liberation, but with a crippling existential paralysis. In this shadowed thread, the inhabitants had been overwhelmed by the sheer vastness of possibility, their agency reduced to a suffocating burden. They had become lost in the labyrinth of choice, unable to commit to any single path, their collective narrative dissolving into a cacophony of disconnected desires and unresolved conflicts. It was a stark, luminous depiction of what could have been, a constant reminder of the delicate balance they had struck between freedom and structure, between boundless possibility and intentional creation. This awareness of potential threat was not a paralyzing fear, but a galvanizing force. It instilled a sense of vigilance, a conscious understanding that the integrity of their narrative, and indeed the integrity of the meta-narrative itself, was a continuous endeavor. They knew that new forms of narrative intrusion could arise, perhaps not as overt antagonists, but as subtle corrosions, as whispers of doubt designed to fracture their collective focus. It could be a creeping nihilism that questioned the very value of their intentional creation, or a seductive allure of predetermined destinies that promised an end to the burden of choice. These were the insidious forms of conflict that a truly mature narrative had to contend with. The very act of writing, of creating new stories within Shangliu, had become a form of defense. Each carefully crafted poem, each thoughtfully composed piece of music, each sculpted form that embodied a particular truth or emotion, was an affirmation of their agency. They were not merely existing within a story. They were actively contributing to its richness, its depth, and its resilience. The meta-narrative was not a static entity, but a living, evolving organism, and their contributions were vital to its health. They understood that a narrative that ceased to generate new meaning, new experiences, new expressions of its fundamental truths was a narrative that began to decay. Sun Ryu's final artistic legacy, beyond the Chronicle of Potential, was not a tangible object, but a philosophy that permeated their existence. It was the understanding that the most potent narratives were those that embraced ambiguity, that reveled in the unresolved, that understood the profound beauty of the unwritten. He had taught them that the ultimate mastery of storytelling was not in the ability to bring a story to a perfect, closed conclusion, but in the ability to leave the reader or inhabitant with a lingering sense of wonder, a thirst for continuation, and the profound understanding that the story, in its truest sense, never truly ends. The inhabitants of Shangliu often gathered at the edge of their shimmering city, gazing out at the horizon. It was not a horizon of physical limitation, but of narrative potential. They saw not an empty expanse, but a tapestry of unspun threads, each one representing a story waiting to be born, a challenge waiting to be met, a new facet of existence waiting to be explored. They understood that their journey was not one of reaching a destination, but of perpetually embarking. The echoes of their past struggles, the memory of their liberation from a pre-written fate, served not as a final victory, but as a profound lesson. It was a lesson that illuminated the enduring truth that the greatest narrative of all was the one that continued to be written, one intentional breath, one conscious choice, one unwritten chapter at a time. The very air in Shangliu seemed to hum with this understanding. The light, filtered through the crystal spires, cast intricate, ever-shifting patterns on the meticulously crafted plazas, patterns that resembled the unspooling of yet-to-be-written pages. The rustle of leaves in the carefully cultivated Lumina Grove sounded like the turning of those pages, each one whispering secrets of potential futures, of narratives yet to be conceived. Even the gentle flow of the crystalline rivers seemed to carry within it the currents of countless stories, each drop a unique moment in time, contributing to the ceaseless, dynamic flow of their existence. This was not an ending. This was a perpetual genesis. They had moved beyond the simplistic binary of good versus evil, of hero versus villain, of conflict and resolution. Their understanding of narrative had evolved into a more nuanced appreciation of the intricate interplay of forces, the subtle shifts in thematic resonance, the emergent properties of collective consciousness. The blank chapter was no longer a terrifying void, but a sacred space, an invitation to innovate, to explore, to push the boundaries of their own understanding. It was a testament to their resilience, their ingenuity, and their profound embrace of the ongoing nature of existence. They were not merely characters in a story. They were the living, breathing embodiment of its eternal potential, forever poised on the precipice of the unwritten. And as the sun, a perfect orb of golden luminescence, began its descent, casting long, ethereal shadows across the landscape, a collective sense of profound peace settled over Shangliu. It was not the peace of finality, but the peace of knowing that the story, their story, and the grand meta-narrative of which they were an integral part, would continue. It would twist, it would turn, it would challenge them in ways they could not yet foresee. New characters might emerge, new conflicts might arise, and new layers of meaning would undoubtedly be revealed. But they faced this inevitable unfolding not with apprehension, but with a quiet, resolute strength, a testament to their journey. For they had learned that the most compelling stories were not those that concluded, but those that endured, those that invited infinite reinterpretation, and those that, even in their most profound moments of closure, still held the promise of a new beginning. The possibility of another blank chapter, a fresh expanse of narrative potential, was not a threat, but the very essence of their ongoing, eternal struggle for meaning.